Hey, everyone! If you enjoy my quantum audiobooks, you can support me by becoming a Patreon member. Your support helps me keep creating, and you'll get exclusive perks. You can also access my audiobooks directly through Google Drive. Check out the link in the description. Now, let's get started.
The mystical items in Hobert's hand made Thomas reassess Christian's strength. He naturally believed that the low-sequence Beyonder Hobert couldn't have obtained such a powerful mystical items by his own means. In the Nighthawk's files, Christian was a brigadier general who had offended the king and therefore wasn't trusted. But now it seemed that the matter wasn't as simple as it appeared. "Captain," a teammate reminded, "we should retreat." Thomas snapped out of his thoughts. "Right. Oh, by the way, send a greeting to General Christian over there." "Yes." A teammate picked up the oil lamp and waved it in front of the window. On a nearby tall building, a small green flame, resembling a ghost fire, soon flickered. The green flames swayed back and forth, responding to Thomas. On the rooftop of a nearby tall building, Dorfus put away the ghost fire. Christian, dressed in night attire, said, "I'll head back first, give Hobert some space. Go help Hobert clean up the bodies in about 10 minutes. "Got it," Dorfus replied. "General, aren't you worried that giving such a powerful mystical items to the young master might affect your plans?" "That wasn't from me," Christian said. The sealed artifact in his hand is something shared with the Nighthawks. The mystical items that grows into a tree must have been provided by them as well. Hobert moved the bodies of the Baron of Corruption, the judge, and the astrologer into a spacious bedroom. He drew the symbol of the Creator, built a wall of spirituality, lit candles, and offered a sacrifice to himself while praying for communion. After the earlier battle, Hobert's spiritual energy was almost depleted. If he directly used the spirit necklace, he could only perform one spirit channeling. However, by leveraging the spirituality of the Nation of Disorder and the power of the spirit necklace, he could easily complete 3 spirit channelings. After completing the prayer, he entered the Nation of Disorder. The moment he entered, his astral body was struck by intense pain. Hobert collapsed onto the Iron Throne, discovering that there were maggot-like creatures burrowing through his astral body. They seemed terrified, desperately trying to escape from his astral body. Once they emerged, they turned into black mist and vanished without a trace. After all the black mist disappeared, Hobert's astral body regained its purity. He then belatedly realized that the Nation of Disorder had purged the damage caused by the sealed artifact. After all, that sealed artifact was the product of a runaway imperative mage. Damage from such sealed items was nothing for the Nation of Disorder. Feeling much lighter, Hobert first took the offerings from the altar and placed them into the Nation of Disorder. There was nothing special about the spirit necklace, but the black gloves seemed to have become more obedient, such as the crushing power of rank. Hobert had a hunch that he could use the power of the Nation of Disorder to enhance the Black Glove's power and suppress its negative effects to some extent, given that it was a sealed artifact of the Arbiter pathway. But considering the transaction that might take place tomorrow, he decided to wait until after tomorrow to deal with it. The Beyonder characteristic of the Baron of Corruption looked like a decayed black jade, surrounded by a layer of black mist, giving off a mystical and unreal feeling. The Beyonder characteristic of the Sheriff appeared more ordinary. It was about the size of a child's fist, composed of 3 colors: iron black, dark red, and large swathes of silver white. With a wave of his hand, Hobert constructed a small stone platform beside the Iron Throne and placed the spoils of the day on it. There was no place safer than the Nation of Disorder. Next, Hobert began responding to his prayer. Holding the spirit necklace, he channeled the spirituality of the Nation of Disorder, gaining the ability and power to communicate with the dead. He infused this power into his stars and immediately saw the dissipating spirit bodies of the judge, the Baron of Corruption, and the astrologer. Time was of the essence. There was no need to leave the Nation of Disorder. He could perform the spirit channeling directly using his stars. Hobert first targeted the Baron of Corruption for communion. Potion formulas for Sequence 7 and Sequence 6. There was no need to recite it 7 times. Just one recitation caused the star representing Hobert to leap from the pond, forming a screen like a movie projector in front of the Iron Throne. At first, the screen displayed gray mist for 1 or 2 seconds, then an image appeared. A middle-aged man resembling the Baron of Corruption smiled warmly and said, "This is the potion formula for Sequence 7. Drink it, and you will undergo a transformation, becoming a true Beyonder." Taking the parchment, the view shifted down to reveal the content. Briber. Main ingredients: 1 crying baby flower, a crystal of the grimace hemp. Auxiliary ingredients: 5 drops of golden mandra juice, 5 drops of black mandra juice, 4 drops of hallucinogenic herb essential oil, 80 milliliters of red wine. Then the scene shifted again, showing the same middle-aged man, now looking slightly more worn. "This is the potion formula for Sequence 6. I'll provide 1 main ingredient, but you'll need to gather the rest yourself. Think of it as a trial and test for you. Once you've gathered all the ingredients, you will earn the family title." Unfolding the parchment, the content read, Baron of Corruption. Main ingredients: 1 mutated heart of a black glow beast, a crystal from the Cyanthary elf tree. Auxiliary ingredients: 80 milliliters of blood from a dark-blooded behemoth, 20 milliliters of sap from the Cyanthary elf tree, 8 grams of dragon's tooth grass powder, 100 milliliters of aged white wine. After the 2 potion formulas were revealed, the screen returned to show the spirit of the Baron of Corruption, his eyes now vacant. With the Beyonder characteristic of the Baron of Corruption already in hand, and the Beyonder characteristic of the Briber relatively easy to obtain, Hobert focused mainly on the auxiliary ingredients of these 2 potion formulas. As for consuming Beyonder characteristics rather than Beyonder materials, Hobert didn't seem to have any psychological reservations. The only concern was that both the Briber and the Baron of Corruption contained characteristics of the barbarian and lawyer. Would consuming too many Beyonder characteristics of the same sequence complicate his acting method, or put undue stress on his spirituality? But that wasn't a problem for now. He then asked the Baron of Corruption's spirit, how should the barbarian act? Before Hobert, the curtain displayed the middle-aged man once again. This time, the man appeared to be in his 30s, younger than in the previous 2 instances. He smiled and said, "A barbarian isn't a savage. You need to think carefully about what truly constitutes barbarism." The screen turned back to gray fog, and it seemed that the Baron of Corruption had grasped how to play the role of a barbarian from those words. Additionally, it seemed there were distinctions between elites and non-elites within the Tamara family. For example, the Baron of Corruption had learned about the role-playing method early on, whereas Upton's father, who left the family when Upton was already a teenager, was still unaware of it. Hobert asked again, what about the Tamara family's influence in Backland? The screen flickered, showing the entrance of a factory. The view briefly focused on the factory's name, Nicholas Shipyard. The scene shifted to a luxurious office where a greasy-haired, middle-aged man with shoulder-length hair was smoking a cigar. He smiled and said, "Yes, I've received orders to assist you. And following instructions, I will provide 2 assistants." Next to the desk, a woman dressed as a secretary stepped forward. It was the astrologer. Another assistant was the sheriff. "My assistant will take you to the hotel. It's absolutely safe for us there," said the middle-aged man with shoulder-length hair, still puffing on his cigar. The scene changed once again, with the Baron of Corruption arriving at a hotel named Tuma. The screen turned back into gray fog. On the Iron Throne, Hobert rubbed his chin. So, Nicholas Shipyard and Tuma Hotel were both properties of the Tamara family. After a series of questions, the spiritual body of the Baron of Corruption had become faint. Hobert stopped communing with him, and the Baron's spirituality instantly vanished. Hobert then turned to the still, somewhat solid spiritual body of the judge and started a spirit channeling. Where is the Tamara family's gathering place? The screen flickered, showing a picturesque valley. There were snowy peaks, and halfway up the mountains stood a grand hall. The valley was a vibrant paradise, with villas and residences scattered throughout. But just as these details came into view, the screen abruptly turned into rolling gray fog. This fog was different from the usual fog during spirit mediumship gaps. It was alive, twisting, and writhing. It seemed that those who lived in or had visited the family's gathering place were either passively or actively affected by something. Even through a spirit channeling, the exact location of the gathering place couldn't be revealed. Hobert posed another question: the potion formulas for sequence 8 and above of the Arbiter pathway. The rolling fog cleared, and the screen once again displayed a scene. An elderly man with graying hair handed over a sheet of paper. This is the potion formula for Sheriff. The materials are on that table over there. You can brew the potion yourself. The view shifted downwards, and the potion formula came into focus. Sheriff. Main ingredients: a pair of fear demon worm eyes, the right paw of a silver-white war bear. Auxiliary ingredients: 10 milliliters of black mandrake flower juice, 12 milliliters of bellgrass juice, 8 grams of dragon bloodgrass powder, 80 milliliters of pure water. As with the previous channelings, the graying old man appeared multiple times. He didn't seem to have aged at all, and from his behavior, it was evident that he had high hopes for the judge. The formulas for Sequence 7 and Sequence 6 appeared one after another. Sequence 7, Interrogator. Main ingredients: horn of a streaked black snake, dust of a lake spirit. Sequence 6, Judge. After obtaining these 3 potion formulas, the spirit of the judge became faint. Hobert stopped communicating with him and immediately began communicating with the nearly dissipated spirituality of the astrologer. The potion formulas for Trickmaster and Astrologer. Since the astrologer's spirituality was almost gone, the screen showed only blurry images, neither visible nor audible. The only thing that could be discerned was the potion formula for Trickmaster held in the astrologer's hand. Main ingredients: the stomach of a soul eater, 20 milliliters of deep-sea spearfish blood. Auxiliary ingredients: 5 milliliters of oil from the hornbeam tree, 10 grams of cacan grass powder, 1 blooming red poppy flower, 80 milliliters of pure water. Sequence 7, Astrologer. Main ingredients: meteor crystal, blood crystal of a lavo squid. Just as the 2 potion formulas came into focus, the spirituality of the astrologer completely dissipated. Who? Hobert let out a long sigh. Aside from the spoils he had collected earlier, these potion formulas were another great reward. At this point, he had acquired coherent formulas for 3 pathways. With this knowledge, he now had the capital to form his own Beyonder organization. Finally, Hobert used the power of disorder to briefly disrupt the order on the street, cutting off all possibilities of divination. Leaving the nation of disorder, Hobert dragged the body of the Baron of Corruption back to the living room. Upton had already set up the altar according to his father's notes and placed the body of the barbarian in front of it. Hobert glanced at the altar. The symbol in the center consisted of curved vertical and horizontal lines with a few dots. He hadn't seen it before, but it seemed oddly familiar. Shaking his head, Hobert was about to move the next body when his spirituality sensed a strong feeling of unease. He turned around, and the source of the unease was the symbol on the altar. Upton, clearly inexperienced with or unfamiliar with ritual magic, was busy figuring out how to set up a wall of spirituality. Pointing to the symbol, Hobert asked, "Where did that symbol come from?" "My father's notes," Upton answered honestly. "What's his honorific name?" Upton picked up the notes. "The Bridge of—" "Don't say it aloud." Hobert shouted. "Write it down and hand it to me." Realizing something, Upton fearfully followed Hobert's instructions, writing it down and folding the paper before handing it over. Taking the paper, Hobert said, "I think I understand why this symbol feels familiar." He continued, "Now, you have 2 choices. First, you can continue with the ritual after I leave. Second, I can offer you a safer entity to pray to. Your choice." Upton, realizing the issue with his chosen entity, almost immediately replied, "I'll choose the entity you suggest." In this matter, he trusted Hobert. After all, Hobert had brought so much help, indicating his Beyonder background. Hobert smiled. "Then you'll need to become a follower of him." "No problem." Hobert replaced the central symbol on the altar with the one representing the Creator, and then he revealed the Creator's honorable name to Upton. Hobert pretended to go deal with the bodies, but actually went to the bedroom. Using the original altar, he offered the folded paper to himself. Returning to the Nation of Disorder, Hobert grabbed the paper and opened it. On it were written, "Bridge of light and darkness, interstice between black and white, ever uncertain mist, the truth that oversees all things." From these descriptions, Hobert deduced that this must be the honorific name of the uncertain mist. It wasn't his own spirituality that felt familiar, but the Nation of Disorder, which had a close connection to him. In the living room, Upton carefully recited the honorable name of the Creator. Creator in the shadow of order. You are the source and end of all order. You are the Lord who governs the clock of order. I pray for your gaze and favor. I pray that you merge the spirituality of this person on the altar with my own, so my enemy's divinations fail. Upton had gone over his father's notes countless times and rehearsed it in his mind many more. But today was his first time performing the ritual. His father's notes warned him never to casually utter the honorable name of the indefinable mist, as doing so could inadvertently offend that great existence. After finishing his prayer, Upton anxiously stared at the altar. Suddenly, a surge of powerful energy descended, and a majestic figure appeared above the altar, seated on a throne forged from sharp swords, gazing down upon everything beneath him. When Upton mentioned needing a corpse from the Tamara family earlier, Hobert, with his wealth of mysticism knowledge, thought it over and quickly understood Upton's intent to cover his tracks with the corpse. Only individuals from the same family could effectively merge their spiritualities. By using a high-level distortion power to partially fuse Upton's spirituality with that of the corpse, any divination attempts on Upton's whereabouts would point to the spirituality of the corpse, located in the spirit world, rendering the divination ineffective. Hobert had estimated that his powers from the Nation of Disorder could achieve this. Additionally, high-sequence beyonders from the death pathway could also perform this, as manipulating spirituality is a specialty of that pathway. The lawyer pathway could also manipulate spirituality, as high-sequence beyonders from that pathway can exploit loopholes in death itself, not to mention those in spirituality. So, after Upton completed his prayer, Hobert, from within the Nation of Disorder, grabbed the residual spirituality of the corpse before the altar. Using disorder and distortion power, he intertwined it with part of Upton's own spirituality. This caused Upton, standing before the altar, to show a pained expression as it twisted his spirit body. Hobert then used the power of order to solidify the previous operation, allowing the residual spirituality of the corpse to remain firmly within Upton's body. After completing all this, Hobert withdrew his power from the altar. He glanced at a piece of paper near the armrest and then placed it on the nearby stone platform. Hobert vaguely recalled that the indefinable mist was likely composed of the leftovers from the Nation of Disorder and the Son of Chaos, making him a relatively weak outer deity. Judging by the honorable name, the deity held authority over some aspects of distortion and disorder, making it easier for them to find the vulnerabilities in the protections the original Creator had set up on Earth. Or perhaps part of the deity's power remained on Earth after being torn away from the Son of Chaos. Furthermore, the fact that the Son of Chaos was sealed on Earth so early shows the special nature of this pathway, which naturally gives them an advantage in infiltrating Earth. Hobert believed that in the future, if he became the Black Emperor and even reached the level of King of Angels, he could try to seize some of the authority of the indefinable mist to strengthen his own power. But that was a long way off. Until then, Hobert planned to maintain contact with Upton, intending to use him in the future to set traps and track down the indefinable mist. Of course, before becoming a King of Angels, it was best not to even think about such matters. After exiting the Nation of Disorder, Hobert began cleaning the altar. At that moment, the corpse of the astrologer suddenly sat up, startling Hobert. He quickly activated his spiritual vision, only to remember that the spirit necklace was still in the nation of disorder. Without it, his spirit vision couldn't detect undead creatures. "I'll help you take care of these corpses," came the voice of Dorfus. Hobert breathed a sigh of relief. "Mr. Dorfus, your assistance is terrifying." The astrologer let out a ghostly laugh as it, along with the other corpses, stiffly rose. The judge, whose body had been split in half, also experienced partial restoration, with only faint scars visible in the light. The corpses marched away like ordinary people, causing Upton outside to scream in panic. This led Hobert to speculate that Dorfus might be a beyonder from the corpse collector pathway, as controlling dead bodies was a hallmark of that path. Meanwhile, possession from the prisoner pathway usually only worked on a single target. Returning to the living room, Hobert said to Upton, "That was a friend helping us dispose of the corpses." He had initially wanted to say a servant, but felt it might be disrespectful to refer to Dorfus that way. Upton almost broke into tears, but then awkwardly chuckled. "I've gained another 10 years of freedom." Hobert glanced at him. "Shouldn't we settle our account now?" Previously, Upton had promised Hobert some benefits if he helped defeat the family pursuers. Upton, feeling the sting, began to unravel the astrologer's hair wrapped around his arm. Hobert quickly said, "I don't want something that could kill me at any moment. I'll give you the potion recipes I know." "I don't need those anymore," Hobert replied. "What I want is the beyonder characteristics of the briber and astrologer." Upton forced a bitter smile, knowing those were the most valuable things he had left, especially the beyonder characteristic of the briber, which he had planned to use for his future promotion. But then he thought it over. With the potion recipes in hand, he could still have a chance to advance in the future. "All right," Upton said, "but I'll need 2 more days before I can give them to you." "No rush," Hobert replied. "Recover first. We'll meet at Harvest Church in a week." He smiled and added, "You look quite unwell. I'm guessing the potion is putting a lot of pressure on your spirituality?" Upton paused, then nodded repeatedly. "I've been using the astrologer's hair too frequently lately, and the whispers in my ears have been getting worse." Hobert said, "I won't take your beyonder characteristic for nothing. I'll also teach you how to effectively avoid losing control when the time comes. After all, you're now a follower of that one. I can't just stand by and watch you slide toward madness." Thinking of the majestic figure from earlier, Upton immediately lowered his head to pray, but suddenly realized he didn't yet know the hand gestures and prayer words for the Creator. Hobert sternly warned, "Without the Creator's permission, you must not reveal your status as a follower." "Yes," Upton replied. "Thank you for your guidance." Hobert's mouth twitched. It dawned on him that he had just recruited his own follower. Did the 7 gods also have to recruit their followers this way during their early days? By the time Hobert returned home, it was already past 3 a.m. As soon as he reached the 2nd floor, he bumped into Donna, who was in her pajamas, yawning. "Back so late?" Hobert smiled. "Working overtime, occasionally." Donna nodded and yawned as she headed to the washroom. Hobert knocked on the study room door, and, as expected, Christian was still waiting for him there. Hobert briefly described the events of the battle that night and his gains, though he only shared part of the results from his communication with spirits. Christian nodded. "The speed at which you're finding potion formulas has far exceeded my expectations. However, don't get cocky or overconfident. In the world of beyonders, caution is a virtue that never goes out of style." Hobert responded with a simple then added, "Father, I'm planning to move out. Sometimes when I come home late, I don't know how to explain it. Why not rent a place near the law firm? That way, if I'm working late, I can stay there." Christian smiled. "When children grow up, home becomes a restraint." He continued, "I don't mind you moving out, but you must come back to stay at least 2 days a week. And make sure to inform your mother tomorrow morning." After leaving the study and returning to his room, a thoroughly exhausted Hobert changed out of his clothes and collapsed into bed. However, at 7 a.m., he awoke, nudged by his spiritual senses. He still had to meet with the Nighthawks team today to discuss the deal regarding 2 to 355. During breakfast, Hobert brought up the idea of moving out while he ate. His reasoning was solid. He'd been working overtime quite frequently, and having a place near the law firm would save time on the commute. Plus, in the mornings, Donna and Tyron took different routes than he did. To avoid being late, Donna and Tyron often had to leave early for school. Although his foster mother, Melissa, was somewhat reluctant, she didn't object since Christian had already agreed. She simply reminded Hobert to come home whenever he could and even promised that the family would help cover part of his rent. After breakfast, a yawning Hobert arrived at the law firm, showed his face briefly, and then left to visit clients. He first headed to 192 Blanca Street, using his bestowed abilities to retrieve the black gloves and place them into a cloth bag he'd prepared in advance. Following Daly's instructions from the previous day, Hobert went straight to the Blackthorn Security Company. At the reception, a lady in her 40s greeted him. "Are you Mr. Hobert?" Hobert paused. "Yes, I am. The captain and Miss Daly are already waiting for you in the office," she said, leading Hobert upstairs. Curious, Hobert asked, "You know me?" He didn't recall meeting anyone at the security company last time besides Daly. The middle-aged lady replied tactfully, "Our security company doesn't have that much business." Hobert immediately understood. The company didn't get many visitors, and since he was the only one showing up this morning, she could easily identify him. Upon reaching the office on the second floor, Thomas and Daly were indeed inside, waiting. Once the office door was closed, Daly asked, "Tea or coffee?" "Tea, please." "Thank you." After Daly poured the tea and took her seat, the three of them got down to business. Thomas said, "Last night, I reported your situation to the Archbishop. After some discussion, the Archbishop has agreed to your deal." He smiled. "This is the only deal involving a sealed artifact that the Church has made in over a century." Hobert nodded. He had anticipated that the Nighthawks would agree to the deal. It was clearly in their best interest. "However, we have one condition," Thomas added. "If 2 to 355 is lost or stolen, you are obligated to inform the Nighthawks team." "No problem." Thomas then retrieved a stone box from his drawer, which contained 2 to 355. This stone box is also a mystical item, worth about as much as the Beyonder characteristic of a briber. If you need the stone box, we will only offer you 2 barbarian Beyonder characteristics and a certificate for an auxiliary officer. If you don't need the stone box, we will proceed with the deal as you requested yesterday. Hobert was taken aback by the offer, something he hadn't anticipated. Thomas was clearly trying to incentivize Hobert to continue working for the Nighthawks by offering the briber characteristic. But what Thomas didn't know was that Hobert had other means of obtaining the briber characteristic. "I'll take the stone box." Hobert swiftly made his decision. Daly, sitting nearby, explained, "Since you've only borrowed 2 to 355 twice, and both times for less than 12 hours, I didn't mention the negative effects of the stone box. Now that you plan to keep the box long-term, you need to be aware that if you're in close contact with it for more than 12 cumulative hours, you'll begin to turn to stone. You'll need to rest for more than 6 hours before you can carry the box again. If the time between 2 periods of close contact with the box exceeds 6 hours, the accumulation resets." Hobert responded, "Thanks for the reminder." Inwardly, though, he was cursing the Nighthawks for being overly cautious. What's so secretive about the negative effects of a simple stone box? He had initially intended to inform Daly about the black glove's negative effects, but now he decided against it. Let them figure it out on their own. The deal was smoothly concluded. Thomas also brought out a wooden box containing 2 barbarian Beyonder characteristics and 2 small certificates. The first certificate had the sacred emblem of the Evernight Church on its cover, and when Hobert opened it, he saw his basic personal information inside. The second certificate bore the insignia of a sword surrounded by a crown. This was a special certificate from the police force, and Hobert had been granted the rank of sheriff. Hobert chuckled. The second certificate was an unexpected bonus, and it would surely come in handy at times. When Hobert left the Blackthorn Security Company, his briefcase felt considerably heavier. He had finally secured 2 to 355, along with 2 barbarian Beyonder characteristics. With the 2 Beyonder characteristics promised by Upton, this operation had been highly profitable. Sitting in the rented carriage, Hobert began thinking of renaming 2 to 355. He wasn't an official Beyonder, so he didn't like these numerical designations for sealed artifacts. After a brief moment of thought, Hobert decided to call it the teleporting statue. By the time Hobert returned to the law firm, Zio and Furs had already arrived. He hosted them in a small reception room. Hobert handed Furs a handwritten formula for the Trickmaster potion. "This is what you've earned." Furs scanned it quickly. She had been searching for this potion formula for a long time. Now that it was finally in her hands, the paper felt incredibly heavy. Two of the main ingredients listed were ones she'd heard of at Beyonder gatherings, but neither came cheap. They both cost over 300 pounds each. Hobert then turned to Zio. "Yesterday, I also acquired the formula for the Sheriff potion." Zio, somewhat excited, said, "I knew it. One spirit channeling couldn't possibly only yield a single formula." Hobert smiled and continued. "At Mr. A's last gathering, we all saw that the Sheriff potion formula sold for 450 pounds, but I plan to sell it to you for 420 pounds. He added, "You should know that 450 pounds is just the base price for a Sequence 8 potion formula. It generally gets marked up to over 500 pounds, so the price I'm offering is already very low." Zio immediately replied, "Of course, I know that." Then, feeling a bit embarrassed, she scratched her head. "But right now, I only have 398 pounds. If you can wait until I gather the remaining 20 pounds, I'll come by the formula right away." Hobert smiled. "How about this? You pay 395 pounds for the formula, and for the remaining 25 pounds, you help me investigate 2 addresses." Zio was slightly taken aback. "Hobert, you don't have to go out of your way for me." No. Those 25 pounds are well worth it for me," Hobert explained. "I can't investigate those 2 addresses myself. Also, don't do the investigation yourself. Find someone you trust to do it for you. Moreover, I want the investigation to start in 2 weeks. I only need the addresses. Don't do anything that could alert them." Zio seemed to understand something. "Are they the Tamara family?" Hobert nodded and then smiled. "Ladies, it seems that the Tamara family holds the potion formulas for the lawyer, arbiter, and apprentice pathways. We should be able to get what we each need from them. In this, I believe we are natural allies. However, compared to a Beyonder family, we are still too weak. We shouldn't act recklessly. For now, just keep an eye out for any news regarding this family. We can take action when the opportunity presents itself." Furs smiled. "In this matter, we are willing to follow your lead." "It's not about leading, it's cooperation," Hobert said. "The 2 of you have Beyonder abilities, but you've never used them for crime. I respect that a lot." Zio, feeling a bit bashful, scratched her coarse hair. "I respect you too. You know so much, and you've even found such powerful friends to help. You clearly didn't need us for this operation, yet you still involved us." Furs nodded in agreement. Zio was right. In this operation, their contributions weren't significant. In fact, they had gained a lot of combat experience and knowledge, which was invaluable for 2 wild Beyonders of Sequence 9. Hobert smiled. "Mutual respect keeps friendship strong." As he spoke, he wrote down the Sheriff potion formula and handed it to Zio. Zio had brought all her savings with her today in preparation for this possible transaction. After completing the trade, Hobert told Zio, "I can give you 2 good suggestions for acquiring the main ingredients for the Sheriff potion. First, at Mr. A's gathering, the person who sold the Sheriff formula likely has the main ingredients for it as well. Second, I also have the main ingredients for the Sheriff potion and can sell them to you at a discount." Zio, overjoyed, said, "Of course I'll buy them from you." She had been worried about where to get the main ingredients, but Hobert had now pointed her in 2 directions. Hobert said, "Great, I'll reserve them for you." In fact, the so-called main ingredient was the Sheriff Beyonder characteristic from the spoils of their battle. He added, "Even though you're buying the ingredients from me, I still recommend you get in touch with the person selling the Sheriff formula." "Why?" "You should know that the lone royal family holds the potion formulas for the arbiter pathway, right?" Zio nodded, indicating her understanding. "A sheriff who has ties to the royal family is considered legitimate," Hobert reminded her. "Don't shy away from cooperating with the authorities. As long as you're careful not to become their pawn, Such cooperation can benefit you. Zio nodded again, understanding Hobert's advice. After sending off the two ladies, Hobert managed to stay awake through constant yawning until lunch. After eating, he went out to visit clients, which really meant heading to 192 Blanca Street to catch up on sleep. He slept soundly until past 4 p.m. A luxurious four-wheeled carriage pulled up to Rose Street. A middle-aged man with shoulder-length, greasy hair, and a cigar in his mouth looked out the window. "Uncle Baird, was this where the incident happened?" The man hadn't paid much attention to this operation since his divination showed that the family trader was the last one remaining and wasn't particularly strong. It wasn't until the team didn't return that he realized something had gone wrong. By questioning the coachman, he learned that the team's target had been Rose Street. That was his only clue. The astrologer named Baird, whose hair and beard were already white, used a crystal ball for divination before saying, "Yes, they were here, but there's not much trace of them. Keep moving." The middle-aged man ordered the coachman, "Drive past at a normal speed." Even if the enemy was still on this street, a beyonder battle wouldn't happen in daylight in Backland. The carriage slowly rolled down Rose Street. Everything seemed normal. The street, the residents. There was no sign of a fierce battle. The man asked, "Can we find their bodies?" "Their bodies were probably dealt with," Baird said with a bitter smile. An astrologer can only perform basic divinations, and it's easy for them to be disrupted. After all, they weren't professional seers. The man crushed the cigar in his hand. "If divination won't work, start the investigation. I must avenge my sister." The astrologer, who had died yesterday, was his sister. After waking up from his nap, Hobert returned to the law office. During his absence, he received a letter and an official document. The letter was from the client of Mr. Barton's third case, urging him to solve their problem quickly. Barton forwarded the letter to Hobert. The case had been sitting on Hobert's desk for 3 weeks now, and it was time to handle it. However, Hobert planned to take a good rest tomorrow. He would deal with the case on Saturday. As for the official document, it was a court notice regarding Bob's case, informing Hobert that the hearing would be next Wednesday. Hobert first wrote a letter to Bob at the almshouse, informing him of the court hearing time. After dealing with the 2 letters, Hobert sat idly at his desk until the end of his workday. During dinner, Hobert told his family that he had rented a townhouse at 192 Blanca Street. The next morning, Melissa brought the butler and several maids to 192, instructing the maids to thoroughly clean the house and the butler to add a few pieces of furniture. While supervising the process, Melissa told Hobert, "I discussed it with your father yesterday. We'll help cover 30 pounds of your rent every year. Once you become a fully fledged lawyer, renting will no longer be a burden for you." Hobert understood their good intentions and did not refuse. He planned to give Christian or his foster mother a more expensive gift on their birthdays. After all, his current cash had reached 943 pounds. His income was already higher than many lawyers. Moreover, the main materials and potion formulas for Sequence 7 and Sequence 6 did not require money, and there didn't seem to be any major expenses on the horizon. The only potential expense might be Hobert's plan to nourish his spirituality with beyonder medicines. Although the Nation of Disorder had helped him remove the damage caused by the black gloves to his spirituality, Hobert still felt uneasy and wanted to ask Viscount Glaint if he had any formulas for nourishing spirituality. Around 10 o'clock, Melissa left with the butler and maids. Hobert sat in his armchair, taking a deep, satisfied breath in the spotlessly clean rental house. One thing Hobert appreciated about this era was that he didn't have to clean himself. He then began his routine reflection. The recently concluded operation had been quite fruitful, with the greatest gain being the ownership of the teleporting statue. He had also gained the initiative to cooperate with official beyonders, providing a good model for future collaborations. Additionally, he had taken many precautions against divination, and interfering with the other party's astrologer should not pose a problem. Now, the most pressing matter was to think about how to act as a barbarian and quickly digest the potion. Based on his experience with playing the lawyer, Hobert had summarized that it was best to have some ideas about the role before practicing, which would help speed up the process of creating the principles. So, what exactly is a barbarian? Through previous mediumship, Hobert had ruled out the option of being a wild man. In other words, playing the role of a barbarian did not require him to live in the wilderness. Then what does barbaric truly mean? Rudeness? Lack of reason? A preference for using brute force? Hobert frowned. None of these seemed to capture the essence of a barbarian. The core of the lawyer was the adept use of rules and loopholes. Therefore, the barbarian should have some connection to this core concept, in line with the principles of acting. For instance, one of the rules for playing the seer was mystery. There were also concepts like reverence for fate. In short, while potion names might not directly reflect their nature, the hidden rules for playing these roles were always interconnected. Following this line of thought, Hobert realized that the opposite of barbaric was civilized. Suddenly, his thoughts became clear. Civilization represents order and rules. Barbarism, then, represents the challenge to these orders and the breaking of these rules. Hobert nodded in satisfaction. This seemed like a good line of reasoning, and he could find an opportunity to test it out. After lunch, Hobert returned to the law firm. After a while, he grew bored and couldn't help but reflect. When working, one always longs for rest, but when resting, it feels dull, and there's even a sense of guilt. Shaking his head, Hobert decided to find something to do. After some thought, he remembered that there was indeed something he needed to handle. Bill's case was scheduled for court next Thursday, and before that, he needed to communicate with the plaintiff to understand the compensation amount they were demanding. This case was different from Bruce's. Bruce's case was about defending against the prosecution, while Bill's case involved a tobacco merchant suing Bill for drunk driving. Since Hobert had nothing planned that afternoon, he decided to visit the plaintiff. He retrieved the document with the plaintiff's address and had the firm's coachman drive him there. The plaintiff, named Kate, was a somewhat overweight middle-aged man. His tobacco company seemed fairly successful, occupying 2 floors of an office building. The first floor was a product display area, also used for retail. The second floor was the business area, with a dozen salespeople and a few administrative staff. Kate was polite enough to Hobert, but insisted on 100 pounds in compensation, not a penny less. He smoked a cigarette and smiled. "Lawyer Hobert, I believe this is fate. That scoundrel has been causing trouble on the Tussock River for quite some time. Since he ran into me, I'm going to teach him a lesson. Not only do I want compensation, but I also want him in jail." Hobert responded, "If you believe in fate, then you should know that fate is just. Bill hasn't caused you that much harm. If your compensation demands are excessive, it could bring you bad luck." "I won't debate this with a lawyer," Kate said. "I know you make your living with words." He continued, "But let me tell you, based on my knowledge of mysticism, oh yes, I'm an enthusiast. For what I know, fate is never just. Every blessing of good fortune means that someone else is unlucky. And Bill is clearly that unlucky person." Since the other party was interested in mysticism, Hobert engaged him in conversation. Kate's knowledge seemed more aligned with folk sorcery, full of misconceptions and extreme ideas. Though their conversation was engaging, Kate, being a competent businessman, did not budge on his compensation demands. Hobert didn't use his ability to distort the other's thoughts since its effects wouldn't last long. Kate would have regained his original thinking before the trial. Moreover, Hobert was confident in this case and didn't see the need to take unnecessary risks. After chatting for a while, Hobert stood up to leave. As he descended the stairs and reached the door, he unexpectedly encountered an acquaintance, Gal. Gal smiled. "Lawyer Hobert, I didn't expect to meet you here." He was holding a box in one hand and a small glass bottle in the other. It seemed Kate truly was a mysticism enthusiast. Otherwise, he wouldn't be dealing with someone like Gal, who sold mystical materials. Hobert smiled and greeted him while taking a closer look at the small glass bottle. "Is that blackthorn powder?" "Your keen eye is impressive," Gal explained. "The box contains herbs that conflict with blackthorn, so I have to carry it separately, even though both are stored in glass." Hobert paused for a second, recalling that the secret's supplicant potion formula he had obtained from Zachary required blackthorn powder. Blackthorn was a rarely used mystical material and herb. As far as Hobert knew, only the secret's supplicant formula required blackthorn. He quickly regained his composure. Let's chat some other time. Once in the carriage, Hobert instructed the coachman, take me to 51 Henry Street, Gal's herb shop. Hobert waited outside the herbal shop for more than half an hour before Gal finally returned. He opened the door of his carriage and called out, Gal! The recently dismounted Gal was clearly surprised. Mr. Hobert? Hobert smiled and pointed to a nearby coffee shop. Let me treat you to a cup of coffee. Naturally, Gal was happy to strengthen his relationship with a client. Sure, please give me a moment. He went back in his shop to drop off his box, then quickly returned and entered the coffee shop with Hobert, chatting amicably. The coffee shop was of mid-tier quality, with dividers separating each table, making it a suitable place for private conversations. After some casual chit-chat, Hobert finally said, Gal, after a few transactions, we could be considered friends, right? Of course. Now, I have a small favor to ask of you. As a friend, I hope you won't refuse. Gal responded cautiously. What can I do for you? Hobert cut to the chase. What did Mr. Kate buy from your shop? Gal hesitated. Mr. Hobert, every mysticism enthusiast loves a bit of mystery. My herbal shop thrives because I keep my clients' secrets safe. How about this then? Hobert said. I'm impressed by your integrity. Here's £10 in cash as a token of appreciation. As he said this, he pushed £10 toward Gal. Seeing the cash, Gal hesitated for a moment but ultimately replied, I'm sorry, I can't betray my client's trust. Hobert retrieved the cash. Your professional ethics are admirable. I won't make things difficult for you. Gal sighed in relief and took a sip of his coffee. However, Hobert continued, how about I make a guess? Mr. Kate requested some occult materials, including hemlock juice and the blood of a Feraldo fish, didn't he? These two ingredients were auxiliary materials in the potion formula for a secret supplicant. Gal's hand, holding his coffee, visibly trembled. Hobert smiled. I see, he added. Your character has passed the test. I'll be sure to recommend your herbal shop to more friends in the future. Gal forced a bitter smile. Although he didn't know how Hobert had guessed what Mr. Kate needed, he understood that Hobert had certainly figured out the purpose behind Kate's purchase of these occult materials. After paying for the coffee, Hobert dismissed his office's carriage and took a hired one to the Obsidian Bar in the North Borough. This had been his plan all along. Once he confirmed that Mr. Kate was buying materials for a secret supplicant potion, he would report him immediately. As for whether Kate was a member of the Aurora Order, Hobert would leave that to Daly and her team to investigate. Now that he was officially employed, there was no need for him to risk investigating on his own. Logically speaking, even if Mr. Kate wasn't a member of the Aurora Order, the source of his potion formula was likely connected to the group. Either way, for the sake of his own safety, it was best to report these lunatics as soon as they surfaced. Upon arriving at the Obsidian Bar, Hobert, as usual, ordered a beer and tipped the bartender to have Daly come over. 10 minutes later, Daly walked into the bar unhurriedly. By now, the bar had become busier, and the two were led to the back storeroom by the bartender. Daly smiled. If you had come 10 minutes later, I would have been off work. She joked, ever since becoming your contact, my workload seems to have doubled overnight. This also means your chances for promotion and a raise have doubled, Hobert replied. I've discovered a secret supplicant. Daly's expression immediately turned serious. Where did you find one? How did you discover it? This afternoon, I went to visit the plaintiff. Hobert recounted the afternoon's events briefly, though he didn't reveal where he had learned the secret's supplicant potion formula or who had unwittingly confirmed the auxiliary materials Mr. Kate had needed. Understanding the unspoken agreement between them, Daly didn't press for those details. We'll begin an investigation immediately. If the situation is as you say, we won't forget your contribution. Hobert asked, is there any specific reward? There is, such as gold pounds, Daly replied. This information is worth around £10, and if we make significant discoveries based on your lead, the reward could be doubled. Hobert continued, are there any other forms of rewards? You can accumulate merit points, which can be exchanged for things or assistance you might need, Daly said. For example, the bribers beyond her characteristics, or permission to access certain confidential documents, or even our assistance. I'll opt to accumulate merit points then, Hobert decided. At the moment, he wasn't short of money. A wise choice. Daly smiled. Many times, our help is priceless. On his way back, Hobert suddenly wondered whether this could be considered unfair competition. Since the plaintiff wouldn't cooperate, he would simply remove the plaintiff. At the thought of this, he chuckled. This approach was somewhat in line with that of a barbarian. He then silently wished Mr. Kate a good night. As his thoughts wandered, Hobert found himself thinking of Dunn Smith from Tingen City, through his connection with Daly. Dunn's death had always been a regret for Hobert. Now, with the teleportation statue and the Wood of Order in his possession, Hobert was contemplating whether to save Dunn. As for Klein, well, death was just death. After all, he could always come back to life. Besides, this death would not only help him digest his potion, but it also opened up even greater possibilities for his future. Just as Hobert was considering this, he suddenly felt a spiritual prompting. He turned his head to look out of the carriage window. Outside, there was a beautiful woman, seemingly in her 30s, wearing a complex long dress and a small veil hat. She managed to combine elegance and avant-garde style flawlessly in her attire. Noticing Hobert's gaze, she smiled warmly at him. However, there was a certain madness in her eyes that made her smile seem unsettling, mismatched with her appearance. Hobert blinked in surprise and smiled back. The carriage wheels continued to turn, and the woman disappeared from Hobert's view. Hobert found it strange that his spirituality had urged him to look out the window, but he quickly dismissed the thought. At dinner, Christian seemed preoccupied, which made the atmosphere at the table rather tense. After the meal, there was no idle chatter. Everyone returned to their rooms. Christian was the last to leave the dining room. He suddenly had a feeling and slowly made his way to the study. In the chair behind the desk sat the same woman Hobert had seen that afternoon from his carriage. She smiled. "Christian, long time no see. You've matured quite a bit over the past 20 years. But the magical barriers in your study are still as terrible as ever." Christian closed the door behind him. "April, you're not welcome here. I just came to see my son. You still remember he's your son? Why did you leave without a word 20 years ago? Why did you let your son grow up under someone else's roof?" The smile on April's face vanished, and her gaze turned wild. "I left because I trusted you. I knew you would raise Hobert as your own. I left because I missed Rex so much it drove me insane." Tears flowed uncontrollably down April's face as she spoke of Rex, her emotions clearly unstable. "You?" Christian sighed. "It's been over 20 years, but I still love him. No matter what others think or how they see me, I am going to revive Rex." April wiped her tears away, her expression hardening again. "Back then, I was too weak to save him. It's different now, different." Christian's anger dissipated. "It wasn't your fault." He asked, somewhat concerned, "What's your condition?" "This is the price of gaining power." April shook her head. "Let's just talk calmly, shall we?" Christian pulled out a chair and sat across from April. "It seems you've already become an alchemist?" "Yes." April nodded. "I've already crafted a body for Rex's soul, but the biggest challenge now is finding his soul in the spirit world." "I don't want to hear this," Christian replied. "Besides, I won't let Hobert go mad with you. I just thought Hobert's curse would act up soon, so I came to check on him. I've also brought him 2 gifts." As she spoke, April took out what appeared to be a spoon and fork, resembling common dining utensils. Christian sighed. "I'll pass them on to him. Tell me about Hobert's life and work." A smile returned to April's face. "He's a descendant of the Emperor, after all. He's bound to live and be under life. By the way, have you mentioned me to him? Being the Emperor's descendant isn't something to be proud of." Christian smiled bitterly and shook his head. "I told him you left, but he seemed to understand it as you having passed away. Well, a few days ago, he handled a case where the client wanted to divorce without splitting any property with his wife. He brought home a pumpkin and shared it with us. He also just orchestrated a battle involving several Sequence 6 Beyonders. I didn't expect him to obtain the formulas for sequence 7 and sequence 6 shortly after becoming a sequence 8. April gazed affectionately at the spoon and fork before her, her eyes full of love. He's as gentle and wise as Rex. But I've been a terrible mother. I didn't tell him bedtime stories, I didn't cook him delicious dinners, and I didn't share the story of his father with him. Upon returning to 192 Blanca Street, Hobert first went to the washroom to relieve his stomach discomfort, then stood in the kitchen for a while, staring at the tools and spices that were unfamiliar to him. During the day, the butler had thoughtfully bought fresh vegetables, and Hobert attempted to make a vinegar cabbage dish. Perhaps it had been a long time since he'd eaten hometown food, but he found it quite tasty. However, it didn't pair well with the bread, so Hobert wondered if he should find time to make some steamed buns. After dinner, Hobert went to the Nation of Disorder and broke off a branch of the Wood of Order. He then affixed the metal head of his old cane to the new branch, thus crafting himself a new walking stick. The next morning, Hobert walked to the law firm, spotting Christian's carriage parked at the entrance from a distance. Christian smiled and waved at Hobert as he boarded the carriage. Christian said, "Your mother prepared breakfast for you." Without thinking much, Hobert replied, "Thank her for me." Christian nodded. "While tidying up yesterday, I found something that belongs to your biological mother. I think I should pass it on to you." As he spoke, Christian pulled a spoon from his pocket and handed it to Hobert. Hobert paused, confused. Was Christian afraid he wouldn't have utensils for breakfast? But the moment Hobert took the spoon, he realized it was a mystical item. Infusing it with spirituality, Hobert discovered he could use 3 abilities from the spectator pathway: hypnosis, frenzy, and psychological suggestion. These were extremely practical abilities, and Hobert couldn't help but wonder if his biological mother had left him more items. Why keep them hidden? They should be put to use before they rust. Christian explained from the side, this mystical item also has a passive effect. It can resist a certain degree of hypnosis, psychological suggestion, and other mental attacks. Its negative side effect is that each time it's used, either the holder or the person attacked by the item will randomly burst into tears or laughter. Damn, Hobert thought, that's supposed to be a negative effect. With abilities and side effects like this, it far surpasses the spirit necklace and combat ring. Christian smiled. Anything your biological mother left you is bound to be valuable. She said when she left this for you, she hoped you would never be deceived. As for its shape, that's because the alchemist she knew liked crafting mystical items in the form of dining utensils. Hobert stared at the spoon for a while. First, he felt the deep love his biological mother had for him. Then he realized she, too, was a beyonder, and not a low-ranked one either. An alchemist is a demigod from the savant pathway, so her sequence must not be low either. Hobert slipped the spoon into his pocket, pressing it against his skin so he could use its abilities anytime. After bidding farewell to Christian, Hobert sat at his desk to eat breakfast, which consisted of his favorite meat pie. It was a bit salty but still tasted good. While eating, Hobert pondered names for the spoon. After considering several options, he finally decided to call it the Spoon of the Mind. After finishing breakfast, Hobert took a carriage to the eastern suburbs to handle the 3rd case entrusted to him by Mr. Barton. Not long after setting off, Hobert once again saw the beautiful woman with wild eyes whom he had encountered yesterday afternoon. She smiled warmly at him again. As the carriage passed her, Hobert grew more puzzled. Why had they run into each other twice? If it happened a 3rd time, Hobert decided he would immediately find Christian. Such coincidences often heralded unknown dangers. Remaining vigilant, Hobert left the city of Backlund without encountering any issues, finally allowing himself to relax. He then thought of another question. Perhaps he could now dare to visit Tingen City. The fate of the mysterious world works in such strange ways. Yesterday, Hobert was just thinking about rescuing Dunn, but after considering the terror of 0-08, he hesitated. Hobert had also thought about reporting the situation, but how could he explain it? Its Zangwill is in Tingen. Unless the goddess intervened personally, no matter what actions the Nighthawks took, they might alert 0-08. That would only delay events, without truly solving the problem. By then, the evil god spawn would have matured further, causing even greater harm. Fortunately, the range of 0-08's story writing ability was confined to a single city. Otherwise, Hobert wouldn't even dare to think about it. Unexpectedly, this morning Hobert received this spoon of the mind, which gave him a way to rescue people in Tingen. He could use the spoon of the mind to seal off his memories of 0-08 and head blindly to Tingen. Once a certain event occurred, it would trigger his memories of 0-08. This way, 0-08 might notice Hobert's presence, but the odds of writing him into the story would be very low. Using the abilities of the spectator pathway to deal with the sealed artifact of the same pathway, it was a decent strategy. As Hobert pondered, the carriage continued heading east. After nearly 2 hours and asking for directions a few times, they finally reached the client's residence. They had entered the mountainous region in the eastern part of Backlund, giving Hobert the illusion that he had left Backlund altogether. At the foot of a hill stood a farmhouse. This was the home of the client, Mr. Stan. Mr. Stan managed a woodland here. The place was far from the city. The air was fresh, like a paradise removed from the world. Beyond the hill in front, there was another woodland belonging to Mr. Jamie's family. Stan and Jamie weren't close, but they didn't have any significant conflicts either. About a month ago, they began to argue over the ownership of a small patch of forest between their woodlands, as a herd of wild boars had suddenly settled there. Both Stan and Jamie, who also worked part-time as hunters, naturally wanted this fortune for themselves. This led to quarrels between the two families, and they nearly resorted to violence. Since that time, both families had remained in a state of readiness, always leaving someone to guard the small patch of forest, preventing the other from hunting the boars. Mr. Stan had written to urge Hobert because he noticed that the boar piglets had grown significantly. The herd might soon migrate again. Hobert reviewed Mr. Stan's land deed. The description of the woodland boundaries was vague. He believed Jamie's deed would have similarly ambiguous descriptions, which gave both families room to argue. After a brief moment of thought, Hobert said, "I have a simple way to resolve this, but it requires your cooperation and trust." Stan was a white-haired, rough-handed, but still energetic old man. He quickly said, "Lawyer, our family will follow your lead." Hobert first had Mr. Stan sign a power of attorney, then instructed him to bring his hunting rifle and gather his family to head for the disputed forest. He also asked him to invite Mr. Jamie over. Stan's youngest son excitedly said, "Lawyer, are you going to lead us to beat up the Jamie family?" "We are civilized people," Hobert laughed. "We can't always solve problems with violence. We should try reasoning with them first." Mr. Stan was just about to agree when Hobert added, "If they don't listen to reason, then we can consider beating them into submission." The family was stunned for a moment before Mr. Stan laughed. "The lawyer is indeed well educated. Makes perfect sense." Arriving at the disputed patch of woodland, they waited another half an hour before Jamie's family showed up. Jamie was about the same age as Stan. Upon seeing Stan with a hunting rifle and an unfamiliar young man by his side, Jamie quickly removed the rifle from his back and held it in his hands. Seeing the tension between the two families the moment they met, Hobert quickly stepped between them. "I'm the lawyer here to mediate your dispute," he continued. "I don't need to explain why this woodland is contested. There's no point in continuing this standoff. Here's a suggestion. In a moment, you'll fire a shot near the wild boar herd. Whichever direction the boars run toward, whichever woodland they flee into, that's who the disputed patch belongs to. What do you think?" Jamie sneered. "We thought of that solution long ago, but where should the shot be fired? No matter where it's fired, each of us will feel the position is more favorable to the other." Hobert responded, "Naturally, the shot should be fired closer to Mr. Stan's side of the woodland, and the closer to the boar herd, the better." At those words, both families were stunned. Jamie quickly retorted, "Can you make that decision for Stan? Don't back out later." "I'll write up an agreement for you both," Hobert said. "Once you've signed it, then we'll proceed with the shot." "Wait a moment, lawyer," Stan hurriedly said. Are you sure you want to do this? Is this really the lawyer I paid for, or did Jamie hire him behind my back? Hobert smiled and asked in return, Mr. Stan, please trust my professionalism. Didn't you just say you'd follow my plan? Seeing Hobert's confidence, Stan finally stomped his foot and said, All right, I'll trust you. Hobert placed his briefcase on the ground and hand-wrote an agreement. After both parties confirmed the terms were correct, they each signed. Each side received a copy of the agreement, and Hobert said, With your signatures on it, the agreement is binding, and you'll need to follow the terms. After receiving firm confirmations from both men, Hobert, Stan, and Jamie approached the wild boar herd, while their families waited anxiously, one side worried, the other side excited. Once they were close enough to see the boar's shadows, Hobert, who was concealed behind some bushes, instructed Stan to fire a shot into the sky. Stan sighed. At such close range, the boars were sure to run toward Jamie's woodland. But at this point, he had no choice and fired a shot into the air. Just as Stan had predicted, the boar herd was startled. The three sows led their piglets toward Jamie's woodland. But just after taking a few steps, a miracle happened. The three sows, one after another, changed direction and started running toward Stan's woodland instead. Seeing things go awry, Jamie hurried to shoo the boars back toward his land, but it was useless. The three sows were determined to charge into Stan's woodland. Stan burst out laughing. When he turned to look at Hobert, he found the lawyer staring intently at the herd of boars. Stan didn't think much of it and began waving the freshly signed agreement in front of Jamie, proudly declaring his victory. Jamie wanted to argue, but after seeing the lawyer standing nearby, it was as though the fight went out of him. He had no choice but to comply with the agreement's terms. Yet, he couldn't figure out why the boars had acted so strangely. Ha ha! Did you all see the look on Jamie's old face? Stan laughed heartily. Naturally, the whole family was overjoyed. They hadn't expected the lawyer to resolve the issue so quickly. They all felt that the 10 pounds spent were well worth it. Stan asked Hobert, Mr. Lawyer, how did you know the wild boars would definitely run toward my woodland? Jamie couldn't drive them away, even when he tried. Ha ha ha! Hobert thought to himself. Of course, it was because I used my beyonder ability to twist the thoughts of those three sows. The piglets simply followed their mothers. Using his beyonder powers to influence the sows' minds for a commission of just 10 pounds made Hobert feel like he was devaluing his beyonder abilities, making them seem cheap. Out loud, however, he said, I happen to have read some books on the habits of wild animals. If it comes to hunting experience, I'm certainly no match for you, but I do understand the behavior of wild boars better. Your woodland has the ideal conditions for growing the food they need, so when startled, they instinctively run toward your land. Stan replied, So knowledge really is power. I've been hunting my whole life, and I never knew these things. By the time they returned to Stan's farmhouse, it was already around 1 in the afternoon. Stan's family warmly invited Hobert and the coachman to join them for lunch. While they were eating, the sound of horses' hooves on the road, though not hurried, caught everyone's attention. 3 horsemen, dressed in riding gear, approached at a relaxed pace. From a distance, Hobert recognized one of them as someone he had met before at a gathering of the mercenary club. The man who had introduced Hobert to the attendees as the son of a brigadier general. Hobert remembered his name, Harvey Hayden. He appeared to be the leader of the 3. As they drew closer, Harvey Hayden and the other 2 dismounted and politely asked Stan for some water. Stan's family, always hospitable, took their water flasks and refilled them, even inviting them to join for lunch. Harvey Hayden was about to decline the invitation when he noticed Hobert and greeted him with a smile. Hobert, fancy running into you here. How's your father doing? He had once served under Christian and seemed to hold some affection for his former superior. Thank you for asking. He's doing well, Hobert replied politely. After exchanging a few pleasantries, the water was refilled, and Harvey Hayden was about to take his leave when he suddenly remembered something. We're chasing down 3 thieves, and we're short on manpower. Hobert, why don't you come along and lend us a hand? Once it's all over, we'll give you a share of the reward. Hobert had known that Barton's case couldn't be this simple, but he hadn't expected the unexpected twist to involve catching thieves. Seeing Hobert's hesitation, Harvey Hayden added, Those thieves don't even have guns, and we've already got them cornered on a mountain. You just need to help guard one side. There's not much danger." Stan, who lived nearby, was a bit concerned and offered, "I could help out." "There's no need," Harvey Hayden smiled. "The thieves are armed with knives and daggers. For safety's sake, we professionals should handle them." Then he turned back to Hobert. Hobert could sense the sincerity in Harvey Hayden's gaze. "All right, I'll finish this piece of bread, and then I'll join you." In truth, Hobert had already decided to go with Harvey Hayden to catch the thieves, as he suspected Harvey might also know Rex. This could be a chance to extract some information about Rex from him. Moreover, Hobert was also curious to see what surprises the law of Beyonder characteristics convergence would bring this time. To prepare for any unforeseen events, Hobert had brought along the teleportation statue, the Wood of Order, and other artifacts. As long as he didn't encounter an enemy at sequence 6 or above who was determined to kill him, he was confident in his ability to retreat unscathed. After finishing his bread, Hobert bid farewell to Stan's family. Stan happily handed over the commission fee and even gifted Hobert some jerky and wild vegetables. Hobert shared a portion of the jerky with the coachman and instructed him to head back, as he had no idea when his business here would be finished. Harvey Hayden led his horse, walking alongside Hobert as they headed to meet up with the rest of the group. As they walked, Harvey explained, "Last night, a batch of jewels was stolen from the estate of Count Vincent. The Count's son, Simon, immediately posted a job at the mercenary club, and 9 of us mercenaries, myself included, were quickly assembled to capture the thieves. We followed the trail and tracked down the 3 thieves on the run, chasing them all the way here." Hobert asked, "How could thieves dare break into the estate of Count?" Harvey Hayden whispered, "I know it sounds unusual. Simon must be hiding something, but don't worry. I've seen the 3 thieves up on the mountain. Only one of them is a Beyonder of Sequence 9. As per Simon's task, all we need to do is catch these 3. There's no need for us to get involved any further." Hobert nodded. A seasoned mercenary like Harvey wouldn't want to get entangled in noble affairs. A little further up at a fork in the road, Hobert and Harvey met up with the other mercenaries. Harvey introduced Hobert to the group. "He's also a member of the Asterisk Mercenary Club. I pulled him in to help since he was nearby on another job." The mercenary club had a strong reputation, and 2 of the mercenaries even recognized Hobert. With their vouching for him, the rest of the group quickly trusted Hobert. Simon Vincent, the de facto leader of this operation, smiled and said, "We could use more hands. Welcome aboard." After a quick drink of water, Simon began assigning tasks. First, he designated 2 people to stay behind and watch over the horses and carts, while Simon, Harvey, and a hunter would lead the search of the mountain. The remaining 6 were split into pairs, positioned to guard the 3 directions along the road, ready to intercept the thieves when Simon's group drove them out of the forest. On the other side of the road lay deep mountains. If the 3 thieves had any sense, they wouldn't run into those treacherous woods. Hobert was paired with a mercenary named Vico. They reached their designated spot and climbed 2 adjacent trees to wait with a vantage point. After an hour of waiting, the 2 grew bored and started chatting casually to pass the time. They were discussing the Grain Act when Hobert suddenly felt himself slipping into a drowsy state. But just as quickly, he snapped back to awareness. Before he could figure out what had happened, he noticed Vico sitting motionless in the tree, his eyes blank, his body completely stiff. Feeling a faint warmth from the psychological spoon tucked in his clothes, Hobert realized he had just been subjected to a mental attack. T/N changed the name of the spoon. At that moment, a well-dressed, middle-aged man appeared, leaping up from the ground to the branch where Vico sat. The man seemed unaware that Hobert was still in control of his own mind. He asked, "What's your name?" Vico, eyes glazed over, responded mechanically, "Vico." Hobert quickly mimicked Vico, pretending to be immobilized, as the situation was still unclear. It was safer to act as if he, too, had been controlled. The man questioned Vico again. "What are you doing here?" Vico recited their plan in detail, just as they had discussed earlier. The man jumped back down to the ground, and Hobert overheard him speaking to someone else, Confirmed. They're mercenaries hired by Count Vincent to catch the thieves. Then we leave them alone. Understood. The middle-aged man replied before leaping back onto the tree and instructing Vico and Hobert. You will ignore the caravan that will pass through here shortly. Vico, still dazed, nodded. Yes. Once again, Hobert felt the psychological spoon warm slightly, clearly shielding him from another mental intrusion. He quickly nodded along. Yes. After the middle-aged man left, Vico seemed to snap out of a trance, laughing as if nothing had happened. You were right. The Grain Act has indeed reduced the income of many land-owning nobles. Inwardly, Hobert thought to himself, this is the terrifying power of a spectator. That middle-aged man already knew all the details, yet Vico didn't even realize what had happened. If Christian hadn't given me the psychological spoon this morning, I would have fallen for it too. Hobert absent-mindedly continued chatting with Vico, all the while waiting for the approaching convoy. After about 2 or 3 minutes, the sound of hooves echoed from the road. These horses were clearly well-trained, with barely any neighing. Using the corner of his eye, Hobert occasionally glanced towards the road. There was a group of heavily armored knights passing by. They were tall and imposing, their metal masks rendering their faces expressionless, making them resemble zombies. Despite the grandeur of this procession, Vico, sitting just 10 meters away, seemed oblivious to it. He continued watching the mountainside and chatting with Hobert. After another 2 or 3 minutes, a second group of knights appeared. Compared to the first, Hobert could distinctly feel the oppressive aura radiating from this group, indicating that many of them were Beyonders. Flanked by the knights were 2 luxurious carriages, moving at a steady pace. Both carriages bore royal crests and the symbol of a crown, signifying that their passenger was either the king or the crown prince. This was the grandest sight Hobert had witnessed since his transmigration. The irony was, despite such a large procession of knights and carriages passing by, Vico remained completely unaware. Hobert felt like he and Vico were nothing more than 2 monkeys, being toyed with by these richly dressed individuals. It took a full 10 minutes for the entire convoy to pass by. Hobert let out a sigh of relief. He figured this was the surprise that the law of Beyonder characteristics convergence had for him. It was highly likely that King George III was sitting in one of those carriages. But why was the king in such a remote area? Hobert speculated that the king was probably inspecting the tomb being built for him, or perhaps visiting it to establish a mystical connection. As for where the king's tomb was located, Hobert had no desire to know. He sighed again, reflecting that even though he had all his most powerful mystical items and sealed artifacts with him, they felt like a child's toys compared to King George III Royal Guard, like the difference between a 3-year-old and a giant. Luckily, the king's entourage was moving discreetly. Otherwise, both he and Vico would likely have been arrested for interrogation or, worse, executed on the spot. After all, they were lying in wait on the king's path, making it look as though they were plotting against him. Then Hobert wondered, had King George III already integrated the uniqueness of the Black Emperor? When Hobert advanced to Barbarian, he still hadn't heard any distinct whispers. Could it be that King George III was only at Sequence 1? The Augustus family controlled the Arbiter pathway, and as a direct descendant of the family, King George III must have consumed potions from the Arbiter pathway during his youth. It was likely that he switched to the lawyer pathway only when he reached Sequence 2 or Sequence 1. Perhaps it was precisely because of this switch from arbiter to lawyer that George III's influence over the lawyer pathway wasn't as significant. Hobert's thoughts became increasingly scattered, and for the first time, he felt the oppressive presence of a high-sequence lawyer pathway beyonder. He even had an urge to leave immediately, but doing so might attract unwanted attention. He forced himself to stay calm and wait for the thieves to be caught. Vico noticed Hobert's distraction and smiled as he reminded him, "When you're on a mission, you need to stay focused. That's the mark of a competent mercenary. Look at me. Even while chatting with you, I'm fully aware of everything around us. Nothing escapes my eyes." Hobert could only laugh bitterly, thinking, well, I don't know what to say to that. You just missed an entire regiment of knights passing right under your nose. Time flew by, and after another half an hour, gunfire rang out from one of the other ambush points. Hobert and Vico immediately jumped down from their trees and ran toward the sound to provide support. The gunfire came in bursts, growing closer and closer as the mercenaries chased the thieves in their direction. When Hobert saw two of the panicked thieves running towards them, he quickly fired a shot into the air, both to scare the thieves and to signal the mercenaries behind them, letting them know his and Vico's position to avoid friendly fire. When the two thieves saw Hobert and Vico, they immediately bolted in another direction. But it was too late. Hobert quickly chased after them and struck one thief on the back with his cane. The thief's bag dropped to the ground, and he stumbled forward a few more steps before collapsing. The other thief had already been subdued by Vico. At that moment, two mercenaries who had been chasing the thieves arrived, panting as they helped Hobert and Vico tie the two thieves up. Vico asked, "Why are there only two?" One of the mercenaries, still catching his breath, replied, "One of them kept running even after I gave a warning, so I shot him." He gave the captured thief a rough kick. "Still think you can run?" The kicked thief let out a piercing scream, sounding like a pig being slaughtered. Hobert, who had been quiet until now, noticed something. The bag that the thief had dropped contained the stolen goods. A few pieces of jewelry had fallen out of the bag, including a simple ring with a ruby set in the center. Hobert shifted his position to get a better look, avoiding the weeds on the ground. Yes, there was no doubt about it. This was the ring that Viscount Glaint had commissioned him to find. He glanced at the other three mercenaries and the two thieves, thinking of using the psychological spoon to hypnotize them so they wouldn't notice him picking up the ring. But then he reconsidered. If Count Vincent checked the stolen goods later and found the ring missing, it would certainly raise suspicion. Hobert sighed. If only he knew the incantation to open the ring, he could retrieve what was inside and then throw the ring back. But Viscount Glaint valued whatever was inside the ring so much that he hadn't shared the incantation with Hobert. Weighing his options, Hobert decided not to take any risks. As long as he knew where the ring was, he could find another opportunity later. With that decision made, Hobert joined in on the conversation with the other mercenaries, chatting and laughing with them. A few minutes later, Simon and Harvey Hayden approached at a brisk pace. Simon led the way, while Harvey and the hunter followed, dragging a third person, presumably the last thief. Vico pointed at the bag on the ground and said, "Mr. Simon, this is the bag that fell from the thieves. It's been in our sight the whole time." Simon walked over and picked up the bag, along with the jewelry that had fallen out. Those useless inspectors are probably still combing the scene, never imagining that the thieves are already caught. Vico laughed. Relying on them to catch thieves is like asking a roadside fortune teller for predictions. Hobert thought to himself, have you had a bad experience with a seer? Or maybe you haven't yet, but should. With the thieves apprehended, Simon generously offered payment. Harvey Hayden and the hunter each received £50, while Hobert, Vico, and the other two mercenaries directly involved in the capture received £20 each. Even the ones who had merely watched over the horses and carriages, and those who had done little more than tag along, received £10 each. However, Simon only promised the payment for now. Hobert and the others would have to return to Backlund to actually collect it. Simon then looked down at the two captured thieves and said, "They must have accomplices. We'll need to interrogate them." Upon hearing Simon's words, Harvey Hayden stepped forward and used Whip of Pain to begin the interrogation. Before long, they learned that the thieves had accomplices, or rather a mastermind, back in Backlund. However, the thieves had not seen the mastermind's face. They only knew that he appeared to be male, always wearing a hood and a mask, so no facial or hair features could be discerned. Simon asked, "How did you manage to sneak into my home without being detected?" With Harvey Hayden standing nearby, the thieves felt immense pressure, as though a whip that could deliver endless pain was poised to strike if they dared lie. "There was no need to sneak in," one of the thieves blurted. "When we entered the Count's estate, we didn't encounter a single person." The mercenaries exchanged confused glances. How could that be possible? There was no way the Count's estate had no guards on duty at night. Simon responded coldly, "You're lying." Harvey Hayden immediately intensified the pressure, and the whip of pain seemed on the verge of descending. The thieves, on the brink of mental collapse, broke down in tears, insisting that they weren't lying. Simon furrowed his brow and gestured for Harvey to ease up. Only then did Harvey Hayden relent and stop pressuring the thieves. Hobert had already figured it out. It wasn't that the Count's estate had no guards, but rather that the mastermind had cleverly evaded or somehow blinded the guards to their presence. These thieves had been completely used. Even their decision to rob Count Vincent, whose finances were in excellent shape, seemed suspicious. No matter how daring, they couldn't have been foolish enough to target someone as well off as the Count. After the interrogation, Simon smiled at Harvey Hayden and said, "If we can catch the mastermind behind this, I'm willing to offer a reward of £500. Harvey Hayden didn't commit outright. As you've seen, the mastermind seems quite formidable. I can only keep an eye out for any relevant information." "All right," Simon quickly replied. "If you can provide any useful leads, I'll pay between £20 to £50 as a reward." The mercenaries exchanged hopeful glances, but they were well aware that only someone like Harvey Hayden, a mid-sequence beyonder, stood a chance of completing this task. The group, now escorting the three thieves, set off on the return journey. Harvey Hayden rode in the carriage with Hobert, who did not have a horse. Before boarding, Harvey said to Vico, "Go inform the Forster's family, the ones who gave us water at noon, that the thieves have been caught, and they can rest easy now." Vico responded with a quick acknowledgement and rode off to inform the Forster's family. The carriage slowly headed towards the city. Harvey Hayden smiled at Hobert and said, "Every time I see you, I'm reminded of the days when I fought under Commanders Christian and Rex. Back then, I was just a soldier, a witness to their legendary lives. With those two leading, the Phasacians became polite, the Phaenopoters suddenly cared about reason, and the numinous episcopate vanished from sight." He sighed. But unfortunately, both commanders were soon recalled to loan. Following this lead, Hobert asked, "Are you still serving under Rex?" He had been waiting for Harvey Hayden to start reminiscing. Harvey Hayden nodded. "You probably heard many stories about General Rex, right?" "Yes, but it seems like their legendary tales ended after they returned to loan. That's because Commander Rex couldn't stand the royal family." Harvey glanced outside, checking to make sure no other mercenaries were around, then lowered his voice. Commander Rex despised the royals and their pompous faces, so he chose to leave the army. It's said that the royals attempted to capture him, but it's Commander Rex we're talking about. Of course, their efforts failed. "What happened after that?" Hobert asked. "After that, Commander Rex was truly free. Although both the military and the royals have kept him on their wanted list, he often shows up in Backlund." Harvey Hayden laughed. "We always suspected that Commander Christian stayed in the army just to be Rex's inside man. And whenever he passed on information, he did it so skillfully that no one could ever catch them in the act. Their coordination was always that perfect." Hobert pressed further. "Do you know anyone who stayed in touch with Rex after he returned to the northern continent?" "Yes, your father. But he never tells me about their experiences after they came back to Backlund. He only talks about their adventures in the southern continent." Harvey Hayden's expression grew a bit somber. "I imagine that for Commander Christian, losing his closest friend made those years unbearable. His memories of the northern continent must be too heavy to relive." After a few seconds of silence, he added, "You could try contacting Dix. He used to be Commander Rex's personal guard captain. From what I've heard, he stayed with Rex until his death, and only then did he go into business." "Where can I find him?" Hobert asked eagerly. "His business is on Nicro Street, number 1899. Just tell him you're the eldest son of Commander Christian, and he'll drop everything to meet you." Hobert quickly pulled out his notebook and jotted down the address. Their conversation drifted back to Harvey Hayden's experiences in the southern continent, giving Hobert new insights into the region's geography and environment. By the time they returned to Backlund, night had fully fallen. With Backlund's ever-present fog, the city was engulfed in darkness as soon as the sun set. Simon led the group back to Count Vincent's estate, where he paid them their wages and had the kitchen prepare dinner for them. After dinner, Hobert and Harvey Hayden exchanged contact addresses and then each took a hired carriage home. Hobert did not immediately go to Viscount Glaint to report about the ring. The next morning, he made his way to Glaint's estate, and upon seeing him, immediately asked, "What time is it?" Viscount Glaint understood at once. He pulled out his pocket watch and showed it to Hobert. The hands had stopped moving. They went to the study together, where Hobert briefly recounted how he came across Glaint's father's ring the previous day. Glaint was first impressed by Hobert's efficiency, then sneered, "Vincent, always pretending to be my father's best friend." Finally, with some regret, he said, "I wonder if we'll ever get another chance to steal the ring?" "Perhaps," Hobert replied. "I'm planning to call a meeting of the Justice League. Maybe this small group can attract a few noble heirs who share your interest in the occult. In the future, they might help us seize another opportunity to steal the ring. If we hit 100 Power Stones, someone please remind me to post bonus chapter in the comments." Patreon.com/keyofstars. New fanfic is posted on Patreon first, usually about 5 chapters advance for all members, free tier included. One Piece Mysterious Journey continues in June 2025 because I have a lot of classes RN. After seeing what might have been George III carriage yesterday, Hobert suddenly realized that in the Kingdom of Loan, nobles still held the most power. And Hobert, prompted by a sudden inspiration, formed the Justice League. Interestingly, 2 nobles' children were part of it, perfectly positioned to expand Backlund's aristocratic circle. Perhaps they would play a significant role at some point. Viscount Glaint's eyes lit up. "That's a good idea," Hobert continued. "But the condition is that you disclose the purpose of finding the ring to the other 3 initiators." This left Glaint somewhat hesitant. That's... "I trust their integrity," Hobert said. "Of course, whether to disclose the purpose of finding the ring is up to you, but being honest with them makes a big difference compared to them discovering the truth themselves. You might want to consider it first. How about a first meeting on Tuesday morning at 9 o'clock at your mansion? Even if you don't intend to reveal too many secrets to them, exchanging information is good." Glaint nodded. "All right, this is a mysterious organization we've started, and we should manage it well." Hobert added, "Next, I'll go inform Miss Audrey, Miss Zio, and Miss Furs. Would you handle the letter to them?" "No problem." Visiting Audrey was something Hobert had planned for a long time. As her lawyer, it was natural to communicate regularly with her aristocratic employer. Additionally, he had promised Audrey to explain the deal with Yutravsky. However, in the past week, Hobert hadn't found time to visit her. Arriving at Earl Hall's mansion by carriage, Hobert informed the servants at the gate that he was here to visit Miss Audrey. He waited at the gate for about 10 minutes until Audrey's personal maid came to escort him inside. Audrey's beauty once again pleased Hobert, and he openly complimented her beauty. Audrey smiled as Hobert sat down in her living room. Hobert began by saying he wanted to tell some stories about mysticism. Observing this, Audrey immediately understood Hobert's intentions and asked her maid to leave the room. After listening to Hobert's new deal with Bishop Yutravsky, Audrey sighed, "Mr. Hobert, you have a very broad network." Hobert smiled and shook his head modestly. No, just lucky." Then he continued, "Are you available on Tuesday? I think it's time for our Justice League to have a meeting." Audrey eagerly replied, "Of course I have time. We should have had a meeting long ago." That was their own mysterious organization. With the meeting settled, the two chatted. Suddenly, the steward of Earl Hall knocked on the door and informed Hobert that the Earl wanted to see him. Meeting Earl Hall, Hobert learned that he was called to review a contract. The Earl said, "Originally, I wanted to invite Lawyer Barton over, but I heard you were here. Today is Sunday, so I called you to help take a look." Hobert smiled and said, "Gladly." Opening the contract, Hobert's eyes narrowed slightly. It turned out the contract was a land transaction between Earl Hall and Count Vincent. It was an area of woodland without any special products on the eastern outskirts of Backlund, not far from where Hobert had caught thieves yesterday. Hobert speculated that this transaction was related to George III outing yesterday. However, He had no intention of actively investigating the specific connection. Hobert carefully read the contract once and pointed out two places that might cause ambiguity, then proposed amendments. Finally, Hobert said, "Is there a mine discovered in that woodland? Why would Count Vincent be willing to buy the land at a price higher than the market value?" He continued, "According to the contract law, contracts that are higher or lower than market prices may be invalidated. I suggest, sir, that you have a rough idea of why Count Vincent wants to buy the land, to avoid potential disputes. Your advice is as professional as Lawyer Barton's." Earl Hall smiled and casually said, "I've done my research. Count Vincent wants to convert it into a hunting ground. This piece of land has been undeveloped in my hands, so I might as well do him a favor and sell it to him." Hobert complimented, "You are the wisest Earl I have ever met." So far I've only met one Earl." In Hobert's view, the reason given by Count Vincent seemed more like deliberately concealing something. Could it be that relics from the Tudor Empire period were discovered there, and George III went to see if they could be transformed into tombs? Hobert shook his head. Lacking relevant information, it was difficult to make accurate guesses. After bidding farewell to Earl Hall and Audrey, Hobert had lunch at the Mercenary Club and attended the afternoon gathering. However, this gathering did not yield what he was looking for. So after attending the gathering, Hobert went up to the third floor to the room with the information wall. It had been about 2 weeks since his last visit, and the information here had been updated. Among the tasks posted on the wall, Hobert saw a commission posted by Simon Vincent to find a mastermind behind the thieves who infiltrated his home. Hobert only briefly acted as a mercenary yesterday and had no intention of continuing in this industry. Even if he did intend to work as a mercenary, he would not take on such a risky commission. Scrolling down further, another commission caught Hobert's attention. Previously, a cult hideout in Southville County was raided by mercenaries hired for this task. However, not all cult leaders were caught. According to reliable information, 2 cult leaders had fled to Backlund and were likely hiding in the chaotic East Borough. So the new task was to capture or kill these 2 cult members, regardless of their lives, with a reward of up to £200. Providing effective clues could also earn a commission ranging from £10 to £30. Detailed information could be obtained from the waiter. Hobert thought this commission was suitable for Zio to handle. He could pass on this information to her. If Zio completed the commission, he could symbolically take a cut. He could even offer some assistance. After all, only with money from Zio could he buy the Beyonder characteristic left by the sheriff. Hobert muttered to himself that he really was a competent customer manager, worrying about customers. After obtaining more specific information, Hobert learned why their reward was so high. It turned out that the 2 cult members were both Beyonder people in Sequence 9. Zio was relatively capable among Sequence 9s. There was no problem accepting this task. Putting away the information, Hobert continued to look down. Other commissions were either team tasks or required travel abroad, which were not suitable. Then he went to look at the trading information and free exchange information. Among them, a communication message caught Hobert's attention. The person who left the message said he saw a stone suddenly surrounded by a halo of light, and then the stone turned into sand. He was curious about what was going on. Hobert thought to himself that this was a case where an ordinary mercenary encountered an Beyonder event, and it even showed the Beyonder event of disorder. As he pondered whether to enlighten this fellow on basic mysticism knowledge, he suddenly thought, since disorder could turn a stone into sand, could it also crush Beyonder characteristics? Hobert remembered that Sequence 2 angels had enough power to shatter Beyonder characteristics, after which the characteristics would reassemble, thereby removing some contamination or curse from them. Hobert was about to obtain the Briber Beyonder characteristic, and he had already obtained the Baron of Corruption Beyonder characteristic. Each of them contained a lower sequence Beyonder characteristic. Of course, consuming such Beyonder characteristics would enhance the corresponding abilities, but this would also put pressure on Hobert's spirituality. Hobert had previously considered that if the Briber Beyonder characteristic only included the main material of the Briber, that would be best, since Sequence 7 was a crucial barrier. Once past Sequence 7, consuming the Baron of Corruption Beyonder characteristic with its extra Beyonder characteristics wouldn't be as hard to accept. On the contrary, it could even be a way to become stronger. Hobert had once envisioned two solutions. One was to find an unshadowed or an equivalent sealed artifact to separate out the Beyonder characteristics one by one according to their sequences. The other solution was to use a high-sequence sealed artifact or request an angel to shatter the Beyonder characteristics. But the unshadowed are demigods, and angels are sequence too. Even if Hobert knew where to find them, it wasn't likely they'd help someone at Sequence 8, especially a stranger. Both solutions were hard to realize, and Hobert gave up on the idea after some thought. However, after seeing this piece of information today, Hobert had a flash of insight. The nation of disorder represents the shadow of order, and unconventional actions are its basic operating principle. Perhaps he could attempt to use the disorder power within the higher position of the nation of disorder to shatter the Beyonder characteristic and then influence it to reassemble according to its sequence. With this in mind, Hobert immediately took a cab to 192 Blanca Street. Although the Mercenary Club had rooms available, many of the Beyonders there followed the Arbiter pathway, and Hobert worried they might notice when he entered the Nation of Disorder. Returning to his bedroom, Hobert drew the curtains and entered the Nation of Disorder right away. Seated on the Iron Throne, Hobert looked at the stone platform beside him and finally selected a Barbarian Beyonder characteristic for his experiment. When Hobert had received those two Barbarian Beyonder characteristics from the Nighthawks, he had used a sacrificial method to bring them into the Nation of Disorder. At the same time, he stored the teleporting statue in the Nation of Disorder when not in use. Since it was a sealed artifact and not a mystical item, carrying it all the time could exhaust his spirituality, and he might miss the moment he needed to use it. With a wave of his hand, a Barbarian Beyonder characteristic appeared in Hobert's hand. He then began manipulating the disorder power of the Nation of Disorder, attempting to turn the Beyonder characteristic into a chaotic state. The Beyonder characteristic wrapped in the disorder power immediately started trembling. There's a reaction. Hobert quickly gathered more disorder power into his hand, causing the tremors of the Beyonder characteristic to increase in frequency. Finally, when he reached the limit of the disorder power he could manipulate, cracks appeared on the Beyonder characteristic, and it transformed into a sticky, chaotic state. Sweating profusely, Hobert didn't have time to celebrate. He carefully divided the chaotic mass into two portions and placed them on the left and right sides of the Iron Throne. Hobert let out a sigh of relief, having experienced the limits of power within the Nation of Disorder for the first time. It wasn't the limit of the Nation of Disorder itself, but rather the limit of what he could achieve as a Sequence 8. Shattering a Beyonder characteristic was already the most he could do using the power of the Nation of Disorder. Of course, Hobert wasn't naive enough to think he had gained the strength of an angel. It was his extensive knowledge of mysticism, combined with the special properties of the Nation of Disorder, that allowed a Sequence 8 like him to wield such power. Other Sefirah domains likely couldn't achieve this as easily. Just as the Nation of Disorder couldn't grant him an ability like Angel's Embrace, it had its limits. Hobert turned his attention back to the two portions of the chaotic state Beyonder characteristic, noticing that the chaos was gradually dissipating. Soon, the Beyonder characteristic would reassemble into one Barbarian characteristic and one Lawyer characteristic. Hobert's gaze then shifted to the teleporting statue. Since he had time, he decided to try using the Nation of Disorder to strengthen its power. With another wave of his hand, the teleporting statue flew into Hobert's grasp, and he began channeling the power of the Nation of Disorder to surround the statue. Hobert noticed that part of the power seemed to be absorbed by the statue. The statue visibly changed, becoming darker in color, almost to the point of shining black. After withdrawing the power of the Nation of Disorder and examining the statue again, he found its abilities had increased by about half. Originally able to manipulate space within a 10-meter range, it could now affect a 15-meter radius. A 15-meter range was enough to launch a sneak attack, such as hiding behind a wall and suddenly burying the enemy underground. The enemy would likely be completely bewildered. What just happened? Why did it suddenly go dark? Who turned off the lights? I was enjoying my hot pot and singing, and now I can't see anything. Ha ha ha. Just thinking about it was amusing. The negative side effects had also lessened somewhat. Every 20 minutes, his soul and body would still be distorted, but the first distortion wouldn't cause irreversible damage anymore. It would just lead to some temporary confusion in his thoughts, or cause his body to act out of sync with his mind. After finishing all of this, Hobert felt utterly exhausted. He placed the teleporting statue back on the stone platform and left the nation of disorder. When he returned to the real world, night had already fallen. After a brief rest, Hobert went downstairs, intending to make dinner in the kitchen. However, when passing by the armchair, Hobert suddenly felt the lazy god within him awaken. He looked at the kitchen, then at the armchair, and in the end he chose the armchair. At that moment, he thought again of the convenience of takeout. If only there were takeout service, he could lie in his armchair and have food delivered to him. Alas, there was no such service. After lying there for a while, Hobert finally made up his mind. He put on his coat and headed to the nearby Flavor of Desi restaurant to solve his dinner problem. The middle-aged man with shoulder-length, more or less greasy hair, smoked a cigar while looking at the material in front of him, and finally he heavily slapped the material on the table. "I spent 200 pounds, and this is all I've found out about this trivial stuff?" On the side, a man in his 30s with a bowler hat said, "Alva, we have too few clues." He was Boris, the assistant of the greasy middle-aged man. Cigar in hand, Alva spread out the material again and pointed to a spot. "What does it mean here that the suspected Nighthawk was involved?" After a visit by 2 detective assistants, Boris explained, the residents of Moonflower Street seemed to have invariably fallen into a deep sleep on the night of the accident, so the investigators believed that there was a Nighthawk involved. It was because of this speculation that the other party immediately abandoned further investigation. "Bullshit," Boris said. "We've never messed with the Nighthawks. Why would they kill our people?" The Tamara Family Council had already prepared to send someone to investigate the recent incident. After all, 2 Sequence 6 individuals died under mysterious circumstances, and such a matter certainly required investigation. Moreover, one of the 2 Sequence 6 victims, a judge, had been a promising junior in the eyes of council member, and the father of the Baron of Corruption also held some influence within the family. Initially, they had assigned them this simple task to help them gain experience, but they ended up dead in Backlund. This put a lot of pressure on Alva. There was no way he could avoid the council's responsibility inquiry. He could only hope to uncover the truth before the investigators arrived, which might lead to a more lenient outcome. But what he had discovered so far left him wondering how he would explain it to the higher-ups. Was he supposed to tell them that their people were killed by the Nighthawks? Even if this were true, the higher-ups would never believe it. What else could he say? After all, they were dealing with a church where a true God existed, and the Tamara family was merely a family of Beyonders that had been hidden in the shadows of history for over 1,000 years. Alva took a deep drag on a cigar and reviewed the information again. "So, the location where they were killed was on Rosette Street, correct?" Boris responded, "That's the assumption. However," he continued, the other party seems to have strong anti-divination abilities. We couldn't find a single clue." Alva found this curious. "I'm just wondering, how did that family traitor named Apton manage to find so many powerful helpers? To silently eliminate 2 Sequence 6 individuals would require at least 3 to 4 Sequence 6 individuals or 1 Sequence 5 individual. Otherwise, no matter how powerful the opponent's sealed artifacts were, it would be impossible for no one to survive." Boris speculated, perhaps Apton has already joined some Beyonder organization. Maybe it's the lone royal family. Alva thought this was a reasonable explanation. To avoid drawing attention from the lone royal family, the family's influence in Backlund didn't include any mid-sequence arbiter pathway Beyonders. But in this recent operation, a judge had shown up. That explained it. For such a decisive victory in this Beyonder battle, the other side must have had a powerful mid-sequence Beyonder holding the line. and Backlund was the lone royal family's home turf. Alva and Boris exchanged glances, agreeing that this theory could be reported. On Monday morning, Hobert arrived at the law firm and reported to Barton about Mr. Stan's case. He also had the driver deliver the jerky and wild vegetables he had previously received to Barton. Barton smiled. "Another tip from a client?" Hobert nodded. "It's a token of appreciation for my work." Barton handed Hobert a more complex case. "I'll let you handle this one." Hobert took a look at it. It was a business dispute. Such cases were usually straightforward and didn't interest him much. He was about to refuse when he noticed something. "This is a case in Tinjin City?" "Yes," Barton replied. "The trial is some time away, and it doesn't conflict with the two cases you're currently working on. However, you should prepare for a business trip. I recommend you head to Tinjin City by next Wednesday." Hobert put away the file. All right. He wondered if this was fate pushing him to go to Tinjin City. Otherwise, why would a reason to go there fall into his lap like this? Hobert chuckled. Even without this case, he would have made a trip to Tinjin City. Otherwise, it would have been a regret. The entire morning, Hobert went into slack mode, sitting at his desk, diligently reading through files. By noon, Hobert reflected that occasional slacking off was beneficial to mental health. In the afternoon, as usual for a Monday, he went to visit clients and participated in the tarot club at exactly 3 o'clock. Upon arriving at the grand hall once again, Hobert suddenly realized there was a new figure seated in his row. The son had joined the tarot club. Indeed, the fool Klein introduced him. "This is the new member, the son. This is Miss Justice. This is Mr. Hangman. And this is Mr. Emperor." Derek Berg, the son, nodded slightly to everyone, acknowledging the introductions. Justice, Audrey had already activated her spectator abilities, carefully observing this new member. Alger the Hangman was speculating what made this new member special. Ever since the Emperor had joined the tarot club, Alger no longer questioned the fool's motives or judgment in selecting members. Since the fool valued the Emperor's knowledge, what did he see in the son? Only Hobert remained calm, wondering if he should flatter the fool and make it appear as if he already knew that the son was from the forsaken territory of the gods. That would make it easier to establish trade in Beyonder materials, buying from the son and selling them through Gal, thus creating a streamlined service. Unfortunately, the fool's express delivery hadn't been established yet, and the son didn't use gold pounds. What would they use to measure their transactions? As for revealing that he knew something about the forsaken territory of the gods, if this were any other gathering, not even in the Justice League, Hobert wouldn't expose his wealth of knowledge. But since he understood the fool, he wasn't worried about being cleaned up. After introducing the new member, the gathering officially began. Audrey had found 2 pages of Roselle's diary and hoped to trade them for information on the telepathist potion formula. Derek, clueless as usual, asked, "The telepathist potion formula? Does it lead to psychoanalyst?" Audrey looked at him in confusion. You know, at the same time, her instincts as a spectator picked up on something odd. Derek had used the ancient term for sequence 7, psychoanalyst, instead of the more modern psychiatrist. That's strange. Audrey scrutinized the son's every move once more. Derek, unaware that he had said anything unusual, replied earnestly, "I can get that formula for you." After saying that, he felt guilty because he couldn't provide it immediately and hurriedly explained, "This sequence originates from the dragon race, and our city of Silver was once ruled by the Giant King's court. You know, giants and dragons are mortal enemies, so the formulas for sequences 9, 8, and 7 are available in the city of Silver. I have a way to get them." Hobert smiled faintly. In the end, the son was still an inexperienced youth who hadn't faced the hard knocks of society. His words had revealed a lot of information. Giant King's court? Dragon race? City of Silver? Audrey was completely bewildered. She glanced at the hangman, noticing that he was equally shocked and confused. Then she looked at the Emperor, who remained as composed as ever. "Mr. Emperor knows about the City of Silver." That was Audrey and Alger's shared conclusion. But Audrey didn't know how to broach the subject with Mr. Emperor, so she instead asked the son, "City of Silver? I've never heard of this place. Where is it? Now it was Derek's turn to be surprised. You're not from the city of Silver? Which city-state are you from? The hall fell into a brief silence. After a few seconds, Hobert finally spoke. I've read about a kingdom of silver in books. If I'm not mistaken, are you from a land abandoned by the gods? The hall plunged into an even more eerie silence. Klein thought. The Emperor even knows about the forsaken land of the gods. Well, of course, he knows about the elves of the second epoch. So how could he not know about it? Alger carefully pondered each word the Emperor spoke. Forsaken by the gods? Could it be the forsaken land of the gods? He exhaled, recalling how at the previous gathering he had just probed Mr. Fool about the forsaken land of the gods. And now, only a few weeks later, Mr. Fool had pulled in a member from there. He mused internally. I knew it. Mr. Fool must have had a special reason for choosing this new member. Furthermore, the Emperor seems to know quite a lot about the forsaken land of the gods. His knowledge is terrifyingly vast. Audrey, on the other hand, was shocked by the phrase forsaken by the gods. Oh my gods? What does that mean? How could gods forsake people? Isn't a god supposed to be a lofty, supreme existence? Why would the city of silver, or the kingdom of silver, be forsaken by the gods? Goddess, where exactly does the sun come from? Derek's expression turned somber after hearing Hobert's words. No, Mr. Emperor, the omnipotent and omniscient God has not forsaken their people. They have merely abandoned this land. Alger leaned back in his chair. He really is from the forsaken land of the gods. Audrey's heart was filled with shock. The gods have abandoned that land? What are they talking about? I understand their words, but I can't grasp the meaning behind them. Hobert first bowed to Klein. Please accept my respect. I never imagined I would meet someone from the legendary forsaken land of the gods in my lifetime. Klein maintained a calm exterior, but internally he breathed a sigh of relief. Sometimes, he worried about exposing himself in front of the knowledgeable Emperor. There were even moments when he wondered if he should find an excuse to keep the Emperor away from the gatherings for a while. However, the Emperor's display of respect made Klein abandon this thought. He sighed inwardly. Only those who know about the forsaken land of the gods can truly appreciate the significance of the sun's participation in these gatherings. And the Emperor clearly recognizes this. The power I displayed today should be enough to shock him. Hobert, of course, was unaware of the great Mr. Fool's internal musings. His earlier display was merely a case of mutual flattery. He then turned to Derek and said, 7 new gods have provided protection to the people of the northern and southern continents. Alger's eyes narrowed. 7 new gods. New gods, Audrey thought. Protection for the people of the northern and southern continents? Of course, we are under the protection of the gods. Oh, goddess, does this mean the sun isn't from either the northern or southern continent? Derek was first excited. New gods providing protection for the human world, but then he felt dejected. Why hasn't the omniscient and omnipotent God protected us? The hall fell silent once again. This was the 3rd time today's gathering had been enveloped in silence. Whether it was Audrey, Alger, or Derek, today's gathering shattered many of their prior beliefs. After a while, Hobert broke the silence. Apologies for interrupting your transaction. You can now receive the telepathist potion formula, correct? Derek nodded. Hobert continued. What would you like in exchange? I want to exchange it for the initial sequence of the sun pathway. Klein then initiated a 3-way transaction. He would provide Derek with the bard potion formula, and Derek would give Audrey the telepathist potion formula. He said, in terms of an equivalent exchange, the sun is at a disadvantage here. Once Miss Justice obtains the telepathist formula, we'll figure out how to compensate him. Alternatively, I'll compensate him myself, while Miss Justice provides money to one of my favored. He has something he needs to do soon. This is because the sun cannot receive Miss Justice's cash or material compensation. These words confirmed that Mr. Fool had acknowledged the sun as being from the forsaken land of the gods. Otherwise, why wouldn't he be able to receive cash or compensation? Other than Hobert, no one noticed the key point in Mr. Fool's statement. Miss Justice provides money to one of my favored. Hobert immediately felt as if the wheels of fate were set in motion. When Klein eventually used the funds Audrey provided, it would be the moment his life and fate would take a dramatic turn. After completing the three-way transaction, Klein began reading the diary provided by Audrey. Today's diary describes something related to adjacent pathways. Klein recalled the law of similar sequence beyond characteristics conservation, mentioned by the Emperor at the last gathering. Suddenly, it all became clear to him. The conservation of beyond characteristics also extends to adjacent pathways. In other words, beyonders from adjacent pathways see each other as mortal enemies. If he thought deeper, the fact that the Evernight Goddess Church and the God of Combat Church are sworn enemies might imply that these two pathways are adjacent to each other. At that moment, many pieces of the puzzle clicked into place for him. After Mr. Fool finished reading the diary, Hobert asked Alger, "Any new progress in your explorations?" Alger replied, "I'm currently dealing with another matter." He then turned to Hobert and Audrey. "I have something I hope you can assist with." Audrey asked curiously, "What kind of help?" Hobert thought to himself, "Is Kalangos already entering the scene?" As expected, Alger said, "I've received intelligence that the infamous pirate known as Vice Admiral Hurricane Kalangos has secretly come ashore in Backlund. His intentions are unknown, and I hope you can help me track him down. As for what happens afterward, you won't need to take any risks." "Vice Admiral Kalangos? One of the 7 pirate admirals?" Audrey said, a little excited. As a Beyonder, what could be more thrilling than encountering someone who had previously only existed in noble legends? Alger introduced solemnly, "Yes, he is a Sequence 6 of the Sailor Pathway and possesses a mystical artifact. He's extremely cunning and ruthless. Don't try to confront him." He glanced at the Emperor, but the Emperor seemed disinterested. Hobert, of course, wasn't interested. Even though he had several mystical items and one sealed artifact, he understood the gap between himself and a Sequence 6. It wasn't just 2 sequences apart. There was also the difference between low sequence and middle sequence. Plus, Kalangos had the shepherd's glove. Only after reaching Sequence 7 did Hobert have confidence in challenging a Sequence 6. Alger then turned to Klein and asked, "Mr. Fool, may I request that one of your favored provide assistance at a critical moment? I am willing to offer something of interest to you in return." It was only then that Hobert remembered that Mr. Fool's favored, Mr. Azek, was currently in Backlund. Hobert also thought that it might not be wise to approach Mr. Azek rashly. He decided to leave it to fate. If they met, it meant they were destined to, and if they didn't, there wouldn't be any loss. Derek, likely due to his inexperience attending such gatherings for the first time, had shared information about the shepherd without much thought, allowing Alger to gain valuable intelligence without spending a penny. At this point, everyone had formed an impression of this new member, simple and somewhat reckless. After finishing the exchange of information about Kalangos, the Tarot Club meeting concluded. Back in the real world, Hobert estimated the time and realized there were about 2 weeks left before the Nighthawks team in Tingen City would be attacked. He aimed to reach Tingen City by the end of this week and make some preparations in advance. Stretching his body, Hobert returned to the law office to prepare for Bob's trial. Logically, the defense attorney should have reached out to the plaintiff's lawyer by now to discuss the case, but so far, there had been no contact, indicating that the other side had no intention of negotiating. "Fine," thought Hobert. "Whether we communicate or not, this trial will be a tough battle." Southern Continent, Crowell City. Late at night, Elliot and his roommate were awakened by a servant and informed that Elder Calvin had requested their presence in the living room. General Anthony had arranged their accommodations in the suburbs of Crowell City. It was quiet at this time of night. The sounds of wild beasts in the distant forest and the seemingly nearby chirping of nocturnal insects could be heard. On the way to the living room, Elliot met his companions from other rooms, and together they made their way to the living room. "Is there a mission tonight?" Elliot quickly prepared himself for action. Not long after arriving in the spacious living room, the other companions gradually gathered, all standing silently on either side of the hall. "The negotiations have reached their final stage," Calvin began. No matter the negotiation, strength is always the most important bargaining chip. He continued, "Tonight is the time to showcase our strength." When we first arrived in Crowell City, I deliberately exposed that we were representatives of the Balk family. The Rose School of Thought has been conducting reconnaissance over the past few days. They believe they have figured out our strength and have sent a demigod to eliminate all members of the delegation. Everyone knew that Calvin was currently Sequence 5, and even with a sealed artifact in hand, it would be difficult for him to contend with a demigod who had undergone a fundamental transformation. However, no one panicked, as Calvin had clearly planned for this in advance. "Of course, we've made some preparations as well," Calvin continued. "In a moment, I will act as bait and leave the inn immediately. You are not to engage in prolonged battle. Retreat quickly, and once our reinforcements flank the enemy from behind, you will launch a counterattack at the right moment." "Yes," everyone responded in unison. "All right, return to your rooms." As they walked back, the group quietly planned their escape routes and discussed fleeing together with companions they had a good rapport with to avoid being left alone. Elliot also made plans with a few companions to escape together before returning to his room to wait for the enemy's arrival. Sitting in his chair, Elliot felt a bit nervous. He had fought members of the Rose School of Thought several times, but those were all low-sequence enemies. Having just become a briber, this was his first time participating in a mid-sequence battle, and there was even a demigod involved. At that moment, he noticed his bedsheet moving as if it had come to life, wrapping itself around the pillow on his bed. His roommate, sitting on the edge of the bed, was also caught by his bedsheet. Despite struggling, he couldn't break free, and the sheet only tightened further. Elliot quickly used the dagger in his hand to cut the sheet, trapping his companion. He was grateful he hadn't been lying on the bed, or he too would have been ensnared. He first cut the sheet around his companion's neck to prevent him from suffocating. As he continued cutting, the sheet wriggled like an octopus or jellyfish, extending tentacles to grab at Elliot's hands. Elliot immediately stepped back, but then the coat rack by the door came to life and charged straight at him, as if intent on knocking him over. Tables, chairs, curtains, everything seemed to have come to life and launched an attack on Elliot. The worst part was that Elliot could feel his own clothes trying to restrain his movements. If it had been an ordinary person facing such a scene, they would have passed out in fear, seeing everyday objects spring to life. But Elliot and his companions had been trained as assassins from a young age. The stranger the situation, the calmer they became. Elliot dodged the desk's assault and grabbed a cup from the table, throwing it at the animated coat rack to complete the act of bribery. Weakened, the object's movements immediately slowed down, especially the clothes that had been tightening around him. They were now looser. Next, Elliot entered a berserk state, kicking away the chair that charged at him. His companion, now freed from the sheet's weakened grip, tore it apart using his barbarian strength. Run. That was the only thought in Elliot's mind. He grabbed the struggling coat rack, using it to smash through the window. Unexpectedly, the shattered glass seemed to come to life as well, flying straight at him. Elliot dodged the rampaging table and crouched behind it, but the glass seemed to have a mind of its own, curving around the table and heading for him. Elliot raised his arms to protect his face, bracing himself for the incoming shards. Disorder! Suddenly, Calvin's voice echoed from the direction of the living room. The glass spun aimlessly in midair like a swarm of insects, as if it had lost its target. Standing up, Elliot saw Calvin swiftly leaving the inn, with something following him, or perhaps nothing at all. Inside the room, the glass fell to the floor, and the furniture that had been struggling moments before was now motionless. If not for the broken window and the mess everywhere, Elliot might have thought it was all just a bad dream. So this is a demigod? Without even seeing his figure, we were already exhausted by his abilities. Sounds of fighting from the courtyard snapped Elliot out of his thoughts and back into battle mode. Members of the Rose School of Thought, trailing behind the demigod, had launched an attack on the inn. Elliot and his companions immediately followed the escape route they had planned earlier. They defeated the enemies blocking their way and fled into the forest. The pursuers were close behind, and Elliot's group, seemingly terrified by the sudden attack, had no thoughts of counterattacking and focused only on fleeing. After a few minutes of running, a long horn sounded from behind them, and the pursuers immediately halted. This wasn't their first encounter, and they knew well that this was the Balk family's attack signal. A gust of wind swept through, shaking the trees violently. The zombies and werewolves quickly turned to flee, but they were a step too late. The wind carried a deadly force, cutting off the limbs of the undead and leaving fatal wounds, no matter how tough their bodies were. This was the Balk family's sealed artifact, Windblade. Windblade did not kill all the pursuers in front of Elliot. 2 lucky ones evaded the attack of Windblade, and several quick-reacting individuals did not suffer fatal injuries. For members of the Rose School of Thought, being able to continue fighting without fatal injuries was expected. Thus, a Beyonder battle was inevitable. Elliot felt for the first time how insignificant his power was. In this long-planned Beyonder battle by the family, his Sequence 7 status made his abilities and strength negligible. All he knew was that he had to fight desperately and be constantly vigilant against the enemy's fatal attacks. But soon reinforcements arrived, and members of the Bark family quickly gained the upper hand. What followed was encirclement, breakout, counter-breakout, and finally pursuit. However, the pursuers and the survivors of the Rose School of Thought had already changed positions, with the surviving members of the Rose School of Thought running ahead and Elliot's group chasing from behind. It wasn't until the overall commander of the battle blew the horn to stop the pursuit that Elliot and his companions stopped. Members of the Bark family began to converge towards the direction of the horn. Low sequence members responsible for cleaning up the battlefield placed the enemy's bodies together, totaling more than 20. Gradually, smiles appeared on Elliot and others' faces. This was a great victory in one battle. More than 20 members of the Rose School of Thought were killed. Seeing the results, everyone felt that the fierce battle just now was worthwhile. Elliot, come over here. Calvin waved from not far away. Elliot hurried over, and Calvin patted his shoulder. How are you? Any injuries? No. As they walked, Calvin said, We just killed an important figure of the Rose School of Thought. The two walked out of the crowd, and Calvin said, I need you to perform spirit channeling with him. Following behind, Elliot was puzzled. Uncle Calvin, I've heard from the elders that when we first opposed members of the Rose School of Thought, we tried to channel their spirits using sealed artifacts, but every time there were terrible consequences. Besides, I don't know how to. Calvin looked at Elliot. But he carries crucial information about our family's curse. At this point, the two arrived in front of a corpse, and Elliot looked at the body in silence. If I guess correctly, this information could overturn your understanding, Calvin said. Think of a way. I'll create a space for you without interference. Of course, you can also choose not to channel his spirit, but it will be a long time before you have another chance to access this information. With that, Calvin left. Elliot hesitated for a few seconds before praying to the Creator, interested in the curse of the Bark family. He hoped the Creator could give him some guidance. Great Creator, according to Elder Calvin, this body carries crucial information about our family's curse. He wants me to perform spirit channeling with the body. But as far as I know, family members have tried to with members of the Rose School of Thought before, and without exception, they all died tragically during the process, with many terrible things happening afterwards. Elder Calvin also said that if I don't. Finally, he said, Great Creator, I seek your guidance. May I ask if I can invoke your power to commune? If so, how can I avoid the terrible consequences? He prayed several times, but received no response from the Creator. Just as he thought the Creator did not advise him to commune, the great figure sitting on the iron throne appeared in his mind. Pay attention to Calvin's wording. The reason Hobert waited so long to respond was that the great Creator had just awakened from a deep sleep and was disturbed by Elliot's prayer, immediately realizing it was Calvin's temptation. And the bystanders sees clearly. According to Eliot's description, it seemed like the Bark family needed to channel the spirit of this body of a member of the Rose School of Thought to understand crucial information. But upon closer inspection, Calvin's words carried a completely different meaning. Eliot immediately recalled where these two words appeared in the sentence. He carries crucial information about our family's curse, and if I guess correctly, that information may overturn your understanding. It was about information regarding the family curse, not that he may have or should have information about the family curse. It was to overturn your understanding, not that this information will definitely overturn our understanding. Eliot was not stupid. Prompted by the Creator, he immediately understood. Elder Calvin has long known what information can be obtained during mediumship. He just wants to use this mediumship to let me know this information, and also, he was testing him. Eliot said, somewhat anxiously, "Great Creator, I have never voluntarily disclosed any information about you. This is an accident." The Creator sat quietly there, making Eliot even more flustered. After a few seconds, the Creator said, "You are ready to undertake my power ceremony." Eliot finally breathed a sigh of relief. As he prepared the ceremony, he also felt that his previous thoughts were ridiculous. The Creator must have known that he had not disclosed any information about him. He further thought that the Creator was willing to help him commune, which was a direct response to Uncle Calvin's test. Doesn't this mean that the Creator is willing to let more members of the Bark family know about his existence? This excited Eliot somewhat, thinking that this was an important step for the Creator to intervene and lift the curse. As for the ability of the Creator to channel the spirit, this did not seem surprising. After all, he was a mysterious and great existence. Soon, the setup for the ceremony was completed. Eliot began to recite the name of the Creator. Creator in the shadow of order. I seek your gaze and favor. I seek your power to allow me to spiritually communicate with a member of the Rose School of Thought before me. Eliot's eyes turned completely black, seemingly losing their pupils. Without anyone's guidance, he grasped the remnants of the spiritual presence of the member of the Rose School of Thought in front of him, silently chanting in his mind, about the secrets of the Bark family's curse. About the secrets of the Bark family's curse. After silently chanting 7 times, the haze in his line of sight changed, revealing vague buildings and indistinct figures. In the Nation of Disorder, Hobert, like last time, took an interest in this film. The face of the person in front of him was blurred, indicating that his level was very high. At the level of this communion, the face of the person could not be seen. Professor Zatwin, are you saying that the curse of the Balk family has nothing to do with us? The blurred face of Zatwin replied, exactly, the curse of the Balk family resides in their bloodlines, not in a literal curse. Why do they always claim that we curse them? Zatwin said, they need an enemy. Suddenly, from behind Zatwin, a hand stretched out, covered with eyes and a tongue with sharp teeth. The communion process abruptly stopped. The angel of the Rose School of Thought, or even the abomination itself, may have projected its power through the spirituality of the member of the Rose School of Thought. The scene before Eliot left him utterly astonished. At the moment the mediumship was interrupted, he saw the corpse before the makeshift altar sit up. Its eyes remained shut, one hand covered its face, while the other reached toward Eliot. In the palm of the outstretched hand, an eye covered in blood vessels slowly opened. Eliot immediately felt his spirit tremble, as if warning him that the eye before him was extremely dangerous. From the corpse's wrist, a tongue with sharp fangs grew, and an ominous power filled with countless curses quietly descended upon the land. At this moment, Eliot was like a lamb awaiting slaughter, his body rigid, unable to resist at all. From its arm, an ear with bone spikes sprouted, and an overwhelmingly evil and insane power began to spread through the surroundings. Eliot felt his soul about to separate from his body, ready to die miserably before the altar. 2 kilometers away on a hill, Jonas, a demigod sent by the Fasak Empire, and General Anthony, the nominal ruler of this land, leisurely observed the distant battle between demigods. Jonas smiled. I didn't expect the elusive Balk family to have two demigods. No, at least two demigods. The Rose school of thought will definitely suffer this time. He continued, with such strength, they indeed qualify to work with us. Anthony stood slightly behind Jonas. The problem is whether their ambitions will grow in the future beyond our control. Jonas smiled. Do you think the royal family lacks angels? Or that the Church of the God of Combat has no angels? In the presence of an angel, a demigod is as fragile as a baby. Anthony bowed slightly. Yes, I was being careless. No matter what, drawing in such a powerful family is beneficial to us. Jonas smiled. Especially a family with mortal enemies on the southern continent. They're the perfect partners. Just as Anthony was about to offer more flattery, he suddenly sensed a terrifying power descending upon the battlefield. Jonas's expression darkened slightly. What kind of terrifying existence have they provoked? Roughly 1 kilometer from Elliot, the 3 demigods who were locked in fierce combat abruptly halted all movements and looked in Elliot's direction. Chester and another Balk family demigod exchanged glances. This was unexpected. Was this the test Calvin had mentioned earlier? This is reckless. Such a test could drive everyone in the nearby Crowell City into madness. The Rose School of Thought demigod, however, looked delighted. If the leader has intervened, none of the Balk family members will leave here alive. Calvin, who was commanding the battlefield cleanup, sensed the arrival of that evil and insane power. Everyone turned toward Elliot's direction, their spiritual instincts warning them. A terrifying force was descending. Calvin said, "Attention, the demigods are still fighting. Leave all spoils behind and retreat immediately." The retreat commenced in an orderly manner, but everyone was puzzled. Could a demigod really possess such terrifying power? Elliot had completely given up hope, not expecting such a painful death. The faces of his deranged sister and close friend appeared before him, as if bidding him farewell. At that moment, Hobert, in the Nation of Disorder, seized the opportunity, covering the corpse before the altar with the surging power of order. Logically speaking, even with the Nation of Disorder's blessing, Hobert was no match for the entity projecting power onto the altar. But the abilities of a Nation of Disorder never operated logically. Hobert, of course, did not choose to face the entity head-on. Instead, he simply restored order to the corpse. The order for the corpse was naturally death and the dissipation of its spirituality. In this way, Hobert severed the connection between the corpse and the entity projecting power onto it. This method of exploiting loopholes was the true essence of a Nation of Disorder's abilities. It was with absolute confidence in this that Hobert had allowed Elliot to conduct the mediumship. Before the altar, the eye, tongue, and ear on the corpse's arm quickly withered and turned black, as if a strange dark sore had formed. Thud! The corpse fell to the ground, black viscous liquid oozing from its eyes, nose, mouth, and ears, completely devoid of life. Elliot, drenched in sweat, felt as though he had just returned from the brink of death. He smiled faintly. What had he been thinking earlier? With the Creator's protection, how could he possibly die? 2 kilometers away, on the hill, Jonas and Anthony, who were preparing to leave, stopped and looked back. Anthony, puzzled, said, "It's gone?" The Balk family actually defeated that terrifying power. Just moments ago, both he and Jonas were ready to abandon Crowell City. Jonas folded his arms. The Balk family's strength is far more profound than we imagined. The Rose School of Thought demigod sensed the leader's power suddenly stop and, without a second thought, fled immediately. That was the leader. That was a divine offspring. To interrupt his power projection required at least an angel-level figure or a ceiling object of that level. If they didn't leave now, they wouldn't be able to escape. Generally speaking, a demigod cannot stop another demigod intent on fleeing, especially one like the Rose School's demigod, whose resilience was notorious. In the end, the Rose School of Thought demigod sacrificed an arm to escape, marking the official end of the battle. Elliot flexed his limbs and cleaned up the altar. As he stood up, Calvin hurried over. Seeing that Elliot, aside from looking a bit pale, was otherwise unharmed, Calvin asked, "You completed the mediumship?" Before Elliot could respond, a mysterious figure surrounded by swords appeared above him, radiating dark holy light even in the night. Calvin immediately felt a suppression from the figure's aura, instinctively wanting to kneel. Hobert, seated on the iron throne, cast a sliver of disorder toward Calvin, who instantly felt a pain 10 times worse than the family curse. Writhing in agony, Calvin collapsed to the ground, showing signs of losing control. After about 10 seconds, Calvin's uncontrollable state reached its peak. Just as he was about to lose his mind, the excruciating pain vanished. His body was bathed in seemingly endless order, and the signs of losing control disappeared completely. Elliot came over to support the tear and snot-covered Calvin, who was gasping for air. "Uncle Calvin, do not test God." Calvin stiffened and was about to kneel and beg forgiveness from the great being among the swords. But the divine figure had already vanished. After punishing Calvin, Hobert didn't immediately leave the nation of disorder. He decided to wait a bit longer to observe Calvin's reaction. He mocked himself inwardly. Why does this feel a bit like a client follow-up, checking to see if the client fell for my trick? Feeling bored, he recalled the results of the earlier mediumship. Although the seance was interrupted, Elliot already had the answer he sought. The Balk family curse had absolutely nothing to do with the Rose school of thought. The curse indeed stemmed from the family's bloodline. This shattered the last bit of Hobert's wishful thinking, as he had always believed there was some intricate connection between the Heller family and the Balk family. These two families were likely cursed for the same reasons, burdened by something within their bloodline. If this curse had truly come from a high-level beyonder on the prisoner pathway, the solution would have been straightforward. Just kill the one who cast the curse, and it would naturally disappear. Though this would be difficult, it was something within Hobert's realm of knowledge. All he had to do was become stronger, then defeat the curse caster. However, tonight's mediumship showed that the curse had nothing to do with the Rose school of thought. Everything returned to square one. The curse was shrouded in mystery, and the investigation would have to begin with the Heller and Balk families. Unfortunately, these two families were relatively obscure, making an effective investigation challenging for Hobert. Right now, he had two leads. First, Rex. He decided to visit Dix sometime soon. The second lead was the Balk family's Council of Elders. They must know some secrets about the Balk family, which strengthened Hobert's resolve to support Elliot. With this in mind, Hobert once again observed Calvin through Elliot's stars. Calvin appeared a bit fearful and much more respectful toward Elliot. Hobert sighed. Mission accomplished. Just as he was about to leave the nation of disorder, Hobert noticed that the star representing Raft was entwined with something resembling a red thread. Hobert was startled. He had been busy lately and hadn't checked on Raft in a while. Could something have happened to him? Hobert spread his spiritual senses toward the star representing Raft. At that moment, Raft was running wildly down a deserted street, clearly engaged in some secretive activity tonight. On his back, there seemed to be a shadow. Hobert adjusted his true vision and saw a blurry, dark figure clinging to Raft's back. Yet Raft appeared unaware. This looks like a crude form of possession. Could it be the Red Angel Medici and some kind of evil spirit merged with two of his enemies? Hobert stroked his chin. This was the only plausible explanation. Unexpectedly, Raft had already been possessed. Any later investigations or divinations by Klein regarding Raft must have been influenced by this evil spirit. Hobert tried to recall Raft's role in the story, but he was such a minor character that Hobert hadn't paid much attention to him while reading. He then thought, possessed or not, it doesn't matter. I'm not planning to help Raft break free for now. I'll assist him only when he proves useful. With this thought, Hobert submerged the star representing Raft into the pond, preventing the Red Angel from tracking back to the nation of disorder through his true vision. Dealing with the King of Angels, level being required utmost caution. In the nighttime streets of Backlund, Raft didn't hail a cab until he was several blocks away from where he had been digging up the ruins. As he boarded the carriage, the red angel possessing him for the first time suddenly looked up into the sky, saying, "Solomon?" Another voice from the evil spirit chuckled, "1,000 years underground has rotted your brain." A third voice added, "Indeed. When we invaded this Tudor descendant's mind earlier, didn't you notice? Over 100 years ago, a new black emperor arose, and Solomon truly fell. Two fools. Have you forgotten Solomon's gaze?" The second voice retorted, "Unlike you, we don't willingly act as Solomon's dogs." The third voice said, "Of course you remember Solomon's gaze. That's the loyalty of a hunting dog to its master." Medici sneered, "You don't even qualify to be dogs." Even after 1,000 years, there was no peace among them. Naturally, neither Raft nor the coachman could hear their argument. After leaving the nation of disorder, Hobert lay in the darkness, staring at the black ceiling, listening to the occasional sounds of hooves and horses outside, while imagining the binary battle outside Crowell City, far away. From tonight onward, he would officially intervene in the Balk family as the creator. If executed well, this demigod family could become a significant force in the future. For example, in the future, if the creator sent one of his chosen to the southern continent for training, it wouldn't be unreasonable to demand control over a small town from the Balk family, since they secretly ruled many villages and towns within General Anthony's territory, to help digest the Baron of Corruption potion. Would it? Even if something went wrong, at most, the southern continent's channels would be lost. No one would connect the creator to a young man from Lone in the northern continent. As his thoughts swirled, Hobert began to feel sleepy again. He smiled bitterly to himself. Since he had shown his face before the Balk family's elders, it seemed that the great creator would be forced into action often, even at night. The next morning, Hobert yawned as he arrived at the law firm, made a brief appearance, then left to visit clients. Around 8:50 a.m., he arrived at Viscount Glaint's mansion. Zio and Furs had just arrived as well, and after greeting each other, Audrey arrived. After everyone complimented Audrey on her beauty, they headed together to Viscount Glaint's study. A long table and 5 chairs were already prepared. Instead of drinks and fruit, there was a simple and rustic astrolabe on the table. Audrey smiled. The astrolabe really gives this study a mystical atmosphere. Viscount Glaint chuckled, clearly pleased with Audrey's compliment. Hobert also inwardly sighed. Looks pretty convincing. The group tacitly left the head seat for Hobert, and he took it without hesitation. Audrey and Glaint sat to his left, with Zio and Furs to his right. Thus, the first meeting of the Justice League officially began. "First, let's discuss the issue of recruiting new members," Hobert said. "I've thought of a development plan. Hear me out first." He continued, "As the 5 founders of the Justice League, we should always have the highest authority, including the right to initiate and the veto power. For example, the action I'm proposing now, the recruitment of new members, falls under the right to initiate. If anyone feels this initiative is inappropriate or doesn't align with their interests, they can use their veto power. If my proposal is vetoed, it will not be implemented within the Justice League, and we will need to discuss it again and come up with a new initiative. This will be a power exclusive to the 5 of us. Future members will be official members and prospective members. They will have the right to speak, but not the right to initiate." Audrey asked, "Does that mean future members can only trade or exchange information in the meetings, but won't have the right to suggest the development direction of the Justice League?" Hobert smiled and said, "Exactly. The helm of the Justice League should only be in the hands of the 5 of us." Naturally, everyone agreed with this proposal, which strengthened their own authority. Hobert continued, "I suggest that in the future, whoever recruits a new member will have them sit behind him at meetings. At the same time, the person who introduces the new member to the meeting will be responsible for their behavior. If more than 3 founders deem that a new member threatens the Justice League, we can bypass the introducer, expel them, and erase all their memories of the Justice League." Everyone paused, gradually getting into the right mindset seriously considering the issue of recruiting new members. Zio raised her hand. As a mystical organization, if we can erase the memories of those who leave, that would be ideal. But how do we achieve that? Once Miss Audrey advances to the mid-sequence of the spectator pathway, she will easily be able to do that. Hobert had already thought this through. Before that, I have a way to erase someone's memories, provided their sequence isn't higher than mine. The process is somewhat complicated, but I can manage. He wouldn't easily reveal that he possessed mystical items related to this. His explanation was intended to steer the conversation towards ritual magic. Zio and Furs believed him completely. They knew Hobert had a wealth of mystical knowledge, so this seemed unsurprising. Audrey and Viscount Glaint lacked sufficient knowledge, but Hobert's previous reliability made them trust his words as well. Hobert's proposal to recruit new members received unanimous support, marking the approval of the Justice League's first initiative. Before this meeting, Audrey had merely found the gatherings entertaining, while Zio and Furs hadn't taken the Justice League too seriously either. However, Hobert's proposal had brought more structure to the Justice League, causing the three ladies to start taking it more seriously. Hobert then smiled and said, "It's been a while since we've all sat together and chatted. We can now exchange information freely. What might seem insignificant to one person could be crucial to another. We can also make trades, like in any other Beyond a Gathering." He said, "I'll start. I'd like to ask Viscount Glaint, who is now an apothecary, if you can concoct potions that nourish spirituality. I think both Miss Zio and Miss Furs would also need such potions." Furs immediately realized, "Are you saying that in last week's battle, our spirituality was damaged?" Last week's battle? As a spectator, Audrey quickly caught on. She first gave Hobert a hopeful look, wishing he would elaborate, and then she became concerned about the state of their spirituality. "That's right," Hobert confirmed. "I've already healed the permanent damage to my spirit body, but I still want to nourish my spirituality. You two were farther away at the time, so your damage should be minimal, or you'd have noticed it by now." He could sense Audrey's curiosity, so he briefly explained, "Last week, I, along with Miss Zio and Miss Furs, participated in a battle between Beyonders." Audrey excitedly said, "I wonder when I'll be able to take part in one of the Justice League's Beyonder battles." "Girl, that's a bit self-centered." Hobert thought helplessly. Who said this battle was initiated by the Justice League? "Don't immerse yourself too deeply." He smiled and said, "That wasn't exactly a pleasant experience. Besides, with your future abilities as a spectator, you wouldn't be well suited for direct combat." At this point, Audrey was still officially searching for traces of the psychology alchemists, seeking a way to become a spectator. Zio and Furs, hearing Hobert's words, looked concernedly at Viscount Glaint. Viscount Glaint smiled bitterly. "I don't have any such potion in my memory." Hobert nodded. "That's all right." He then said to Zio and Furs, "If I find a recipe for such a potion from other sources, I'll share it with you." Furs sighed in relief. "Thank you. Oh, by the way," Hobert added, "I have a lead on the main ingredient for the Trickmaster potion. If you need it, Furs, I can sell it to you at a discount." Furs immediately responded, "Of course I need it." Audrey was slightly surprised. She remembered that Furs had once mentioned that the Trickmaster potion formula was hard to find. Had she found it now? Did she also get the formula from Hobert? Hobert nodded. "Once I have it, I'll send you a letter." Audrey then gave Zio the task of finding Vice Admiral Hurricane Kalangos. Seeing everyone's surprised expressions, Audrey felt a little proud. Though Hobert's expression of surprise seemed fake, could it be that he already knew Kalangos was in Backlund? Zio was the biggest beneficiary of this meeting because Hobert also gave her the task of finding 2 cultists, with each one having a bounty of 200 pounds. Zio was greatly interested, as she rarely encountered such a generous bounty. Audrey, perhaps afraid that her commission wouldn't be taken seriously, quickly added, "My commission will also give you a satisfying reward." Zio nodded repeatedly. To her, the 2 tasks did not conflict. Hobert handed over information about the cultists to Zio and analyzed it for her. Based on the descriptions in the data, one of the Beyonders is a prisoner and the other is an apothecary. As far as I know, there are quite a few apothecaries in Backlund, but not many prisoners. This pathway is relatively easy to track down, as the initial sequence potions give them far more madness and desires than ordinary people. I suspect these cultists won't restrain their madness and desires too much, which makes for a good breakthrough. He added, if you find them but aren't confident in capturing them, you can call on me for help. Zio nodded. I'll let you know if I need it. The conversation afterward became more casual. Hobert said, tomorrow I have a case to defend, one where I'm destined to lose, but I have to fight to the end. Everyone was curious and decided to attend the hearing together tomorrow. After the gathering, Hobert returned to his law office and focused all his energy on preparing for tomorrow's case. After work, he took a carriage back to his home in Empress Borough and enjoyed a pleasant dinner with his family. During the post-dinner conversation, Christian asked Hobert, I heard you're fighting for better compensation for a worker injured on the job? Hobert nodded, yes. Do you need me to step in and help with the negotiations? I want to try to solve it myself, Hobert smiled. If I can't handle it, or if we need more influence, I'll ask you to step in. Christian smiled and nodded. Donna, curious, asked, isn't it normal for someone to get compensated for a work injury? Why does it sound like it's difficult to get compensation? You can get compensated, but the amount is too small, Hobert smiled. I won't go into the details, but some things aren't better to know too early. Christian nodded in agreement. Hobert then mentioned that he had to travel to Tingen City next week for business. Christian said, Tingen City? Huh? My former deputy from the southern continent is now in Tingen City. You can stay at his place when you're there. Hobert was momentarily surprised, but then replied, I'd rather stay at a hotel and not bother him. The hotel's conditions are terrible, Christian smiled. Besides, you can deliver a personal letter for me. Hobert had no choice but to agree. All right, back in his room, Hobert slept soundly. The next morning, he took a hired carriage and went to pick up Bob from the almshouse. To his surprise, Daly was also there. As the carriage resumed its journey, Hobert joked, Ms. Daly, you don't seem too busy today. Daly smiled. Occasionally, I also need to check on the status of my informants. They exchanged knowing smiles, though Bob looked a bit nervous. After a few seconds, Daly added, recently, the church has also started paying attention to the issue of work injury compensation. Mr. Bob's case is quite representative, so the captain asked me to attend as an observer. Hobert nodded and began discussing the case with Bob, reviewing the materials and making final preparations. Around 8:10, the three arrived at the courthouse. Unexpectedly, quite a few people had already arrived in the gallery. Bob's co-workers sat in the front row. On the left side of the corner were Zio, Audrey, and others. Daly was slightly surprised to see Audrey, knowing she was the devout daughter of Count Hall, a faithful believer in the Evernight goddess. But she hadn't expected Audrey to attend. Then, seeing who was sitting in the right side corner, Daly was even more surprised and sat down next to him. A Cancer? Why are you here? With his chiseled features and messy brown hair, a Cancer smiled. This case has stirred quite a bit of discussion among the followers of the god of steam and machinery. The Archbishop sent me to observe. This was none other than a Cancer Bernard, the captain of the Heart of Machinery in Backlund, who oversaw the mystical mirror, a Rhodes. Only then did Daly realize that this case had garnered far more attention than she initially thought. Hobert, after escorting Bob to sit with his co-workers, waved to Audrey and her group. Then, he knocked on a girl's head beside him. Donna, why are you here? Donna grinned mischievously. Tyrant and I skipped class to cheer you on. Hobert smiled helplessly. Don't make it a habit. Donna nodded repeatedly, then continued. Hobert, how do you know that angelic-looking lady? She was referring to Audrey. Hobert replied, she's one of my clients. You're lying. She doesn't look 20 yet. How could she be your client? Believe it or not, Hobert said, glancing at his pocket watch before calling Bob to the plaintiff's bench. The defendant, Arnold, and the judge took their places, and at 8:30, the trial officially began. As the plaintiff's lawyer, Hobert first outlined the case. Arnold's negligence had caused Bob's disability, So they were accusing Arnold of intentional harm. From the gallery, a cancer quietly asked Daly, "You seem familiar with the plaintiff's lawyer? He's one of our unofficial personnel." Daly didn't hide the fact. "His defense strategy is creative," Cancel said. "Perhaps this case really can be won." "Let's hope so." Then it was the defendant's lawyer's turn to speak. "Your Honor, the plaintiff's claim is clearly unfounded. This lawyer wasn't the one from the last hearing in the magistrate's court. He appeared to be in his 30s, mature and steady, and was likely a well-known but not top-tier lawyer in Backlund." He pointed to the gallery. "There are no safety-first signs posted in this courtroom. If someone in the gallery were to accidentally fall and injure themselves, would that be the fault of the court and the judge?" Hobert responded, "The defendant's example is quite different from Bob's situation. Bob was under Arnold's employment and was injured while working for him. Are the people in the gallery employed by the judge?" Bob's co-workers immediately started cheering and clapping. Right from the start, the two lawyers engaged in an intense debate. After 2 or 3 rounds of back and forth, the defendant's lawyer realized that his eloquence was not gaining him any ground. He switched tactics. "Your Honor, everyone knows that the real issue here is not Mr. Arnold's alleged intentional harm, but the compensation for Bob. I hope the court will adhere to legal precedents and not be swayed by the plaintiff lawyer's arguments. I believe the outcome of this case will impact future compensation cases between employers and workers. Everyone, the current compensation practices have maintained Backlund's stability and peace. To ensure this stability and peace continue, we shouldn't set a precedent that disrupts it." Hobert silently acknowledged the opposing lawyer's skill. This lawyer was far superior to the one in the magistrate's court. He was quicker on his feet and knew how to tie his argument to something Hobert would find hard to refute. Would Hobert, an ordinary lawyer, argue against the stability and peace of Backlund? Fortunately, Hobert had prepared well. "Your Honor, everyone, of course, we want to see a more prosperous and stable Backlund. But times are changing and society is evolving. The old laws and regulations won't always apply." He passionately continued, "Of course, we want to see a more prosperous Backlund, but the prosperity of the territory of hope shouldn't be built on the blood and tears of workers, on the exploitation and oppression of the working class." Hobert's debate once again won applause from everyone, but the debate did not end there. Next, the defense lawyer, following old precedents which were more beneficial to Backlund's interests, argued against Hobert, who advocated for adapting to the current era's trends. They engaged in a heated argument back and forth. After several rounds, the judge lightly tapped his gavel. "Please refrain from debating matters unrelated to the case in this court." The debate between the two lawyers temporarily ceased. Next, Hobert challenged again, continuing to argue about Arnold's inaction and Bob's disability causation. However, the defense lawyer suddenly attacked Hobert and Bob from a moral standpoint, accusing Hobert of prioritizing personal gain and alleging he was here for fame, while claiming Bob was too greedy and his demands exceeded industry norms, among other criticisms. Hobert countered, "I don't know by what standard the defense lawyer judges me to prioritize personal gain. Whatever the standard, Mr. Arnold sitting in the defendant's seat adheres more strictly to the principle of personal gain than I do, otherwise he wouldn't be wealthy. As for me, who supposedly prioritizes personal gain, I am just an ordinary lawyer till now." Furthermore, Hobert continued, though the defense lawyer's words just now were carefully worded and did not constitute defamation, your method of defense is despicable, attempting to unsettle my client through moral attacks. Ladies and gentlemen, if we are to discuss moral judgments, is my client's remaining life worth only £150? When did life become so cheap? When did human life become so cheap? These words plunged everyone present into a brief contemplation, except for the defense lawyer, who looked coldly at Hobert, not expecting this relatively unknown lawyer to be the strongest opponent he had faced since starting out. The judge again struck the gavel lightly. "This is a court of law. Please refrain from moral debates." He asked, "Defense lawyer, do you have anything else to say?" The defense lawyer and Arnold both sensed that the judge was already leaning towards the plaintiff. If Arnold's charge of intentional injury was upheld, it would mean a victory for the plaintiff. After careful consideration, the defense lawyer said, "Your Honor, I request a recess." The judge was slightly taken aback, but it was within the defense lawyer's rights. Granted, a 10-minute recess. After a brief conversation with Arnold, the defense lawyer and Arnold came to the plaintiff's side. The defense lawyer first glanced at Hobert, then said, "How about 500 pounds? Let's settle this case out of court." Supporting Bob to stand up, Hobert faced Arnold and the defense lawyer, saying, "Gentlemen, what are you so proud of? This is compensation, not your benevolent charity." He added, 500 pounds may be acceptable, but we cannot accept the attitude of your compensation." Mr. Arnold publicly apologized to Bob. "Our patience has limits." Exactly the same words. Arnold suddenly said, "Young man, do you know your behavior now will ruin your life? Do you know who you are opposing? You are challenging the entire upper class of Backland. Let me tell you, I cannot lose this lawsuit, because from today onwards, the entire upper class of Backland will stand on my side." Hobert, are you really not considering your own future? Do you really want to challenge the survival rules set by the gentlemen of Backland? A smile flickered across Hobert's face. "That's exactly what I'm pursuing." He immediately felt the clear feedback from the potion he had taken earlier. Challenging the so-called rules of civilization was what a barbarian would do. Arnold shook his head incredulously. He gestured to the defense lawyer, and both returned to the defendant's seat. Supporting Bob to sit down, Hobert asked, "Are you not regretting the lack of reconciliation?" Bob smiled. "Although I seem to have lost much dignity, your words just now made me suddenly realize that my remaining dignity is more valuable than 500 pounds. Hobert nodded with a smile. As soon as the 10 minutes passed, the judge announced, "Court resumes. Please let the plaintiffs and defense's attorneys make their final statements." As Hobert stood up, he sensed a spiritual warning. He scanned everyone and finally looked at the defense lawyer. The defense lawyer was a true lawyer who was now using his beyonder abilities to distort Hobert's thoughts. This indicated that Arnold was prepared to use despicable means to resolve the issue. Hobert sneered inwardly. Trying to distort the thoughts of a barbarian? He injected mana into the psychological spoon hidden in his lining. Psychological cue. The defense lawyer immediately stood up. "I was just using my beyonder power to attack Hobert because I knew a secret rule of the court. As long as beyonder powers are involved, the judgment of this court is invalid. The judge will immediately adjourn and, after sternly warning those using beyonder abilities, schedule a new trial date. Regardless of success, I can achieve my goal. As long as this court does not render a final judgment, Hobert's demands will temporarily fail." He covered his mouth with his hands in horror, but his voice was still clearly heard by everyone. "I previously used similarly despicable methods to turn the tide, including 1 week ago. Prohibited." The judge suddenly spoke with authority. He was a true judge. The psychological cue that Hobert hastily planted earlier immediately dissolved. Then Hobert burst into laughter suddenly, seemingly laughing at the defense lawyer's despicableness, and also at the defense lawyer for voicing his scheming thoughts. Audrey, sitting in the corner, watched the vanguard of justice, laughing heartily, saw the stern yet somewhat helpless judge, and saw the defense lawyer in unease. She planned to paint this scene immediately after returning, which would be extremely ironic. Zio and Furs exchanged a glance. They were experienced beyonders and could tell at a glance that in the recent beyonder ability confrontation, Hobert had won decisively. On the other side, Daly and a cancer gradually became serious. They realized that this case might receive more attention in the future. Daly even worried whether Hobert could withstand the pressure. In the courtroom, Hobert finally restrained his laughter. The judge waved to the defense lawyer and Hobert separately. As the two lawyers approached the judge's bench, he said solemnly, "Today, your performances will be recorded by me. Trust me, you have only this one chance. If you use any power outside of the law in this courtroom again, I will immediately send you to a special court." Hobert said, "Your Honor, as you saw just now, it was he who used beyonder powers first. I only responded effectively." The judge looked coldly at the defense lawyer. He will certainly undergo some special investigation. The defense lawyer involuntarily took a step back. Several cases he had handled before could not withstand investigation. He was likely to be sent to a special court for trial. While the defense lawyer was uneasy, the judge turned to Hobert again. Your defense was brilliant, but in the end, he sighed helplessly. Court adjourned. Hobert, this was undoubtedly the most brilliant defense I've ever witnessed. Audrey spared no praise. You are not just competent, but what you're doing now far exceeds what any lawyer should do. She continued, I will do everything in my power to support your cause for justice. Audrey emphasized the word justice and winked at Hobert. Facing her playful remark, Hobert smiled and replied, Thank you for your support. Viscount Glaint also made a similar commitment before leaving with Audrey in their carriage. Next, Bob's co-workers approached, saying, Mr. Lawyer, I will definitely tell every co-worker I meet about your brilliant defense today. Some even had tears in their eyes as they said, You spoke so well for us. No one has ever fought for our interests before. Steam above, Bob. It must be the great God of steam and machinery who heard your prayers and led you to find such a good lawyer. Did you all hear what the defense attorney said? That scum. After the chorus of praises, one by one, Bob's co-workers left. Donna came over and said, Hobert, today I realized how amazing you really are. Although the judge had to adjourn for reasons unknown, I could tell you one. You shine brightly in court. Tyrone chimed in. It won't be long before you become a great lawyer. Hope your flattery will make your teacher feel pleased. Hobert smiled. So he won't punish you for skipping class. Donna laughed. Punishment or not, I feel like I've earned today by attending. Hobert shook his head, hailed a carriage, paid the fare for Donna and Tyrone, and sent them back to school. When he returned to the courthouse's entrance, he saw Daly with a man whose messy brown hair caught his attention. Daly introduced him. This is Captain Isengard from the Church of Steam and Machinery. Hobert paused slightly. I remember now the guy who likes red underwear. Why wield anything other than a seal? Why not take the mirror? He smiled. Captain a Cancer. A Cancer hesitated. Have we met before? No. I've heard about you from others. Oh, can we talk privately? They left the crowd and went to a corner. A Cancer said, Since you've heard of me, I won't introduce myself. You should know that most of our church's followers are workers, so we take this case very seriously. I think Arnold should try some despicable means in the future. If you need help, you can come to the church and we'll shelter you. Thank you for your kindness, Hobert smiled. If needed, I'll definitely visit the church. We should be thanking you. A Cancer said, Actually, we should. Suddenly, something occurred to Hobert. If you really want to thank me, send me a few tickets to the Roselle Memorial Exhibition. I've been studying the mysterious symbols left by Emperor Roselle. How did you know we were planning a memorial exhibition? I heard it from a friend. All right, leave me your address, and when the exhibition starts, I'll send you the tickets. The Roselle Memorial Exhibition was already in the preparation stage, and Isengard didn't find anything wrong with Hobert getting the news early. Hobert breathed a sigh of relief. Just now, his mind was full of the cards of blasphemy, and he didn't seriously think about when the Roselle Memorial Exhibition would begin. After seeing off a Cancer, only Bob, Daly, Zio, and Furs were left at the courthouse entrance. Zio stepped forward. Hobert, I'd like to ask for your help. Hobert nodded. Let's talk in the carriage. They got into the carriage, first sending Bob back to the almshouse, then Daly. Before Daly got off, Hobert made an appointment to meet her at the Obsidian Bar at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. In the carriage were only Hobert, Zio, and Furs. Zio said, Hobert, I hope you can accompany us to Mr. A's gathering. I want to make contact with the person who sells the Sheriff Potion formula. This was a suggestion Hobert had made earlier, subtly reminding Zio that only the sheriff recognized by the royal family was a legitimate sheriff. While Mr. A's gatherings had always had good reputation and guarantees, Zio was still afraid of encountering risks. No problem, Hobert asked. When does Mr. A's gathering start? At 12:30. Hobert checked his pocket watch. It's not even 10 o'clock now. Let's first go to the Harvest Church. I have an appointment there. Okay. Arriving at Rose Street, Hobert carefully surveyed the street and didn't see anyone trailing them. Even if the Tamara family knew that the 5 family members had trouble on Rose Street, they didn't dare to conduct a thorough investigation or send someone to tail them, because their beyonder influence in Backlund was too weak. Without the backing of a demigod, anything they did would risk being investigated by their opponents. And Hobert could tell that among the beyonders in the spirit channeling, the man with long hair who liked smoking cigars was not a demigod. Arriving at the entrance of the Harvest Church, Hobert asked Zio and Furs to wait in the carriage and instructed the coachman to wait here as well. He put on his mask and got off the carriage. The coachman was happy to wait, as he charged by the hour. Entering the church, besides Bishop Utravsky sitting in the front row, only Upton sat in the corner. Upton visibly relaxed upon seeing Hobert. Hobert wasn't sure if he was worried that Hobert wouldn't come or if he couldn't stand the oppressive atmosphere in the church. Hobert first greeted Utravsky, "Father." The giant bishop nodded slowly in response. Hobert sat next to Upton. "How's your recovery?" "Almost there." Upton handed Hobert a wooden box. Hobert opened a corner of the box and saw a diamond the size of an eye inside. Even in the box lacking light, it reflected 7-colored light. Inside the diamond was half a palm-sized black crystal ball emitting a charming aura, which made people feel a strong affinity. This is the beyonder characteristic of the briber. Hobert closed the wooden box. "Have you been hearing indescribable murmurs lately?" "I can hear it." Upton smiled bitterly, "and it's getting worse. I do have some ways here that can help you eliminate these murmurs." Upton listened attentively. "For example, you could try to be a real barbarian." Upton took 2 or 3 seconds to understand. "Does the name of the potion imply a way to eliminate murmurs?" Hobert smiled and nodded. "Pretty clever." The two of them walked out of the church together. Seeing that the street was mostly empty, Hobert asked Upton, "What are your plans?" "I planned a vacation in Desi Bay," Upton replied with a smile. Now that he had regained 10 years of freedom, he was filled with hope for life. "Weren't you planning to become a businessman?" "I'll think about that after my vacation." Hobert nodded. "If I need to find you, I'll ask that great entity to contact you. If you ever need my help, you can pray to that great entity as well." This was exactly why Hobert wanted to lead Upton out of the Harvest Church. While plotting an ambush or using the church as a meeting point would be overlooked by Bishop Utravsky, discussing evil gods inside the church could easily lead to the giant bishop's sword descending within moments. Upton nodded grimly, feeling as though he had just crawled out of the pit his family had dug for him, only to fall into another. However, he recalled that the Creator didn't seem to be like the evil gods of legend. It hadn't had any negative impact on him. In fact, it had strengthened his connection with the masked man before him, giving him a true backing. After the two parted ways, Hobert met up with Zio and Furs for lunch. During the meal, they discussed how to approach the seller of the Sheriff Potion formula. A little after noon, they arrived at the meeting place. The venue seemed to belong to a noble, with a spacious interior and luxurious decor. As they settled in a corner, Hobert realized that Mr. A's gatherings were always held during the day. Most gatherings for wild beyonders happen at night. Moreover, the venues for the 2 gatherings Hobert had attended both appeared to be noble properties. Coupled with the fact that the royal family had been using these gatherings to recruit wild sheriffs by selling the potion formula, Hobert realized something. He had received clues long ago. The royal family had been entangled with the Aurora Order. However, without prior knowledge of the answer, it was difficult to connect all the dots. At 12:30, the gathering began as scheduled. Hobert, Zio, and Furs waited patiently until the meeting reached its midpoint. Zio then called over a servant and wrote on a piece of paper, "I would like to speak with the seller of the Sheriff Potion formula and purchase the main ingredients for the Sheriff." The servant took the note and, after more than 20 minutes, returned. "The other party invites you to the reception room in the back for the transaction." Zio said, "I'd like to bring my 2 friends with me." "That's fine." The 3 followed the servant out of the hall and into a small reception room. Inside, a man in a black tailcoat was already seated. He wore a golden mask that covered everything except his eyes, nostrils, and mouth, making it impossible to imagine his original appearance. "Sit." The masked man gestured to the two chairs opposite him, seemingly unfazed by the presence of a third person. Hobert and Zio sat down, while Furs stood near the door, eyeing the masked man warily. The masked man asked Zio, "It seems you already have the sheriff potion formula?" Hobert stroked his chin, thinking the voice sounded familiar. Zio replied, "Yes. May I ask where you obtained it?" "Sorry, I can't disclose the source," Zio said, using the response she and Hobert had agreed on. "But I can assure you, I didn't steal or rob it." The masked man nodded and didn't press further. Zio then asked, "Do you have the main ingredients for the sheriff?" "Yes, I have both." "What's the price for each?" £300 on average. The price was fair, as Sequence 8 materials usually carried a slight premium, often selling for between £320 and £350. Particularly rare ones could go for over £400. The masked man added, "Of course, you can also complete tasks I assign in exchange for the materials, which would be more cost-effective for you." He smiled and said, "In fact, I sell the sheriff potion formula hoping that the buyers will complete tasks for me." Zio asked in a serious tone, "Why are you doing this?" "To select suitable assistants," the masked man replied. Hobert, who had remained silent, finally recognized the masked man's voice. He smiled and said, "Did you turn the secret's supplicant characteristic into a mystical item?" Indeed, the man before them was the same one who had taken the secret's supplicant characteristic from Hobert at the Mercenary Club gathering. Though the masked man had intentionally altered his voice, Hobert had still managed to identify him. The masked man smiled and said, "So you recognize me after all, eldest son of the Jeffrey family." His voice was brighter than before as he continued, "Since there's trust between us now, would Miss Zio be willing to become my assistant?" Zio said, "Only if I have the right to refuse any task." "Of course." Zio glanced at Hobert, who nodded slightly. Even if he hadn't recognized the masked man, Hobert knew he harbored no ill intentions toward Zio. After all, he had once served under her father. Not only would he not harm Zio, but he would also look out for her. At the masked man's request, Hobert and Furs left the room first, allowing Zio and the masked man to privately arrange future meetings and communication methods. As they left the gathering, Zio asked, "Hobert, how should I thank you?" She didn't ask who the masked man was or how Hobert knew him. Since Hobert trusted him, Zio felt a basic level of trust as well, knowing that the man would hesitate before harming her. "There's no need to thank me," Hobert said. "It's not a big deal. Just think of it like a friend helping you pick out a dress at a department store." "Oh, sorry, you don't like wearing dresses. Let's say I help you pick out a pair of shoes instead." Zio nodded. Indeed, she didn't like wearing dresses, as they made her look even more like a 15 or 16-year-old girl. After saying goodbye to Zio and Furs, Hobert hurriedly took a cab to the Obsidian Bar. While in the carriage, he reflected on the leisurely Monday he had, wondering why things always seemed to pile up at once. By the time he arrived at the Obsidian Bar, Daly had already gotten there. Hobert smiled and said, "Sorry I'm late." Daly glanced at the clock on the wall. "At least you weren't late." It was now 2:58, and Hobert wasn't sure if Daly was stating a fact or teasing him. "Let me buy you a drink." The two ordered drinks, and Hobert got straight to the point. "I asked you to meet me for two reasons. First, I want to know how your investigation into Kate, who is suspected of being a secret supplicant, is going. Bill and Kate's case will be heard tomorrow, so he wanted to know what state his opponents were in. We conducted a preliminary investigation on Kate." Daly recalled the information she could share with Hobert. "After our confirmation, he did indeed recently ingest the secret supplicant potion. The person who provided him with the potion seems likely to contact him soon, so we are monitoring Kate around the clock to apprehend more dangerous individuals." Hobert nodded. "I hope you can disclose the general results to me after this is over." Daly hummed in agreement. "As long as you need us to." "Also, I have other leads on the secret supplicant here," Hobert said. "Back then, I wasn't your informant." Hobert briefly recounted his investigation into Haman and Zachary, including the information he obtained from Dockholm, that among the farmers in Backlund, there hides a Rose bishop named Hillman. Daly listened attentively. These pieces of information are very useful to us, even more valuable than the information you provided before. We will investigate this. Hobert took a sip of wine and asked, "So, what's the approximate value of this information?" "If it all checks out, it's worth about 1/5 of the Beyonder characteristic of a briber," Daly said. Hobert nodded. Approximately valued at 260 pounds, Daly's price tag was fair. He whispered, "Secondly, I would like to obtain a spirituality-nourishing potion." Daly was puzzled at first, but then understood. "I didn't feel that your spirituality was damaged, so I thought you had a way to erase the damage caused by 2 to 365. The black glove was named 2 to 365 by the Nighthawks. "I did handle the spiritual damage," Hobert said, "but I always feel that my spirit is weaker than before, so I want to nourish my spirituality." "No problem," Daly said. "The previous report on Secret Supplicant Kate is enough for you to exchange for a potion to nourish your spirituality." "I want 3 doses." "That's fine too." Daly didn't ask who the other 2 doses were for. "I'll have someone deliver them to your law firm tomorrow morning." After chatting with Daly for a few more words, Hobert said goodbye in a hurry. Since he knew Kate could appear in court normally tomorrow, he would prepare for the lawsuit. When he returned to the law firm, it was already past 4 o'clock in the afternoon, and Hobert was mentally prepared for overtime. But soon he found that the case was indeed quite simple. He even felt that the plaintiff's lawyer should be the one with a headache now, not himself. Around 5 o'clock, Hobert finished all the preparations. He praised himself for his efficiency in his mind, and then considered what to eat for a while. Southern Continent, outside Crowell City, more than a dozen carriages were undergoing final repairs, and they were going to travel overnight tonight. This was the convoy of the Balk family. After the demigod battle, negotiations became much easier. In the end, the Fasak Empire and the Balk family reached an agreement. The Balk family would send a Sequence 5 and 3 Sequence 6, as well as several Sequence 7 and Sequence 8, to reside permanently in Crowell City. These Beyonders would assist the Fasak Empire and General Anthony in dealing with other countries, colonies, pirates, and other Beyonder attacks, as well as resolving local cases involving supernatural factors. Because of the Balk family's hostile relationship with the Rose School of Thought, this dispatch was kept secret to avoid retaliation from the Rose School of Thought. The Balk family benefited by acquiring 2 copper mines and a large forest suitable for logging. In the convoy, Elliot saw Calvin finally had some free time, so he approached Calvin to a secluded corner away from the crowd. "Uncle Calvin, I won't keep you for long. I know what you want to ask," Calvin asked. "You didn't tell others about the spirit channeling results, did you?" "No," Elliot said. "Uncle Calvin, is that true?" He whispered, "The family curse has nothing to do with the Rose School of Thought." Calvin nodded. "Yes, that's true." Elliot asked angrily, "Then why do we keep fighting against the Rose School of Thought?" "Every year, members of the Balk family died at the hands of the Rose School." Calvin glanced at Elliot, feeling very complicated when facing Elliot now. This was originally a younger member of the family, but now he had to communicate with him cautiously because of his special status. "I think you've guessed the answer," Calvin said. "Only by giving family members a target for venting can our family continue to survive. Otherwise, we will end up like the Rex family, with only him left. Even if his personal strength is strong, once he fails, all previous efforts will be in vain." Elliot slumped his shoulders. "What should we do to end the family curse?" "You should be closer to the answer than we are," Calvin said meaningfully. "It seems that we now have more hope than ever before." Elliot took a deep breath. "I understand." Thursday morning, Hobert arrived at the Backlund court at 8 o'clock. In the spectator seat of this case, there were only a few people. Among them were Furs, who came to collect materials. After a brief communication with Bill, Hobert quietly waited for the trial. Around 8:20, Kate, who looked somewhat mentally absent, appeared at the plaintiff's seat. The confidence and even a bit of arrogance from before had disappeared. He seemed like he hadn't slept well for several days. No matter who he saw or what he saw, he would pause before reacting. Hobert thought to himself, perhaps he really hasn't slept well for several days, just ingested this secret supplicant potion and is unable to control the overflow of spirituality. In the dead of night, everyone is asleep, and Kate must feel that his home is livelier than during the day. At 8:30, the trial officially began. The plaintiff's lawyer first stated that Bill had driven the boat after drinking alcohol and a serious accident occurred. According to the relevant punishment regulations for drunk driving, Bill would face at least 3 years in prison and compensate Mr. Kate, the plaintiff, for £100 in losses. Next, it was the defendant's lawyer's turn to speak. Hobert smiled and said, "Yes, Mr. Bill admits that he drove under the influence, but it is not drunk driving. Of course, this is not important. I brought a copy of the criminal law of the Kingdom of Loan. Let's take a look at the provisions on drunk driving." As he spoke, he flipped open the criminal law. The relevant regulations are on page 226. If the driver of a carriage or steam car causes an accident after drinking, the driver shall bear all losses from the accident. If the driver is intoxicated, it will escalate into a criminal case, and the driver will be criminally liable. Please note the earlier description, driver of a carriage or steam car. Can you tell me if this provision mentions the driver of a small steamboat? Even if, according to the law, there is no clear definition of the case and facts, precedents can be extended or interpreted accordingly. A small steamboat cannot be interpreted as a carriage or steam car. One runs on the road, the other runs in the water, and the meanings of the two are vastly different. So, I believe the plaintiff's claim is unfounded. My client Bill at most disturbed public order or disrupted traffic order and should only be fined less than £1. Hobert's words made the plaintiff lawyer's face increasingly unsightly. When he took on this case, he found out that the plaintiff, Kate, didn't understand the law at all. Kate insisted on suing Bill for drunk driving, but the relevant regulations had loopholes, making it difficult to convict Bill. In response, the plaintiff lawyer could only pray that the defense lawyer wouldn't notice this point. However, it was clear that his prayers had failed. Defense lawyer Hobert was the one who discovered this loophole and decided to take on the case. The plaintiff lawyer quickly changed strategy, preparing to demand more compensation. As a result, most of the inflated bills submitted by Kate were exposed by Hobert, and the final compensation was reduced from £100 to £30. The case was not complicated, so the judge quickly ruled. The plaintiff's claims were not established. Bill was fined £1 and ordered to compensate the plaintiff £30 for the losses. Even after leaving the court, Kate still looked oblivious, as if everything that happened in court had nothing to do with him. Bill was released on the spot, and he and his family continuously thanked Hobert, paying him £10 in commission on the spot. After seeing Bill and his family off, Hobert asked Furs to return to the office together. In the carriage, Hobert asked, "How's the material collection going?" "Almost done," Furs replied. "I also attended hearings of other lawyers as an observer. Honestly, none were as brilliant as your defense. I might even consider them as antagonists in my novel." Hobert chuckled. "When you design characters, remember to make me look handsome." Furs sighed helplessly. "I'm writing a novel, not a biography for you." "Well, at least thank me in the acknowledgments for providing material," Hobert smiled. "It's just mutual promotion in business, right?" "I guess so," because indeed, Hobert had provided her with a lot of material. Then Furs asked, "You called me to the office, was there something?" "Yesterday, I found a spirituality nourishment potion, and they promised to deliver it today," Hobert said. "I thought I'd bring you and Zio a dose." Furs was taken aback, then laughed. "Hobert, sometimes I wonder if you're trying to pursue me or Zio." Hobert smiled. "You're right. I want to pursue both of you. One is a literary girl, the other a lowly style girl, both very distinctive." "Forget it," Furs shook her head. "Your eyes have already given you away. You don't really think like that." "I just realized a long time ago," Hobert said seriously. "The world is too big. If I were to become strong alone, I would always fight alone, and such a life would be very tiring. If me and my friends all become strong, we might even have the power to change the world." Furs pondered over this statement carefully. "Don't refuse such tiny help, and don't feel embarrassed," Hobert said. "It's just normal social interaction." When it came to matters involving interests, like selling them beyond her characteristics, Hobert would only offer them discounts. Through this conversation, Furs felt that her relationship with Hobert had become closer. Previously, she always thought of Hobert as Zio's friend, but now she felt that Hobert was also her friend, Furs. Back at the law firm, the potion promised by Miss Daly had indeed arrived. Furs took the potion, promising to treat Hobert to dinner before leaving. Suddenly, Hobert hinted, "During this time, if you help Zio investigate Kalangos, be vigilant at all times. He's a pirate notorious for murder." Furs agreed, waved goodbye, and left. Hobert first drank the potion Miss Daly sent him and soon felt his spirituality replenished, returning to his peak state. It was indeed from an ancient church that had existed for thousands of years, with even such obscure prescriptions available. He sat back in his chair, leisurely opened a folder, and didn't read a single word for over 10 minutes. Yes, he had started to slack off again. After all, there wasn't anything urgent these past couple of days. Until the afternoon, when he found slacking off rather boring, he began to consider Bob's case. Next time in court, Arnold would definitely find a better lawyer, which would surely make it even more difficult than this time. Suddenly, Hobert thought of gathering a few witnesses to describe the environment in Bob's workshop, substantiating Arnold's neglect. So Hobert wrote to Bob and David, asking them to find a few former colleagues who had worked at Arnold's factory. When idle, time always flew by quickly. Before he knew it, it was Saturday, and Hobert began preparing for his trip. He didn't need to prepare much luggage, mainly just going home and taking Christian's handwritten letter. So on Saturday night, Hobert simply went home for dinner, taking Christian's letter with him. Because he hadn't received the official letter about Bob's next court date, Hobert didn't set off on Sunday, but decided to wait until Monday. This weekend, Hobert had no plans to attend the Mercenaries Club gathering, so he lazily slept in at home, had lunch with Donna and the others, then headed back to Blank Street. When leaving, Donna even made an appointment with Hobert to visit his rental house after his business trip. The reason for returning to the rental house was because Hobert needed to separate the characteristics of the astrologer. Since the successful separation of the barbarian characteristic, it had recombined into a lawyer characteristic and a barbarian characteristic. Since the experiment was successful, he planned to sequentially separate his own astrologer, sheriff, and briber characteristics. The first two he would sell to Furs and Zio, respectively, while keeping the latter for himself. After almost depleting his spirituality, Hobert finally shattered the astrologer characteristic. In the future, he would obtain an astrologer, a trick master, and an apprentice characteristic. He found that with his current strength, he could only shatter up to sequence 7 characteristics. Anything higher seemed impossible. Immediately, he seemed to have spotted a business opportunity, acquiring and reselling legacy characteristics of Sequence 8. By doing so, he could turn them into Sequence 8 and Sequence 9 characteristics. The only downside was that each time he shattered a characteristic, it consumed too much spirituality, making mass production impossible. Monday arrived, and as soon as Hobert got to work, he received 2 letters and a public letter. The public letter contained a new court date for Bob's case, more than 20 days later, so there was still plenty of time. The 2 letters came from Bob and David, listing several names, but they said they no longer knew the current addresses of these former colleagues, where they worked, or even if they were still alive. Hobert pondered for a moment, first replying to Bob to inform him of the new court date. Then he put on his windbreaker, checked his revolver, and took a rental carriage to find Darkholme, the boss of the East Borough's underworld. When it came to finding people, underworld bosses were more efficient than the police. After getting off the carriage, Hobert found Darkholme's house door open. Upon entering, Hobert unexpectedly saw Zio vomiting, Furs standing alert beside him, and Darkholme, who looked like he had been dealt with by a butcher. Hobert stood dumbfounded at the door. "Damn, can't believe this coincidence." Immediately, he felt a wave of unabashed malice rushing towards him. Hobert was particularly impressed by this plot point. Zio entrusted the task of finding Kalangos to a gang leader, only to find her and Furs arriving to collect the investigation results, with the gang leader already arranged all over the house. But Hobert never expected that the tragically dead gang leader was Darkholme. After all, he was someone who received a lunchbox as soon as he appeared. Who would remember his name? Standing at the door, Hobert hadn't vomited because of the scene inside, but he felt a strong sense of malice. Furs, who had a high level of spiritual perception, also felt the malice. She looked at her bracelet, then at Hobert and Zio, which put her in a dilemma. By using a stone on the bracelet, she could perform a travel and quickly escape from here. But she could only take one person with her. If it were in the past, she would definitely have taken Zio away without hesitation. However, after the conversation on Thursday, she had regarded Hobert as a friend, and if she abandoned Hobert, her conscience would definitely be uneasy. Furs hesitated for only a second or two, but these were crucial seconds. Hobert saw Furs' expression and roughly understood what was happening. He quickly stepped forward and inserted his cane into the ground. Order! The order wood quickly grew taller and thicker and formed a canopy against the roof. The canopy spread around, breaking through the glass of the windows and extending outside the windows. While the order wood was still growing, Hobert, as the holder, felt an extraordinary attack coming. Hobert immediately twisted the target of the attack, and the extraordinary attack rushed toward the chair. Crack! The chair shattered as if it had exploded, and pieces were scattered all over the ground. Hobert quickly pulled Zio and Furs behind a tree trunk. As soon as they hid, someone appeared at the door of Darkholme's house. He was in his 30s, with a wide chin and dark green eyes. It was Vice Admiral Hurricane Kalangos. Bang bang. Hobert, behind the tree trunk, fired 2 shots and used the order under the order wood to make the gunshots louder than usual. Kalangos' face was full of mockery. Just as he was about to rush over to launch a new attack, he suddenly heard Hobert shout, "Do you see this big tree? Under the tree, you can't kill me. All order will become favorable to me." This was half true and half false. Hobert was bluffing. However, the rapid growth of the big tree and the sudden loss of control of the extraordinary attack just now did make Kalangos worried. Kalangos didn't rush forward rashly, but from his position, he couldn't see Hobert and the other two at all. So he waved his hand, and a strong wind swept up the heart, liver, spleen, lungs, kidneys, etc. placed on the table, blowing towards the 3 people hiding behind the tree trunk. When Zio saw the head with a painful expression flying towards her, she subconsciously grabbed Hobert's arm. Furs, who had been a doctor, was no better off. She raised her foot to dodge, but Hobert grabbed her. Kalangos did this to force them to leave the protection of the order wood. At this time, Hobert endured the feeling of vomiting and twisted the direction of Darkholme flying over. Bones, internal organs, and other things fell on both sides of the tree trunk. Hobert shouted again. "You must have been sent by Arnold to kill me, right? Haha, your plan is going to fail. The gunshots, just now, will quickly attract the attention of the official Beyonder." Madness. Kalangos was unmoved and launched a new offensive. Zio and Furs trembled all over, and the rationality in their eyes gradually disappeared. It seemed that they were going to rush out and fight Kalangos to the death. Hobert quickly hugged the 2 of them tightly and used hypnosis to help them regain their sanity. "I am an extra member of the Punisher team. I will not be harmed in any way, but you will definitely be caught and used as a test subject." Kalangos stopped moving forward, with some surprise in his eyes. Under this big tree, extraordinary attacks would have their targets twisted, direct attacks would have their directions twisted, and even attacks on the spiritual world were useless. He almost didn't hesitate at all and immediately turned around and left. It wasn't that he was afraid, nor was he bluffed by Hobert's words, but he felt the flow of the power of order under the canopy and knew that he couldn't resolve the battle in a short time. The speed of his decision and the decisiveness of his action surprised Hobert. This was the reaction that someone who crawled out a pile of dead people would have. The reason why Kalangos chose to attack before was because he judged that he could quickly solve Hobert and the other 2, and he wouldn't even alarm the people around him. In that case, he could still have some fun with the 2 women. Hobert breathed a slight sigh of relief. If there had been any mistakes in his response just now, such as directly shouting out Kalango's name instead of pretending to recognize someone else, Kalangos wouldn't have left so readily. "Hobert, can you let me go?" Furs said with a slightly red face. Hobert realized that he had hugged the two of them around the chest without thinking too much in the emergency situation just now. He released his arms and smiled. "Fortunately, I held you back, otherwise you would have left the protection of the tree trunk." He recalled the feeling just now and told the truth. Furs still had something. As for Zio, well, she might not have fully grown yet. "Ha ha ha. Ah ha ha." Zio and Furs suddenly laughed together. Their eyes were full of surprise, but it didn't affect them laughing until tears came out. The negative effects of the psychological spoon arrived as scheduled, but this time the negative effects appeared on the people it had attacked. Hobert suddenly had a thought and used his beyonder power to twist Zio and Furs' laughter. The effect was immediate. The two of them still had smiles on their faces, but they no longer laughed out loud. He sighed again that the psychological spoon was completely prepared for the lawyer. The sequence 8's distortion can offset most of the negative effects. If it reaches the sequence 7 distortion, it should be able to completely offset the negative effects. Zio wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes with an unnatural smile on her face. Just now. It was Kalango's mental attack that caused your emotions to become chaotic. Hobert made up a reason. Seeing that there were already many people watching the excitement outside, he bent down and picked up the head of the cane and said, "Go to the church of the Evernight goddess." As long as there were people outside, he dared to go out. He knew that Kalangos would never expose himself at this time. Passing through the crowd, watching the excitement, he found a rental carriage nearby. Hobert handed the coachman a 5 solely paper bill. "Go to the nearest church of the Evernight goddess. Take the route with the most people. The more people on the road, the better." The coachman put away the money and thanked him. Although the guest's request was a bit strange, he was willing to follow the guest arrangements as long as there was money. Entering the church of the Evernight goddess was finally considered safe. Hobert asked Zio and Furs to wait in their seats while he entered the confessional and spoke to the priest inside, saying, "I am Hobert, an auxiliary member of the Nighthawks. Here is my identification. I just encountered Kalangos, yes, Vice Admiral Hurricane." Hobert briefly recounted his recent encounter. The priest asked him to wait inside the church. About half an hour later, Captain Thomas personally led his team over, skipping pleasantries and asking, "Tell me about what happened in detail just now." Hobert recounted his experience again, omitting detailed aspects such as how the psychological spoon protected him from mental attacks. "You handled it very well," Thomas said. "The risks in your recent confrontation far exceeded your expectations. The fact that you all managed to leave alive is truly a miracle." Thomas then began assigning tasks. Daly and 2 other team members were to escort Hobert and 2 others back and ensure their safety. Meanwhile, Thomas led his team to the scene to see if they could find any clues about Kalangos. As they departed, Hobert said, "Captain Thomas, my cane was left at the scene. Please help me retrieve it." Before they left, the Tree of Order had not yet withered completely, but due to its special nature, Hobert hoped to burn all used trees of order himself. Thomas agreed and led the team away. Hobert and the others boarded a carriage adorned with the emblem of the Evernight Church. Inside, Hobert said to Zio and Furs, "It's best for you not to return to your rental rooms for now." Furs sighed. "We had the same idea. Another move. Your new place should preferably be in Sherwood Borough or St. George Borough, areas with better security," Hobert suggested. "Kalangos rarely operates in those areas. After all, he consumed a vagabond every day and had no time to wander around Backland." Zio wryly smiled. "Rent in those places is too expensive. They had to move frequently, losing 10 to 20 pounds in rent each time. Too extravagant." Hobert thought for a moment. "Stay at my place for these days. There are 2 guest rooms. I happen to be away on a business trip this week, and you can help me look after the house. I think it won't be long before Kalangos is caught." When I return from my trip, you could go back to your original place." Daly, who had been silent, suddenly said, "I don't recommend you going out during this time. Kalangos isn't easy to catch. It's best for you all to stay at home and within our sight." "I'm safer away from Backlund," Hobert said. "I don't know why Kalangos suddenly surfaced, but I believe he has a purpose here in Backlund. He won't chase me out of this city." He smiled. "Besides, I think it's a suicidal move for a pirate to come ashore and commit crimes. He won't be rampant for long." Daly smiled, perhaps thinking Hobert had a point, and didn't argue with him. Hobert looked at Zio and Furs again. "What do you think?" Zio and Furs had already exchanged glances earlier. They had come out today in a hurry, carrying a few pounds in cash, prepared to pay the informants of Darkholme. A place to stay without spending money was certainly the best. After getting their response, the carriage headed towards 192 Blanca Street. Daly and the others were also happy to protect the people involved in such townhouses, at least avoiding staying up late in the chilly autumn streets and having conditions to brew a cup of hot coffee late at night. Hobert bought 6 lunches at a nearby Desi Flavor restaurant, but he and Zio and Furs had met people from Darkholme before and had no appetite. Hobert even thought to himself, "Even if I return to the era, I will never eat stewed tripe and lamb soup again." He simply pushed away the lunch and wrote a letter to his mother Melissa at home, telling her that he had recently moved in with a few friends in the rental house to avoid Melissa sending maids to clean the house immediately upon arrival and then going to the police. When Daly and the others finished their lunch, Hobert took his suitcase and briefcase, packed his lunch with a few spoons that hadn't moved much, and then said goodbye to Zio and Furs and asked Daly to take him to the train station. Zio and Furs also went out, intending to tell Miss Audrey about today's experience. Once again on the rental carriage, Hobert smiled at Daly opposite him. "Miss Daly, my father has a good comrade in arms in Tingen, which makes me have several good friends in Tingen." "Well, yes, I've heard of some of your deeds in Tingen." Daly was stunned at first, and then smiled. "Did you hear about that passionate deed in Tingen?" But Hobert suddenly said seriously, "Miss Daly, please don't ask me how I learned about what I'm going to say next, because I can't say where the information came from. But this concerns the life and death of Captain Dunn and other members of the Nighthawks. Please take it seriously." When Dunn's name was heard, Daly also put away his smile. "If you receive a request for help from Tingen, don't hesitate to ask your Archbishop to rush to support at the fastest speed." Hobert said, "Tell the Archbishop that if you are late, the true creator may very likely come to Tingen." Surprised, Daly was about to speak, but Hobert preempted. "If you want to save Dunn, follow my arrangements. If you intervene early, you may defuse the crisis, but you may also hide the cultists. Your Archbishop cannot stay in Tingen all the time. If the crisis is not completely resolved when the Archbishop leaves, the members of the Nighthawks in Tingen will still be in danger. So it's best to wait until they start acting before uprooting them." This, of course, is just a clever excuse. The main reason Hobert doesn't want the power of Backlund to intervene prematurely is to deal with Ince Zangwill, who holds 0-08. In Ince's plan, Dunn must die, even if he does not die to deal with the birth of the demigod. He is sure to die in other events, because only the leader of the Nighthawks has the right to use St. Selena's ashes. Hobert has been thinking about many plans recently. Only by letting it start his actions, and then using ways to disrupt the story fabricated by 0-08, can there be a chance to kill Ince and completely solve the crisis in Tingen, and Dunn can truly be saved. Except for Hobert, no one else would think of or use this method because only Hobert knows Ince's plan clearly. Hobert emphasized again, "If you want to completely help Dunn resolve the crisis, you must follow my arrangements." Daly looked at Hobert for 5 or 6 seconds before saying, "I will cooperate with you, and if what you said really happens, I will also help you cover up." Hobert breathed a sigh of relief. Talking to Daly was the most variable and difficult step in his plan. Arriving at the train station, Daly's expression was somewhat serious. "After you come back, we need to talk." "Don't say that," Hobert said. Generally, in a drama, if such lines appear, the person who is about to go on a long journey will definitely not come back. Hobert quickly took his suitcase off the carriage, went to the post office adjacent to the train station to send a letter, and then went to buy a ticket to Tingen. Daly watched Hobert's figure gradually recede, lost in thought. She first wondered where Hobert had obtained such crucial news about the arrival of the evil god. Even Klein, a formal member of the Nighthawks in Tingen City, who had just consulted her about mediumship, seemed unaware of it. Then, she pondered why Hobert knew about her feelings for Dunn. In theory, only she and Dunn should know about these feelings. Could it be that the members of the Nighthawks had all figured it out? Was Dunn the only one pretending not to know? Daly smiled bitterly. If that were true, it would be truly pitiful. Hypnosis. In the restroom of the train station, Hobert used this psychological spoon to hypnotize himself, erasing all knowledge about 0-08 until he encountered Megos and the spawn of the evil god at the Blackthorn Security Company in Tingen City. Hobert's gaze went blank for about a second. Then he looked somewhat lost at his reflection in the mirror. Suddenly, tears streamed down his face, and he felt an urge to cry aloud. Distortion. Hobert even forgot why he had used the psychological spoon. He twisted his emotions, tears flowing freely but without sobbing aloud. As the train departed, Hobert's mood sank deeper into his journey, finally leaving Backlund shrouded in heavy fog. Although Hobert had become a beyonder and his physique had greatly improved, the constant lack of sunlight and the early arrival of night by over an hour made him feel deeply oppressed. After over an hour since the train started moving, Hobert felt hungry as expected while admiring the scenery outside. He took out his packed lunch and started eating. It wasn't because he was particularly thrifty, but after witnessing East Borough, he found wasting food to be extremely shameful. Just after 2:30, Hobert finished his delayed dinner and covered his face with a newspaper to feign sleep while clutching his wallet under his clothes. There was no choice. His plan was to depart in the morning, arrive in Tingen City around 1 or 2 o'clock, and then use the excuse of taking a nap at his room to attend the tarot club. He hadn't expected to encounter Kalangos. He had been avoiding the task of finding Kalangos as much as possible. As his thoughts churned, his vision was covered in gray mist, and he found himself once again in the magnificent giant hall, precisely as the tarot club was about to begin. "Good afternoon, Mr. Fool," Audrey greeted as usual, and then said, "Respected Mr. Fool, I wonder if your devotee has received the compensation of £300. Audrey referred to the compensation to cover the difference in last week's three-way transaction. "I haven't paid attention to this matter," the fool Klein said, "but since my devotee hasn't requested further assistance, he must have received it." "Rubbish," Hobert harshly exposed in his mind. "You probably checked the accounts right away and confirmed it several times. Oh, right, to prevent others from stealing, you even use your own name for the withdrawal password." Additionally, he thought, Klein is now sequence 8. While he was lost in his thoughts, Audrey had already started recounting Hobert's encounter with Kalangos. After hearing the details, Klein, hidden in the gray mist, was sweating for the three of them. Alger marveled. Your lawyer friend was so calm. If he had misspoken a single word, he would have been dead. Hobert nodded lightly, feeling the same way. Alger added, theoretically, even 10 sequence 8s may not necessarily be Kalangos' opponent. They survived with 1 sequence 8 and 2 sequence 9. Their luck is also extraordinary. Audrey did not mention Hobert, Zio, and others' real names, but instead described them as my lawyer friend and my bounty hunter friend while recounting the incident. Hearing Alger's praise, Audrey was a bit proud. My lawyer friend is amazing. Although he's only sequence 8, he just participated in a fierce battle last week and won. In fact, she didn't know if there was any victory, but she believed that Hobert and the 3 others hadn't been seriously injured, so they should be the victors. Hobert smiled helplessly in his heart. Hearing Audrey say that, it seemed as if she had won that victory herself. Next, Audrey and Alger initiated a new transaction. If Audrey found Kalangos again, Alger would provide her with a perfect pituitary gland of a rainbow salamander. In this transaction, Audrey was clearly cheated by Alger again. Even the main ingredient of a Sequence 8 potion, however rare, would sell for at most 450 pounds. And the risk of finding Kalango's whereabouts far exceeds this price. At least Hobert felt this way, and he believed he still had the right to speak up about it, especially since he had just fought Kalango's and now felt terrified. However, Hobert didn't speak up to remind him. He knew Audrey didn't care about these few dollars, and he didn't want to have a bad time with Alger because Audrey didn't care. Because of the transaction for the rainbow salamander pituitary gland, Audrey and Alger extended their discussion to this almost extinct beyonder creature. Audrey asked, if the rainbow salamander becomes extinct, does that mean the spectator pathway will be interrupted? No, Hobert replied. Do you remember when we talked about the law of beyonder characteristics indestructibility? When one of these materials is depleted, another material with similar effects will inevitably replace it. Audrey was somewhat stunned. I didn't expect the law of indestructibility to have such a broad application. She now deeply realized how valuable the knowledge spoken by the Emperor was. Then she realized that the Sun had not attended the meeting at that time. So Audrey asked, Mr. Sun, do you need me to explain the law of indestructibility to you? No need, Derek said. This is knowledge that is already in our textbooks. Audrey smiled faintly and then said, I really want to go to the City of Silver for a few days. Derek's face darkened slightly. We are abandoned by the gods here, and no one will want to come. The statement made Audrey unsure how to comfort the Sun. After a few seconds of silence in the Great Hall, Klein suddenly asked the Sun, is the City of Silver still faithful to the gods? Hearing this question, Audrey and Alger listened intently. Derek said in a respectful tone, we still believe in the Creator, the omnipotent and omniscient God. Audrey was somewhat surprised. They actually directly believe in the Creator itself? You know, in mythological stories, the Creator has long been divided among various gods and races. In modern terms, it's just a symbolic meaning. Alger also felt strange. Their description of the Creator was a bit strange, omniscient and omnipotent. What exactly does that mean? Hobert suddenly asked, do your records have any descriptions about the dominions of the omnipotent and omniscient God? Hobert's question intrigued Audrey, nearly prompting Alger to praise out loud. Even Klein couldn't help but marvel. What an intriguing question. Knowing the dominion of the omnipotent and omniscient God, and comparing it with the geography of the North and South continents along with the location of City of Silver, one could roughly deduce the direction of the forsaken territory of gods. Derek said, there are relevant descriptions. As mentioned in textbooks, wherever the sun shines, there are believers of the gods, including the dragon territory, the elven territory, the vampire territory, the phoenix territory, and our giant territory. Initially, Hobert was still impressed with Little Sun's straightforwardness, asking, can someone tell me where the dragon territory is? Audrey stifled a laugh, and Alger smiled wryly and shook his head. Let's sort this out. Hobert quickly realized there were clues to follow. Derek mentioned 5 regions in total, likely corresponding to 5 of the 8 ancient gods. These 5 ancient gods were probably slain by the ancient sun god, after which the people there began to worship the omnipotent and omniscient God. Hobert asked, approximately, where is the Phoenix territory in relation to the City of Silver? How far are they from you? According to the book, it's roughly to our north, Derek said. But the book doesn't specify the exact distance. Hobert nodded. So this region was indeed part of the forsaken land of the gods. And what about the vampire territory? To the direct south of the City of Silver, replied Little Sunday. Hobert cross-referenced this with his knowledge of geography from the modern era, roughly in the position of what would have been Africa in that era, now also within the forsaken land of the gods. The giant king's court should be to your west, right? Daly exclaimed excitedly. Me, Emperor, you actually know about the giant king's court. Audrey wasn't surprised. The Emperor naturally knew some peculiar knowledge. Alger, however, scrutinized Hobert deeply. He began to suspect if the Emperor was like Mr. Fool, a hidden being awakening. Otherwise, how could he know so much ancient knowledge? I've only read about it in books, Hobert admitted frankly. I have a strong impression of that court always being in a twilight state. Little son nodded repeatedly. Hum. Our textbooks describe it that way too. Audrey let her imagination wander, picturing an eternal twilight palace behind the mist, feeling inspired to paint again, although she lacked brushes and a canvas here. Klein, hidden in the mist, also realized that gods not only symbolized supreme power, but also represented the atmosphere, climate, or fixed moments like twilight or night. Reflecting on the exchange with Little Sun just now, Hobert roughly understood the geography of the forsaken land of the gods. He then asked, let's continue sorting through this. Where roughly is the elven territory in relation to the City of Silver? To the west. And the dragon territory? To the northwest. In this way, our geographical concepts are basically aligned, Hobert said. The elven territory corresponds to the archipelago between the north and south continents and the Desi Bay, while the dragon territory is probably what is now the north continent. Hobert turned to Derek. City of Silver is east of the Kingdom of Lone, or slightly north or south, but definitely in the eastern part of the Sonia Sea. Derek stood up excitedly, then sat back down. The world under the protection of the true God seemed both distant and within reach. But in any case, those places truly existed. Alger straightened up too. He hadn't expected the Emperor to so easily analyze the rough location of the forsaken land of gods and explain it so generously. Well, the Emperor must also enjoy using his knowledge to formulate new knowledge. In fact, for Hobert, the approximate location of the forsaken land of the gods was not particularly valuable information. It was the differences in modern and ancient geography that interested him. Curiously, Audrey asked, Mr. Hangman, you've been traveling the seas, so have you been to the Sonia Sea? Why hasn't anyone crossed that sea to find the forsaken land of the gods? I've heard that the eastern part of the Sonia Sea is even more dangerous than the Berserk Sea. Alger said, of course, many have gone there in search of treasure, but most have not returned. Even among those who returned, most became madmen with unclear minds. Only a few people know the situation in the eastern part of the Sonia Sea, but they are unwilling to share their experiences with others. Audrey looked at Hobert again. Emperor, do you know why? Derek also looked at Hobert, visibly nervous. I only know a rough idea, Hobert smiled. But this information is so advanced that you can hardly imagine. If you want to trade-related information, be prepared with 20,000 pounds. 2. Even Audrey, who was wealthy and confident, was startled. In the entire Kingdom of Lone, only a few had wealth exceeding 20,000 pounds. How valuable was this information? Could it create a millionaire out of thin air? Klein, seated at the head, would have revealed his surprise if not for the mist blocking his expression. The Emperor was indeed generous, not just in offering, but also in demanding a high price during transactions. 20,000 pounds. This was wealth that most people dared not even dream of. Suddenly, having 300 pounds in one's account seemed insignificant. However, this also precisely illustrated the high value of this information. Klein even anticipated a transaction with Miss Justice, but seeing even the wealthiest Miss Justice of the Tarot Club hesitating, he knew this transaction would be difficult to accomplish in the short term. Hobert smiled. There is much geographical knowledge that seems commonplace to us, but actually contains highly advanced information. For example, the Berserk Sea was not always so berserk. Before the War of the Four Emperors, it was just an ordinary sea. As for why it became berserk, that too is highly advanced information. He asked, Miss Justice, do you still think my price is high now? This kind of information is completely priceless, and you won't find such high-level transactions at other gatherings. Audrey seemed to regain the curiosity and excitement she had when first introduced to mysticism. It's really not expensive at all, but it'll take me a few months to save up for the trade. Derek was somewhat at a loss. Emperor, He now wanted to trade with the Emperor, but even if he didn't know the exact value of the gold pound, he could tell from the expressions of the other members that the price the Emperor quoted was very high. You don't have to rush, Hobert smiled. Even if you get this knowledge now, it won't be of any use to you. My advice is, you should explore how you need to explore. I believe your elders know which direction to explore, so you don't need to worry about it. With Mr. Fool's protection and guidance, all of you attending this gathering will definitely have the opportunity to gradually learn these hidden secrets in the future. Klein, hidden behind the mist, smiled bitterly. I didn't even know there were such hidden secrets here. But the Emperor's words effectively maintained his authority, so Klein said nothing and sat quietly in his chair, watching everyone as usual. Hobert's comfort made Derek breathe a sigh of relief. Yes, they could still get help from Mr. Fool. Suddenly, the City of Silver seemed to have hope. Alger suddenly asked Hobert, "Just now you discovered that the land of elves and the land of dragons correspond to the archipelago and the northern continent, respectively. What about the southern continent? What region does it correspond to?" The southern continent doesn't seem to be mentioned in the sun's description just now. Hobert asked Derek, "Apart from places that worship the omnipotent and omniscient God, are there no other regions?" Derek thought seriously for a moment. There aren't any. Our textbooks only describe geography very simply. His expression dimmed, because even if we knew about those places, we couldn't go there. Do you still remember the original text from the textbook? I roughly remember. As long as it's a place where the sun shines, there are believers of the gods. Then there are the 5 regions we just talked about. And the last sentence is, the omnipotent and omniscient God brings eternal peace. And only the followers of the gods can receive the grace of light and civilization. Which means there are still people who are not followers of the gods, unable to receive the grace of light and civilization. Hobert analyzed. According to the descriptions of the 5 regions just now and the 8 ancient gods, Audrey immediately noticed the key point in Hobert's words just now. 8 ancient gods? They're ancient gods. Also, the omnipotent and omniscient God should also be considered one of the ancient gods, right? Alger rubbed his chin. Why haven't I heard of the 8 ancient gods before? He was almost certain. The Emperor and Mr. Fool must have a close connection. Were they allies long ago? Is that why they're waking up together now? Klein also speculated that the 8 ancient gods should be figures from the legendary 3rd epic or even the 2nd epic. Hobert said, "Oh, if you want detailed information about the 8 ancient gods, you need to trade with me or the sun." He was reminding the sun that this information could be traded freely. Hobert continued, "Based on the comparison of the descriptions of the 5 regions and the 8 ancient gods, there are also 3 regions ruled by ancient gods that haven't been mentioned. This includes the land of mutants. Considering that there are many mutants in the southern continent now, can we infer that the 3 ancient gods who are not mentioned ruled regions include our familiar southern continent?" Alger nodded. "Your erudition once again amazes me." Hobert smiled faintly, accepting the compliment. There was silence in the hall for a few seconds. Mr. Fool spoke in a slow, low voice to Derek. "Are you still offering sacrifices to that omnipotent and omniscient God?" "Yes, we are still offering sacrifices to him." Derek's tone concealed an undeniable sadness. "We were once ruled by the Giant King's court and believed in the Giant King Ormer. Later, we received the Lord's redemption. We will not betray the Lord again. We all believe that we will eventually regain the Lord's favor, perhaps on the day when the sun rises again." Alger frowned. Ruled by the Giant King's court? He had read the secret chapters of the Book of Storms, which described the 2nd epic as the Dark Epoch, where giants, dragons, elves, and other races played major roles in the sky, oceans, and lands. But in the end, the Lord of Storms, the eternal blazing sun, and the God of knowledge and wisdom led humans to defeat these extraordinary beings one by one, ushering in the glorious era at the beginning of the 3rd epic, followed by the so-called cataclysm. Although Audrey couldn't understand, she listened attentively. Only Hobert sat there relaxedly, listening. Klein added, "Describe in detail the process of your sacrifices." Alger was excited to the point of trembling. Did Mr. Fool want to uncover the truth about the City of Silver's abandonment? Or did he want to determine if the Creator still exists? These thoughts elevated Alger's sense of self. He sighed, this secrecy among the gods, my pursuit of authority, my pursuit of power, isn't it all to gain this feeling? Audrey didn't understand what was so exciting about it. Hobert, however, concealed his smile in another way. Mr. Hangman's reaction is so intense. You might not imagine. Mr. Fool is learning sacrifice with little Sunday. Derek answered honestly, we have a grand altar built. After discussing the sacrifice, Klein ended today's gathering. The moment they left the giant hall, Alger and others once again marveled that this meeting had shattered their understanding. The sound of the train whistle reached Hobert's ears. He folded up the newspaper, pretending to be awakened by the train whistle. 2 hours later, the train arrived at its destination, and Hobert arrived at Tinjin City, a place of special significance to him. Suburbs of Tinjin City, a house with dark red chimneys and a lawn of green grass. Ince Zangwill, returning from the toilet, saw a feather pen scribbling on his notebook. He quickly took hold of the feather pen and looked at the notebook. The contents read, Hobert Jeffrey seems to have come to Tinjin City because of a commercial dispute case, or for something else. Could it be to save Tinjin City? He got off the train, stretched lazily, and said, Tinjin City, hello. Zangwill frowned and thought for a moment. He didn't remember any strongman named Hobert. Although he was cautious, 0-08 had already tried to kill him more than once or twice, and as long as he interrupted 0-08's writing in time, events harmful to him wouldn't happen, and characters harmful to him wouldn't appear in his story again. After getting off the train, like many other passengers, Hobert stretched lazily and then smiled. Hello, Tinjin City. He had come to where it all began, like a primary school student entering a history museum, excited and curious. Stepping off the platform, he saw a servant holding a blackboard with young Master Hobert written on it. Beside the servant stood a soldier in his 40s, with slightly dark skin and a scar on his forehead. Hobert walked over. Hello, I'm Hobert Jeffrey. Welcome to Tinjin City. The soldier squeezed out a stiff smile. I was your father's deputy when he was in the southern continent, Ulysses. Christian had already sent a telegram to Ulysses ahead of Hobert's arrival in Tinjin City. Hello, Mr. Ulysses. Father often praised your bravery in front of us. No, Commander Christian always led the way for me, even though he was already a lieutenant colonel at the time. Sitting in the carriage, Hobert took out Christian's personal letter. Although he was curious about the contents of the letter, he did not open it privately. Ulysses immediately opened the handwritten letter, which seemed short. After a brief glance, he tucked it away. It was clear that Ulysses wasn't much of a talker. Is this your first time in Tinjin City? He asked. Yes, Hobert smiled. The scenery here is much prettier than in Backlund, but then again, Backlund's mist makes it impossible to see the city's views. At least it's bustling. Ulysses ignored Hobert's jest. Commander Christian's telegram mentioned you're here on business for the law firm? Yes, to handle a commercial dispute case. I'll be defending the defendant. Is the defendant Dominic? Hobert was surprised. How did you guess? Ulysses frowned. Dominic is my brother-in-law. I've heard him mention this matter. How coincidental, Hobert chuckled. Ulysses shrugged. The circles in Tinjin City aren't that big. He continued, I'll have the steward arrange a carriage for you. You're free to use it during your stay. If you need my intervention, don't hesitate to ask. Thank you for your assistance. Ulysses arranged for Hobert to stay in a villa on the outskirts. After dropping him off, he instructed the steward to prepare rooms and a carriage before leaving the villa. Talking with the steward, Hobert learned that this villa was one of Ulysses's many properties. It was usually reserved for Ulysses's close friends or comrades when they visited Tinjin City. Hobert thought, now this is what a high-ranking officer's life should be like. Thinking of Christian, although his villa in the center of Backlund could buy several villas in Tinjin City, it seemed a bit austere compared to Ulysses, his former subordinate. Hobert also considered that there might be other properties he didn't know about. Arriving at the room prepared for him, Hobert found it much more comfortable than a hotel. The decor was elegant, but not overly luxurious, and the furniture was tasteful. After resting for a while, Hobert saw that it was already late in the day. He decided to visit Mr. Dominic tomorrow. Due to his busy schedule, Ulysses didn't come to entertain Hobert. He dined alone in the vast dining room, feeling somewhat unused to the sudden luxurious lifestyle. After dinner, Hobert took a stroll in the garden. He looked up the night sky, wondering what Klein, who shared the same city with him, was doing right now. At this moment, Klein had just finished dinner and was sitting on a single sofa in the living room, leisurely reading the Alwa Evening Post that had arrived not long ago. Benson had a grimace on his face as he read a grammar book. Melissa was also busy. In front of her were textbooks, stationery, a compass, ruler, and other items, as if she were doing homework. Suddenly, the gas lamps in the living room and dining room dimmed. The three siblings looked at the lamps simultaneously, trying to find the cause. Just then, Klein felt something touch his arm. There was no one else beside him, but the slight touch made his hair stand on end. He activated his spirit vision and immediately saw a small, pale hand near him, holding a neatly folded paper. It was a messenger. Klein breathed a sigh of relief and discreetly grasped the letter under the guise of the newspaper. The messenger promptly left. How strange! Melissa muttered in front of the gas lamp, checking for any issues but finding none even after a thorough inspection. Klein shook his head with a wry smile. Why was it that in their household, the girls handled such matters while the men just watched? After the gas lamps returned to normal, everyone went back to their respective tasks. Under the cover of the newspaper, Klein opened the letter. It was indeed a reply from Miss Daly, detailing relevant knowledge and precautions about spiritualism. This knowledge greatly benefited Klein. At the end of the letter, Daly wrote, "If you encounter anything difficult to understand or resolve recently, don't hesitate. Send a telegram to Backlund for help." Klein smiled wryly. "Miss, did you receive some alarming information? Don't scare me like this, okay?" Early the next morning, Hobert took a two-wheeled carriage provided for him and arrived at Dominic's company, where he discussed the case in detail with Dominic. He planned to contact Klein or Captain Dunn in a day or two. When he did so, he would try to be as natural as possible. As for why he needed to be natural, he couldn't recall at the moment. In any case, in his plan, this contact had to be natural. Mr. Dominic's case wasn't too complicated. Earlier this year, at Dominic's initiative, he and another tycoon, Mr. Claude, invested in a batch of futures. However, during a violent storm at sea, it was unclear whether the goods were seized by pirates or lost in a shipwreck. In any case, the investment failed. For Dominic, this was just one of several investments, and the loss was acceptable to him. However, Mr. Claude was currently facing a financial crisis, and this investment was crucial to him. After the investment failed, Mr. Claude hoped that Dominic, the initiator of this investment, would compensate him. He believed that the risks of this investment were much greater than what Dominic had described, accusing Dominic of fraud. Naturally, Dominic wouldn't pay compensation. He believed that Claude was now in need of money, so he was trying to extort him. After several unsuccessful attempts to reach a satisfactory solution through communication, Mr. Claude sued Dominic in court. The lawyer who usually worked with Dominic suddenly fell ill and was hospitalized. Through a friend's introduction, he found Mr. Barton. Dominic was also surprised that Mr. Barton only sent an assistant to handle this case. However, after chatting for a few moments, he found that this young man had a clear mind and high professional competence, so he signed the power of attorney with confidence. Hobert then went to visit the plaintiff's lawyer. The plaintiff's lawyer was quite polite. He also knew that Mr. Claude had little chance of winning, but in order to fight for the interests of his client, he still hoped that Mr. Dominic would compensate him to settle the matter. The two talked for half a day, but made little progress. In the afternoon, Hobert went to visit Mr. Claude. Claude, in his 40s, had a deserted company, and it seemed that only one secretary was working in the huge office building. "It's too late." His eyes were bloodshot, and Claude, smoking, sneered. "It's all too late. Dominic will pay for everything he has done." In the end, the conversation ended without harmony. After organizing the information, Hobert returned to Dominic's place in the late afternoon. The two had just sat down on the sofa when a 16 or 17-year-old girl pushed open the door. She was wearing a blue lace dress, her brown hair was naturally curly, and her face had some cute baby fat. Seeing Hobert, she apologized slightly. "Sorry, Dad. I didn't know you had a guest." Dominic stood up and introduced, "This is Mr. Hobert, a promising young lawyer from Backlund. This is my daughter, Elizabeth." Hobert glanced at the slight baby fat on the girl's face. It should be Elizabeth, Melissa's friend. Wasn't the world so small? "Hobert, you should have told me earlier that you were Ulysses's friend," Dominic smiled. "If we hadn't met at a banquet at noon, I wouldn't have known." Elizabeth, on the side, curiously sized up Hobert. In her impression, Uncle Ulysses seemed to dislike socializing. Hobert smiled and corrected, "My father and Mr. Ulysses were comrades. I'm actually Mr. Ulysses's junior." Dominic chuckled. Guests who can stay in the villa in the suburbs are all good friends of Ulysses. Elizabeth didn't intend to continue listening to their conversation. She politely took her leave and went to the secretary's office to wait. She came to inform her father that she would be taking leave tomorrow morning to accompany her friend Selena to the cemetery to mourn her teacher. Because of the frightening divination earlier, Elizabeth was worried about her friend going alone. If anything happened, she planned to immediately seek help from Melissa's brother. Hobert and Dominic resumed discussing the case. After learning the results of today's visit, Dominic shook his head with a smile as he smoked. It's quite normal for investments to fail. Claude ended up with nothing because of his greed. I owe him nothing, and I won't give him a penny of so-called compensation. At Dominic's request, Hobert conducted an analysis and concluded that the chances of winning the lawsuit were very high. As he was about to take his leave, he suddenly remembered Claude's expression. He reminded Dominic, "Mr. Claude seems to be at the end of his rope now. Be careful, he might do something irrational." Dominic shook his head with a smile. As long as he still has a brain, he wouldn't dare do anything to me. After all, Mr. Ulysses's brother-in-law was the chief of staff of the Intersea Naval District. Back at Backlund, Viscount Hall, Audrey stared blankly at the painting before her. The Grand Hall at dusk, Lady Countess commented on the artwork on the easel. "It's a wonderful concept." "Mother," Audrey smiled, "I've been feeling inspired lately. Take a look at my latest painting." She brought out a painting from the side. The background depicted a courtroom, with a young lawyer laughing, a helpless judge, and a middle-aged lawyer with a gloomy expression. The well-maintained Countess asked, "Is this the recent workman's compensation case that's been the talk of the town?" "Kind Countess, what can we do for that poor worker?" "My dear, I know your kindness makes you sympathize with the worker, but there's nothing we can do." This case was no longer just a simple compensation case. It had laid bare the contradictions between two classes to everyone. Audrey felt somewhat disappointed inside. Through her abilities and the education she received since childhood, she understood her mother's meaning. Not helping the defendant Arnold at this time was already a kind of mercy. These days, she had been trying to guide her parents, hoping they would stand on Hobert and Bob's side. But evidently, she had failed. The Countess did not continue the topic, but noticed that the painting had been framed. She smiled and asked, "Is this painting for someone?" "Yes." Audrey did not continue the previous topic either. "Beautiful Countess, would you be my model?" "Not now, dear," the Countess said. "I came to tell you that tomorrow night you'll join us at Duke Negan's ball." Audrey glanced again at the painting depicting the courtroom. She whispered softly, "The cost of one of the Duke's balls is probably more than 1,000 pounds, isn't it?" "What did you just say?" "Nothing, Mother," Audrey smiled. "I'll prepare in advance." Hobert breathed in the moist morning air by the window. The air in Tingen City was much better than in Backlund. He changed into his clothes and had breakfast served by the servants. Just as Hobert was about to leave, the butler approached. "Master Hobert, the master is preparing a welcoming banquet for you here tomorrow night. Do you have time tomorrow night? If there's a conflict, we can make other arrangements. Please thank Mr. Ulysses for his warm hospitality." Hobert smiled. "Guests follow the host arrangements. I'm available." "Very well. I will convey your thanks." Hobert got into the carriage again, heading once more to Dominic's company. He planned to chat with Dominic first, letting the client know he was working hard on his case. Then he intended to go to Blackthorn Security Company. Originally, he wanted to ask the local authorities to investigate the authenticity of the clues in this case. But Claude's reaction yesterday gave Hobert a new inspiration. He planned to ask the security company for help in investigating whether Claude had any unlawful intentions. However, when he saw Dominic, he found him pacing in the office. Although he seemed to be trying hard to conceal his anxiety, his eyes and slightly trembling fingers betrayed him. Hobert smiled. "I seem to have come at a bad time. Is there anything I can help with?" Dominic took a deep breath before saying, "Elizabeth is missing." "Missing?" "Yes. Elizabeth didn't go to school this morning but went out with friends," Dominic recounted. "Just now, Elizabeth's 2 friends came to me. They were supposed to meet at 8 o'clock, but they haven't seen Elizabeth yet." It was now around 10 in the morning, meaning Elizabeth had been missing for over 2 hours. Hobert asked, "Has a police report been filed?" "It has," Dominic said anxiously. "The police said they would help search, but they also reminded me that it's not time to file a case yet. If an ordinary person had reported it, the police wouldn't even accept the case." Dominic seemed to suddenly realize something. "Yesterday, I should have taken your warning seriously. Claude may not harm me, but oh, poor Elizabeth." Dominic suddenly stopped in his tracks. "I'm going to find Claude. Whatever compensation he wants, I can't agree to, but he must not harm Elizabeth." "Please calm down, Mr. Dominic." Hobert seized the opportunity. "If you go to see Claude now, you might also disappear." He continued, "Why don't we ask the security company for help? They can also help find Elizabeth. I happen to know a company with very good operational standards." "Look at me, I'm getting flustered." Dominic interrupted Hobert. "Thank you for your reminder. I have a long-term cooperation with Always Security Company. I can ask them for help." "Listen to me, Mr. Dominic." Hobert hesitated. If he continued to persuade him, Dominic might suspect that he had received some benefit from Blackthorn Security Company. "Are Elizabeth's 2 friends still here?" "They are in the waiting room." "I'll take them back then." Dominic slapped his forehead. "Look at my memory. Please, if it's no trouble for you." Care brings chaos. No matter how successful he was in business or how calm he appeared, as a father, he was now frantic. Seeing the 2 girls waiting in the reception room, Hobert sensed something. After asking, these 2 girls turned out to be acquaintances, Melissa Moretti and Selena Wood. Melissa had brown eyes and black hair. She appeared somewhat thin, but her complexion was rosy, and her skin glowed with the vitality of youth. Hobert remembered that when Klein had first crossed over, this young girl had a rather pale complexion due to long-term malnutrition. Now, she looked much healthier, which showed how much their living conditions had improved since Klein found a job. Selena, on the other hand, had striking burgundy hair and deep dimples. Sitting together, she appeared even more eye-catching. After exchanging a few casual words, Hobert sighed in relief. Thanks to Melissa's sharp instincts, she had immediately realized something was wrong when Elizabeth didn't show up at the agreed time and, along with Selena, came to report it. Otherwise, in this age without mobile phones or telephones, it might have been noon or afternoon before Elizabeth's family realized she was missing because she hadn't returned home on time. "I'm Mr. Dominic's lawyer," Hobert said. "Mr. Dominic is working hard to find Elizabeth, and he entrusted me with taking you home." Melissa responded, "Actually, we were hoping to wait here a little longer." "Yes," Selena agreed. "Otherwise, we won't be able to relax when we get home." She added with a mournful expression, "It's all my fault. If I hadn't gone to mourn my teacher, Elizabeth wouldn't have gotten into trouble." "You're still going to mourn that cultist?" Hobert thought. "What are you thinking?" "This kind of waiting is pointless," he said. "If Elizabeth is found, you'll be notified immediately." With Hobert's persuasion, the 2 girls finally agreed to go home first. Inside the carriage, the talkative Selena chatted with Hobert, showing curiosity about the nature of his work. During the conversation, Selena casually remarked, "Elizabeth should have met us along this road." Hobert paused and began paying attention to the details of the road, trying to locate the spot where Elizabeth had been kidnapped. However, he soon realized he had no talent for detective work and couldn't find any clues. At that moment, Hobert felt a bit envious of Mr. Cross's abilities. With just an item of Elizabeth's, he could use divination to find her. Though Hobert had a spirit necklace, it could only perform very simple divinations and was useless for finding people. He planned to send Melissa and Selina home first, then immediately head to the Blackthorn Security Company for assistance. The two girls attended the same school. After watching them enter the school gates, Hobert didn't leave immediately. He first consulted with the coachman about how to get to the Blackthorn Security Company in Tingen City. Because Hobert couldn't remember the exact address of the Blackthorn Security Company in Tingen City, he figured he could ask for directions near the Evernight Goddess Cathedral or find it on his own. However, the coachman had never heard of such a security company, indicating that Blackthorn Security Company had little standing in the security industry. Fortunately, Hobert remembered it wasn't far from the Evernight Goddess Cathedral, so he could ask for directions upon reaching the vicinity or search for himself. Just as he was about to leave, Hobert saw Melissa and Selina emerging from the school again. They were surprised to see he hadn't left yet. Hobert opened the carriage window and asked, "Did you forget something?" "No," Selina replied. "We're going to search for Elizabeth. We thought of a new clue." Hobert got out of the carriage and said, "That's too dangerous. You can tell me the clue, and I'll handle it." Selina shook her head and said, "We must be involved in finding Elizabeth. Otherwise, we won't tell you." Clearly, they had returned to school just to avoid Hobert. If he hadn't waited a few minutes longer, they would have acted on their own. Hobert sighed. "All right, get in the carriage." At least with him around, he could keep an eye on these two worrying girls. Once back in the carriage, Melissa said, "We just thought that since Elizabeth was kidnapped on her way to meet us, the kidnappers are likely hiding her in vacant houses or places with few people along the way." Selina added, "I've thought of a few possible locations. We can check them one by one. But to save time, I think we should do a divination," she said. Hobert was startled and thought, "Your half-baked divination might get us all killed." I know. It sounds ridiculous," Selina smiled helplessly. "But Mr. Archer's divinations are truly accurate. They're even more powerful than my late teacher's, and his place isn't far from here." "You're back in contact with the Aurora Order again?" Melissa asked. "Selina, maybe we shouldn't do a divination. It's time-consuming." "No, we need a divination right now," Hobert smiled. "Let's not waste time. Let's go to Mr. Archer immediately. Then, after visiting Blackthorn Security Company, I'll report this Aurora Order member. I suspect the Nighthawks will pay a visit to Mr. Archer's house later tonight." Selina clapped her hands and smiled. Wise choice. Melissa shook her head helplessly. She hadn't expected the upright Hobert, a lawyer, to believe in such things. Hobert noticed her expression and thought, "You wouldn't believe it if I told you. There's a great charlatan right in your house." As Selina had said, Mr. Archer's residence wasn't far. They arrived after about 10 minutes in the carriage. It was a dimly lit room, and as soon as they entered, they smelled a pungent scent of herbs. Strange occult symbols were painted on the walls, giving the room an air of mysticism. Mr. Archer had the look of a proper mystic, dressed in loose silk robes, his hair disheveled, and mysterious oil-painted symbols on his face, obscuring his appearance. He sat quietly in the darkest corner of the room, blending almost seamlessly with the shadows. The decor and Archer's appearance made Melissa's expression turn serious, while Hobert frowned slightly. His intuition sensed danger. This Mr. Archer was quite powerful. However, Hobert wasn't afraid. Since arriving in Tingen City, he had kept the teleportation statue with him at all times, only placing the stone box further away at night to avoid its negative effects. "Mr. Archer, my friend is missing, and we would like you to help us divine her whereabouts," Celine said as she skillfully sat across from Archer. Patreon.com/Key of Stars for 30 advance CHP. New fanfics uploaded there. Building a demon familia in the anime world. Lord of Mysteries, the outer god is me. Drawing anime abilities in Marv. This Japanese story is too cold. Archer glanced at the two strangers behind Selina. Selina quickly introduced them. "They are my friends." Archer paused on Hobert for a second or two, then withdrew his gaze. "I need her hair, blood, nails, or something she often uses. Selina was prepared and took out a headdress. This was given to me by Elizabeth last week. She wore it for a while before I had the chance. Archer nodded, took out a crystal ball, and placed the headdress beneath it. Then he began to theatrically chant, as if entering a frenzied state. Selina and even Melissa were stunned, while Hobert coldly observed from the side. He knew such divinations didn't require any nonsense chants, and he also guessed that the archer before him should be a secret supplicant. The ample spirituality of a secret supplicant was enough for them to use some tools to perform divination-like operations. However, Archer should be a sequence 7 or sequence 8, and all the abilities of a secret supplicant should be enhanced. After a series of operations, Archer took a deep breath and recovered from his frenzied state. He touched the crystal ball and said, "Your friend is in the outskirts to the east, in an abandoned villa. Hurry, the criminals are preparing to leave there. If you're late, you won't find them." "Thank you, Mr. Archer," Selina said, getting up to leave. However, Hobert asked, "What is the cost of this divination?" Archer glanced at Hobert. "Selina's divination is free." Selina smiled proudly. "No," Hobert said. "I believe every gift from fate has a price." He continued, "Besides, this is about respect for you and the divination." Archer stared at Hobert for a second or two before saying, "5 solely." Hobert handed over 5 solely and then said, "Please return the headdress to me." He spread out a handkerchief in his palm and held it out to Archer. Archer took the money, placed the damaged headdress on the handkerchief. Both movements were slow, as if they were making a transaction more dangerous than high explosives. Finally, Hobert put away the handkerchief, and the atmosphere in the room immediately eased. Selina thanked Mr. Archer again, and the three left the dim room one after another. After getting on the carriage, Hobert instructed the coachman to head east towards the abandoned villa. Inside the carriage, Melissa was somewhat surprised. "Mr. Lawyer, you don't really believe in the divination just now, do you?" "Why not?" Selina smiled. Hobert said seriously, "Miss Selina, please remember the principle of equivalent exchange when dealing with enthusiasts of these mysteries in the future. If anyone is willing to provide you with some mysterious services for free, it's because they have greater ambitions." Selina was first startled, then smiled. "Mr. Lawyer, are you also an enthusiast of mysticism?" "Also," Hobert continued seriously, "do not leave your blood, hair, nails, or things you often carry with you to others for yourself, your family, or friends." He handed over his handkerchief. "These things can be used to find people or to curse." The smile on Selina's face disappeared, and she took the handkerchief. "I remember." Then Hobert answered Melissa's question, "Let's trust that divination for now, or we have no other clues." As for Archer's divination results, Hobert estimated they should be correct. After all, Archer had to maintain his charlatan image in front of Selina. Melissa nodded and said no more. Hobert asked again, "Miss Selina, how did you meet Archer?" "After my teacher, Hannas Vincent, who taught me divination, passed away, I went to mourn him," Selina replied. "I met Mr. Archer, who had the same purpose, in the cemetery." Hobert nodded. The exposure and sudden death of Hannas must have attracted the attention and investigation of the Aurora Order. And this Archer was probably sent by the Aurora Order to investigate the cause of Hannas's death and exposure, as well as to establish contact with Hannas's students. But he was also really arrogant, appearing openly at Hannas's grave. Wasn't he afraid of the surveillance that might exist among the official Beyonders? Then Hobert was relieved. These were madmen. They couldn't be reasoned with by common sense. Hobert continued, "Today is Wednesday. Aren't you going to class? Why did you have to mourn Hannas today?" "I've been dreaming about my teacher a lot recently." Selina smiled bitterly, and the contents of the dreams are almost the same, urging me to mourn him as soon as possible. She had just finished speaking when she saw Mr. Lawyer close his eyes. She wasn't sure if it was her illusion. When Mr. Lawyer opened his eyes again, his eyes seemed even deeper. This was certainly not her illusion. Hobert opened his spirit vision because of the blessing of the spirit necklace, and his spirit vision could see all undead creatures. But he found nothing. Since when did the same dream start appearing? From. Selina thought for a moment, then was surprised. Since I met Mr. Archer. Then never go to Mornhan Ass, Hobert said seriously. I don't know what's going on, but I know that as long as you appear at Hannes's grave, you will definitely be harmed. Selina was somewhat frightened and somewhat at a loss. Then go to the confessional at the church and tell the priest about this. I believe Han Ass will not appear in your dreams again, Hobert said, and for the sake of your safety and that of your family, don't contact Archer again. Selina seemed to understand something, but also seemed to understand nothing. Okay. Then she reluctantly smiled. Mr. Lawyer, you know so much. Hobert did not respond to Selina's praise, but continued to admonish. Unless there is a trustworthy guide to be your guide, do not follow teachers in mysterious fields at random. To be honest, this was the first time he had seen someone with a cultic constitution. At this point, the coachman said, Sir, there really is an abandoned villa. They had arrived in the suburbs by the time they spoke, and Hobert told the coachman, Don't slow down, just drive past. Through the carriage window, the three saw an abandoned villa overgrown with weeds in the yard. Thinking back to the divination just now, Melissa was somewhat surprised, but she immediately thought that there seemed to be many abandoned villas in the outskirts. Hobert smiled. Looks like this is it. Whatever happens later, don't get out of the carriage. Melissa and Selina immediately understood that Mr. Lawyer intended to rescue people alone. Hobert noticed the trampled and flattened weeds in the courtyard and the faint silhouette behind a tree. He deduced that this was the location mentioned in Archer's divination. Reporting to the police would take too much time, and if the criminals decided to take Elizabeth away, it would be even harder to track them. So Hobert decided to rescue her immediately. Besides, he didn't take a group of kidnappers too seriously. Selina excitedly asked, Mr. Lawyer, are you going to rescue Elizabeth alone? Melissa, on the other hand, calmly reminded him, there might be more than a few of them, and they could have other weapons. Hobert smiled. Don't worry, I won't take unnecessary risks, nor will I charge in recklessly. Melissa, doesn't this seem like a grand adventure from a storybook? Selina said, and we are part of it too. Melissa replied, the main character of the adventure is Mr. Hobert, and we are merely spectators. Hobert chuckled. This girl is way too calm for her age. She doesn't act like a typical teenager. The carriage traveled for about 3 more minutes before Hobert asked the driver to wait. The driver offered help, but Hobert declined, stating that having him around would be a hindrance. After stepping out, Hobert briskly walked towards the abandoned villa. In the courtyard, 2 criminals were discussing the appearance of the kidnapped girl, maliciously laughing about finding ways to enjoy her. Hobert, as if he were entering his own home, walked straight in and even closed the gate behind him. Yes, this was his plan all along, to act boldly, not recklessly, like a true barbarian. The 2 criminals were completely dumbfounded. A companion? Someone they hadn't met? The villa's owner? But hadn't the owner died from illness? Hobert smiled. I know this will hurt, but you brought it upon yourselves. As he spoke, he broke one criminal's nose with a punch, knocking him out. Then, with a swift kick, he shattered the other's arm. With the strength of at least 3 grown men, Hobert's attacks against ordinary people caused immediate fractures. He kicked open the decaying door, just as another criminal rushed at him with an axe. Hobert dodged nimbly and, seeing the right moment, tackled the criminal, knocking him out with a powerful kick. Suddenly, Hobert's intuition kicked in, warning him of danger. He instinctively ducked. Bang! A gunshot rang out, but because of Hobert's sudden movement, the bullet missed its mark. The shooter was hiding behind a half-broken wooden door. How rude! Shooting from hiding. Hobert picked up the axe, swinging it toward the door. Crash! Bang! The door shattered under the force of the axe, and the head of the criminal behind it exploded. 2 more criminals rushed in from the back door, brandishing knives. But before they could attack, Hobert, like a charging battering ram, knocked one out and smacked the other unconscious with his cane. The villa fell silent. Remaining cautious of further ambushes, Hobert searched for Elizabeth. He heard movement on the 2nd floor. so he carefully ascended the decaying staircase. In the left room, he spotted Elizabeth, tied to a chair with a gag in her mouth. She frantically shook her head as soon as she saw Hobert. Hobert quickly assessed the room and guessed there was an ambush waiting for him, but he still walked in unhurriedly. As soon as he entered, he heard a heavy object being moved on the left. With a glance, he saw a thick wooden beam hurtling toward him, with a gunman hiding behind it. Such a heavy beam would have severely injured or killed an ordinary person, but Hobert caught it with one hand, effortlessly. Both the criminal and Elizabeth were stunned. Hobert pushed the beam back, slamming the gunman against the wall. Crash! The villa's entire wall collapsed from the impact, and the criminal fell into the backyard, his condition unknown. Hobert removed the gag from Elizabeth's mouth and untied her. Hobert, what just happened? Elizabeth asked in disbelief. Hobert smiled. I've always been strong, and as a lawyer, fighting is one of my skills. When words fail, we resort to physical persuasion. Elizabeth rubbed her numb wrists, contemplating what physical persuasion truly meant. You're a barbarian. Suddenly, a cold voice echoed in the room. It was Archer's voice. Hobert immediately stood up, raising his cane with one hand and reaching into his pouch for the teleportation statue. His ability to detect weaknesses kicked in, and he quickly sensed Archer hiding in the shadows of the corner, though the shadows appeared no different from others in the room. I didn't expect you to act in broad daylight, Hobert said. The two had clashed before, but it was more of a battle of wills rather than an actual fight. Though Hobert's sequence was lower than Archer's, he was not to be underestimated. Archer hadn't been prepared at the time and couldn't find a clear opening, so he refrained from attacking. Hobert thought Archer would flee or wait for the official Beyonders to arrive, preparing to fight them instead. He hadn't expected Archer to use his divination to arrive here in advance, laying an ambush. If it were anyone else, I'd choose to stay hidden, Archer said, but you're different. He continued, Haman from Backlund recently hid at my place. From his memories, I saw your face. I know you've disrupted our organization's plans. So, I came here early to kill you. Archer had been observing Hobert and, after confirming that he was a Sequence 8 barbarian, decided to act. Without hesitation, Hobert pulled out the teleportation statue and first teleported Elizabeth outside the villa. But a shadow in the corner rose like a black cloth, extending a hand toward Elizabeth, making a choking motion. Elizabeth immediately felt as if invisible hands were gripping her throat. Panicked, she clutched at her pale neck. However, there was nothing there, just a red mark appearing on her skin. Hobert swiftly brought Elizabeth back to his side. Elizabeth, sitting in the chair, was utterly confused. What has happened? She felt like she had been outside on the lawn, and then suddenly she was back on the second floor again. Hobert did not rush to take action. He was observing Archer's abilities. He knew the abilities of the secret supplicant Sequence 5 Shepherd and had a general idea about the abilities of Rose Bishop, but he only had a vague concept of the abilities of Shadow Ascetic and Listener. Additionally, Hobert realized that Archer's abilities seemed to somewhat counteract the abilities of the Barbarian. For Hobert's current abilities, all he could rely on was his physical strength. But no matter how great his strength was, it seemed futile to strike Archer hiding in the shadows. If it were any other Sequence 8, encountering such an enemy would almost certainly mean being at their mercy. However, Hobert was not afraid at all. He had an artifact on him, 3 mystical items, and 1 disposable mystical item. Even if he couldn't win, there would be no problem in ensuring his own survival. Elizabeth still didn't understand what had just happened, but she could sense that there was tremendous danger lurking in this room. The figure standing in front of her blocked the danger. In the shadows, Archer did not expect that Hobert actually possessed a sealed artifact that could instantly move positions. Nevertheless, since he had already started, he naturally couldn't stop halfway. He reached out towards Hobert, who immediately felt suffocated. Just now, when Archer went to choke Elizabeth, Hobert hadn't quite understood what was happening. Now that Archer was trying to choke him, He probably understood what was going on. Turning his head slightly, Hobert indeed saw the shadow of his own neck being gripped by a hand from within the shadow. He exerted force on his neck, and 2 veins bulged. Archer immediately couldn't move his hand anymore. Hobert smiled. Could this be might makes right? He had a rough idea of Archer's main abilities now. Although Archer could hide in the shadows and use shadows to affect his enemies, his offensive power was not strong. Faced with a beyonder like Hobert, who was tough and resilient, his attacks would not be effective for the time being. Thinking of this, Hobert decided to counterattack. He took large strides forward, intending to knock down the wall near the window, which already showed signs of collapse, to reduce the shadow area in the room. However, it seemed like his feet were stuck to the ground. Every step he took, the shadows on the ground wrestled with him. Hobert even had the illusion that each time he lifted his leg, there was a person hanging on to it. After taking 3 or 4 steps, the shadows in the corner of the wall flickered as if breathing heavily. It was at this moment that Archer realized Hobert was deliberately wrestling with him. Strength was Hobert's forte, so naturally, he would use his strengths to deplete Archer's stamina. Identifying weaknesses in an enemy's abilities and leveraging one's own strengths were basic operations for lawyers. Archer now realized that the young man in front of him was not as reckless as he had shown earlier. He jumped out of the shadows and stood in front of Hobert. Hobert immediately recognized this as his physical presence and raised his cane to strike. Swish! The cane swung by Hobert was caught by a hand covered in thick black fur. In almost an instant, Archer underwent a noticeable transformation. It seemed like he was draped in a black curtain of hair. The sunlight was receding further from the room, and it seemed like the room had suddenly elongated, with the window and door getting farther and farther from Hobert. Endless darkness swept over, and Archer's power rapidly expanded. The hand with dense fur pushed forward. Thump, thump. Hobert hurriedly stepped back 2 steps, nearly losing his grip on the cane. Archer's transformation continued. His face grew longer, and 2 golden antlers sprouted from his head. Hobert sensed extreme danger and quickly continued to retreat. In just 1 or 2 seconds, Archer's face was covered in black fur, and his head resembled that of a bull, but with golden antlers. He was draped in a black cloak that touched the ground, with red light shimmering in his eyes. Just standing there, the surroundings were filled with maddening whispers. This was a power Archer gained when he was still a listener, allowing him to temporarily borrow some of the power of the true Creator's creatures. It was precisely because of establishing such a connection that he hadn't gone mad or died, making him Mr. Z of the Aurora Order. Hobert quickly turned away, but he felt that his spirit had already been corrupted. The power of all the corruption in his spirit body and all the madness in his spirit were churning, as if he could lose his sanity at any moment. This was bad. Elizabeth. Looking back at Elizabeth, the chubby-faced girl was staring fixedly at the monster in front of her. On her head, 2 golden horns were slowly growing. Hobert dropped the cane and hurriedly covered her eyes, and with the teleportation statue in his hand, forcibly knocked down the 2 golden horns. Then Hobert quickly used the ability of the teleportation statue to envelop the surrounding 7 to 8 meters in darkness created by the statues and deprived Archer of his sight. There were still indescribable whispers in his ears, but without the visual impact, the mental burden was greatly reduced. Elizabeth's eyes gradually began to regain their luster, and her mutation from earlier was slowly receding. Looking at Archer again, he could only stand in the corner of the wall. Hobert wanted to continue pursuit, but tears had completely obscured his vision, a profound sorrow welling up in his heart. Perhaps due to using this psychological spoon twice consecutively, even distortion couldn't completely negate its negative effects this time. After Archer entered the shadows, his speed increased dramatically. Dragging his visibly uncontrollable body, he swiftly disappeared from Hobert's view. Half a minute later, the sadness in Hobert's heart gradually faded. Elizabeth seemed to awaken from a nightmare. "Mr. Lawyer, just now, why were you crying so sadly?" "It's nothing," Hobert said. I just remembered some sad things. He glanced helplessly at Elizabeth and employed his hypnosis ability. You better forget what just happened. Elizabeth forgot the memories after Archer appeared, and Hobert soothed her somewhat chaotic mind. Using this psychological spoon 3 times in a row left Hobert somewhat tired. At this moment, Elizabeth couldn't help bursting into laughter. Hobert quickly twisted her smile. Elizabeth smiled gently. Mr. Lawyer, you're really strong. You lifted that thick log with just one hand. Her memory returned to when Hobert had just untied her. Hobert sighed. I'm naturally strong. Your 2 good friends are outside. Let them take you back first. Elizabeth nodded obediently. She tried to get up but sat back down on the chair. Mr. Lawyer, my legs have no strength. The creature Archer had transformed into just now had put tremendous pressure on the ordinary Elizabeth, mentally and physically exhausted being a normal phenomenon. But now time was of the essence, so Hobert had to carry Elizabeth and quickly descend the stairs. After a slight surprise, Elizabeth unexpectedly found security in Hobert's embrace, which made her feel shy, instinctively moving away to the side. Melissa and Selena's carriage was nearby. After hearing the gunshot, the coachman drove the carriage over, ready to help Hobert escape if his rescue failed. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief when they saw Hobert carrying Elizabeth out. Then Melissa noticed that Elizabeth, in Mr. Lawyer's arms, didn't resist being in such close contact with him. After Mr. Lawyer put her in the carriage, she seemed noticeably disappointed. Melissa immediately felt that something was wrong. Klein's opponent had appeared. The reason Elizabeth reacted like this was because she felt deeply afraid in her heart. She couldn't remember exactly why she was afraid, only feeling safe when she was with Hobert. Take the 3 girls back first, Hobert told the coachman. Elizabeth needs rest now. Also, report to the police. Say all the kidnappers have been caught. Yeah, they shouldn't be able to escape for a while. Those bandits were either dead or disabled. When he went downstairs just now, those who fell into a coma hadn't woken up yet, and those who didn't were lying on the ground crying, unable to move. The coachman asked, Sir, what about you? I have some other matters to attend to. After you take the 3 ladies to Dominic's company, wait for me at the Church of the Evernight Goddess. With that said, Hobert quickly walked towards the busier street to find a rental carriage. Elizabeth watched Hobert's figure in a daze, feeling strangely familiar with his back. Elizabeth, are you okay? Selena asked. Elizabeth came to her senses. Praise the lady. The kidnappers didn't finish writing the ransom note before I was rescued. As she spoke, tears streamed down uncontrollably. I was so scared when I was kidnapped. I thought. At this moment, Elizabeth's fright and grievances surged up, finally having the chance to cry out. Fortunately, Melissa and Selena, her 2 good friends, comforted her nonstop. On the other side, after finding a rental carriage, Hobert arrived at the Church of the Evernight Goddess. He instructed the carriage to circle around the street behind the church. After searching for a few minutes, he finally found the Blackthorn Security Company. It must be said that their signboard was really inconspicuous, and he nearly missed it. After paying the fare, Hobert climbed the steps and entered the security company. There was a brown-haired, fair-faced girl at the front desk, seemingly absorbed in reading the newspaper. Hello, Hobert greeted. Whoosh, the girl covered the newspaper on the table, but due to the hurried cover-up, something under the newspaper was still exposed. A best-selling book. Hobert was momentarily puzzled. What's the difference between reading the newspaper at work and reading a novel? Why cover up a novel with a newspaper? Sir, how can I help you? The girl smiled, trying to conceal her previous fluster. Hobert took out his freelance personnel identification. I need to see your captain. The girl behind the front desk, naturally, was Roseanne. Although she hadn't seen this kind of identification before, she recognized the emblem of the Church of the Evernight Goddess. Please follow me. Leading the way, Roselle said, Sir, you don't sound like a local. Yeah. Hobert followed behind. I'm from Backland. Roseanne glanced back at Hobert. The city of hope, right? Is the smog as severe as the newspapers say? We usually don't read newspapers, Hobert said, because the fog is too thick to see the letters on the newspaper in front of us. Roseanne chuckled, covering her mouth. You're quite humorous. They reached the captain's office, where Dunn, who had heard Roseanne's voice earlier, was already looking towards the door. "Captain, this gentleman from Backlund has something to see you about." In front of Dunn, Roseanne finally showed her professionalism, inviting Hobert in and closing the door behind her. Dunn looked at Hobert. "Who are you?" Hobert looked at the man with gray eyes, high hairline, and a low, gentle voice. "Hello, here are my credentials." The captain's appearance was slightly more rugged than he had imagined. Dunn glanced at the credentials. "Welcome, Mr. Hobert." As he spoke, he gestured for Hobert to sit down. Sitting opposite Dunn, Hobert said, "While resolving a dispute case, I encountered a member of the Aurora Order." Hobert briefly recounted the kidnapping case and his encounter with Archer, concluding, Archer was already showing signs of losing control. According to the characteristics of the secret supplicant pathway, he is easily prone to complete loss of control. Even if he doesn't completely lose control, it will take a long time to suppress the signs of his control. I think we should find him before he loses control and restrain him, or seize him while he's licking his wounds. Well, does your team have a seer? I left clues on him for divination. In the carriage, Hobert sized up the 3 team members besides Dunn. One had black hair and brown eyes, with a scholarly air about him, Klein Moretti. Another had black hair and green eyes, unkempt and carrying a poet's aura, Leonard Mitchell. The last one had a prominent nose, an icy and gloomy demeanor, with a pallor that resembled more a corpse than a living person, Fry. Captain Dunn mobilized 3 team members at once, partly due to the seriousness of a Sequence 7 enemy and, of course, to watch out for Hobert. Even after confirming Hobert's identity through a telegram to Backlund, Dunn remained cautious. That was normal. After all, they hadn't fought together and lacked trust. "So, Mr. Hobert," Dunn said, "about what you mentioned earlier, what clues do we have for divination?" Hobert took out his wallet and carefully pulled out a corner of a banknote. I saw him put this banknote into his pocket with my own eyes. After that, he rushed ahead to the ambush site before me. He wouldn't have had time to take it out after things went haywire. So I think that banknote is likely still on him. The banknote in question was the 5 solely divination fee Hobert had paid to Archer. As he took it out of his wallet earlier, he had discreetly torn off a small corner. Klein examined the tiny piece in his palm, using it to find the rest of the banknote. It wasn't too difficult to do. Leonard smiled and asked, what if he didn't have the banknote on him?" "Then I'll take you to the rented house where he had his divination," Hobert said. "If we find clues there, we'll continue investigating. If not, then it's closed and I'm out of it." "I love hearing the word closed," Leonard said with a smile. "All right, let's get going." Dunn interrupted their increasingly off-topic conversation. Klein began directing the coachman using a method called dowsing rod divination. Hobert, now with some idle time, looked at the people in the carriage and suddenly felt a bit surreal, as if he had suddenly joined the adventure of the protagonist team. The carriage gradually left the city and arrived at a rural village on the outskirts, finally stopping in front of a farmhouse with a water wheel. The people in the carriage immediately sensed a dangerous atmosphere inside the farmhouse. The horses pulling the carriage were restless. Without the coachman's control, they would have left long ago. Hobert sighed. With a seer on their team, finding people or things was indeed convenient. He took out his gun and reminded them, "Be careful. It seems like the enemy can transform into a kind of creature that exudes madness and corruption. If you see signs of transformation, don't make eye contact." Everyone nodded and quickly approached the farmhouse. Soon, they discovered dead dogs and several chickens inside. If there were people in the farmhouse, their situation was likely grim. Klein divined, the opponent is inside the farmhouse, posing some danger, but within acceptable limits. After a brief inspection, Dunn said, "I'll pull him into a dream. Wait a dozen seconds before entering." "No, I can bring him out," Hobert said, pulling out the teleportation statue. Dunn nodded. His earlier suspicion of Hobert stemmed from doubting whether a Sequence 8 could severely injure a Sequence 7. Seeing this sealed artifact and Hobert's previous words made Dunn more inclined to trust him. Then, leaning against a tree outside the courtyard wall, Dunn lowered his head, seemingly entering sleep. Soon, a tranquil aura enveloped him completely. Ah! A pained cry came from inside the farmhouse, followed by the sound of things being knocked over. But soon, everything quieted down. Hobert held the teleportation statue. Ready? Klein and Leonard glanced at each other. Ready for what? Hobert began using the teleportation statue. Within a 15-meter radius, everything, including people and objects, fell under his control. He then moved Archer from the farmhouse into the courtyard. At this point, Archer hadn't completely lost control. Some semblance of reason still remained. But his entire body had swelled to twice its size, covered with black growths that resembled tumors. Within these growths, some emitted black mist while others oozed murky liquid. Particularly on his back, it seemed to have turned into a thick liquid, emitting an aura of dirt and corruption. Several people raised their guns and aimed at Archer's transforming head. Hobert sighed again. Having teammates who could control was really helpful. If he had faced such a monster alone, a fierce battle would have been inevitable. No, he would more likely have fled and then reported it. After a volley, they realized something was wrong. Where Archer's head had been hit, thick black fur was exposed. Dunn suddenly looked up. Bad news. An evil creature is using Archer's body to manifest. Earlier, Archer had been resisting the manifestation of this evil creature. By pulling Archer into a dream, Dunn inadvertently accelerated the creature's descent. At this point, golden deer antlers sprouted from Archer's head. Hobert immediately understood. They were the creatures Archer had summoned earlier. After Archer began to lose control, he became the vessel for their descent. In the Nation of Disorder, this problem would be easily solved, just cut off the path of descent. But in reality, Hobert lacked this ability. At this point, Dunn also drew his pistol. Kill Archer? Hobert, shooting along with them, marveled. Captain Dunn's reaction is so fast, immediately understanding the situation and quickly coming up with a countermeasure. Archer was now the medium for the descent. Killing him would also end the descent process. Archer didn't dodge the bullets, but suddenly lay down, writhing and rubbing his back. When he got up again, the thick slime on his back had been wiped away, revealing thick black fur inside, along with human flesh and bones. The human flesh and bones were gradually being replaced by the thick black fur. Dunn buried his head again. Archer's movements immediately slowed down, and Dunn shook his body, struggling against the opponent. Leonard assisted from the side, chanting, "If life deceives you, don't be sad or troubled. Stay calm on gloomy days." Everything around them became calm again, and Archer's movements slowed once more. Hobert and Klein almost lost their desire to attack. Hobert, who had been searching for Archer's weakness, finally found it. There was a piece of human flesh on Archer's back that hadn't grown thick black fur. He fired 2 shots, overturning that piece of flesh, revealing black ribs inside. Most of Archer's Beyonder characteristics were concentrated in this black rib, crucial to this descent. "Cover me," Hobert said, jumping into the courtyard. Archer seemed to sense Hobert's intentions and struggled harder. The thick black fur covering its human flesh accelerated. Leonard chanted again, "Then you will know why, in your prime, you lie in your grave." Archer's movements slowed once more. Hobert, crossing the courtyard wall, retracted the teleportation statue and approached Archer. Immediately, he felt discomfort, as if he heard indescribable murmurs again and saw the world's most filthy and depraved things. He resisted with his own spirituality, using his cane as a lever to pry open part of Archer's flesh and blood. The black rib was fully exposed before him. Archer slowly opened his mouth, now resembling a bovine's maw. Oh no, this guy was about to spit out something fragrant. T/N, meaning that he will excessively say flowery language. It was too late to stop it. Hobert prepared to use the teleporting statue to move Archer further away, reducing the harm from the language of foulness. At that moment, a figure leaped past Hobert. It was Klein. He agilely avoided Archer, precisely throwing a stone into Archer's mouth and swiftly kicking, completely sealing Archer's tongue. Who said he was timid? At critical moments, not at all. Hobert whistled softly, feeling reassured with an experienced teammate by his side. He tore a piece of cloth from his overcoat and used it to grab the black rib. Though separated by a layer of cloth, Hobert still felt immense pressure. He exerted force and prized the black rib from Archer's body. At that moment of separation, Hobert seemed suddenly transported to a golden grassland, vaguely seeing colossal figures swaying in the distance. Surroundings turned pitch black, seeming to harbor unspeakable dangers. A lightning bolt struck, revealing towering giants around him, draped in massive black hoods, hands resting on giant swords before them. As if sensing something, the giants turned their heads together, staring at Hobert. Hobert felt deeply fascinated by the immense power of these giants, but his will ultimately overcame his obsession with power. He turned away, consciousness returning to the farmhouse on the outskirts of Tingen City. Archer's flesh had already turned into black liquid, leaving only a white skeleton in the yard. The upper half of the skeleton had partially transformed into non-human bones, especially the head, resembling that of a bull, but with two golden deer horns. Hobert tossed the rib outside the yard. The immense spiritual pressure disappeared, along with the sensation of constantly entering another world. He breathed a sigh of relief. After Archer's loss of control and the arrival of bullhead and deer horns, the rib would serve as a significant seal of negative effects. Outside the courtyard wall, Dunn asked, "How do you feel?" "A bit tired," Hobert said. "It's best to clamp the rib with a clip to avoid direct contact." Seeing Hobert's normal state, Dunn turned to Fry. "Go check inside the farmhouse." Hobert looked at his torn overcoat and asked Dunn, "Can this be reimbursed?" Everyone turned to Klein. Klein paused. Why did everyone look at him when reimbursement was mentioned? Hobert sensed something amiss in the atmosphere and cleared his throat. "According to the cooperation model between me and the Nighthawk squad at Backlund, I have the right to share the spoils. And in discovering and fighting Archer, I made a significant contribution, so I have the priority to choose the spoils. Of course, if the rules in Tingen City are different, we can discuss it again." The last sentence was purely to leave himself a way out, given the strength of the Nighthawk squad in Tingen City. "Let's go with your agreement with Backlund," Dunn smiled. "But since you picked up the spoils, we won't reimburse you for the overcoat." Hobert smiled. "No problem. The main spoils of this battle were two things: the black rib and the two golden deer horns. Previously, the bullhead and deer horns had already gained much power. Interrupted in the process, all the previous power concentrated entirely on the two golden deer horns. The black rib might possess strange abilities, but it was now completely unusable, or the cost of using it was too great. Although it could be shattered and sold for Beyonder characteristics, considering Dunn and the others were present, a normal Beyonder would not choose the rib. So Hobert took off his own overcoat and wrapped up the skull and deer horns together. At this moment, Fry came out of the farmhouse. There are two broken bodies inside, along with some torn clothing. Fry took out the clothing, and among them, they found a wallet and a letter. The wallet was messily filled with several bills, including one with a corner torn off by Hobert, a 5 solely note. According to the contents of the letter, everyone learned that the monster who had just died was Mr. Z from the Aurora Order. "This is a major victory in the fight against the Aurora Order," Dunn exclaimed. Hobert smiled. "To celebrate this victory, I invite everyone to a restaurant tonight. Would you all honor me with your presence? If there's a big meal, count me in," Leonard said first. Dunn smiled. "There's no reason to let guests pay. We'll use the squad's funds to treat everyone tonight. I'll report back to Backlund when I get home. I believe everyone who participated in today's battle will receive a bonus. But Mr. Hobert's bonus will be distributed in a way that you contact Backlund's Nighthawk squad after you return." And so the evening meal was decided happily. Next was to clean up the battlefield. Not needing so many people, Dunn sent Klein back to call the police to handle the two bodies in the farmhouse. Hobert followed Klein back in the carriage. During the ride, Klein chatted casually with Hobert while seriously scrutinizing the young lawyer. He felt that the lawyer seemed somewhat familiar, but couldn't recall where he had seen him. As a seer, his judgment on intuition didn't make Klein think it was his imagination. Instead, it made him pay more attention to every move Hobert made. Just before getting off the carriage, Hobert smiled at Klein and said, "Thanks to you for sealing its mouth in time. If you ever come to Backlund, remember to visit me at Aslan Barton Law Firm. I'll host you well. And if you encounter any difficulties in Backlund, come find me. I have some connections there." Klein smiled back. "You're brave. That's impressive. If you hadn't jumped into the yard first, I wouldn't have gone in." Hobert replied with a double entendre. "I'm a barbarian, after all." Klein was taken aback. After saying this, Hobert naturally opened the door and got out of the carriage without it stopping. Klein hurried to the carriage door and saw Hobert already standing on the street, waving at him. He muttered, "Do barbarians not care about how others see them?" Hobert got off here because he saw the carriage Ulysses sent to him not far from the church of the Evernight goddess. The coachman, seeing Hobert, said, "Sir, Sheriff Jared and Mr. Dominic hope you can come over." Jared asked the coachman about Hobert's whereabouts, who professionally claimed ignorance, or Jared would have come over himself. "Let's go back to the mansion first," Hobert sighed. "I haven't had lunch yet." The coachman nodded and took Hobert back to the mansion. While the kitchen prepared lunch, Hobert returned to his room, instructing the male servant outside to guard the door and allow no one in. After locking the door, Hobert used his own sacrificial method to send the golden stag antlers into the nation of disorder. Although he still didn't know the use of the golden stag antlers, theoretically, these two antlers should be rare beyond their materials. He decided to leave them in a nation of disorder for now and figure out how to cash them out after the heat died down. Hobert then comfortably took a bath, changed clothes, and finally went to the dining room to enjoy his belated lunch. While eating, Hobert reflected that he seemed to enjoy these days where everything was served to him on a platter. Perhaps when playing the Baron of Corruption, he could indulge himself appropriately. However, there must be a limit. Otherwise, once the evil in human nature was unleashed, even he might not be able to control himself. After finishing lunch, Hobert asked the coachman to take him to Mr. Dominic's company again. Naturally, Dominic was very grateful to Hobert. By then, he had been negotiating the details of a security contract with Awa Security, and Elizabeth had already been rescued. Dominic then said, "Sheriff Jared has been waiting for you in the living room. Although the deaths of 2 thugs have caused some trouble, rest assured, I will hire the best lawyer to help clear your name. In addition, when you explain that you are a friend of Ulysses, even if Jared wants to arrest you, he'll have to treat you with respect." Hobert smiled. "Mr. Dominic, I have no intention of reporting to jail because I have plans tonight." Dominic was momentarily puzzled. "Because you have plans tonight, you don't intend to cooperate with the investigation?" "Please take me to Sheriff Jared," Hobert said as he walked out, asking, "How is Elizabeth?" "Thank goodness. She was just a little scared." The two of them arrived at the living room while talking. Jared had already consumed 2 pots of coffee. However, he had to wait here because earlier in the morning, Hobert had caused 2 deaths and several injuries, making this a major case. "I'm going to arrest you immediately, Hobert," Jared shouted loudly as soon as he saw Hobert. "At noon, you killed 2 citizens of Tingen City." "Sheriff Jared, aren't those Tingen City citizens kidnappers?" Hobert put one hand in his pocket and questioned, "Are you protecting the rights of law-abiding citizens or the interests of kidnappers?" Jared was suddenly stunned. Faced with Hobert's questioning, he actually didn't know how to respond. "I stop an ongoing crime," Hobert said. "Those 2 dead kidnappers were planning to murder me at the time. This also constitutes an ongoing crime. My actions were in self-defense and not excessive. But lives were lost." Jared's momentum immediately weakened. "Sheriff, I understand criminal law better than you. Cooperating with your investigation is my duty, but you currently have no right to arrest or interrogate me. This was actually another loophole in the law." Hobert remembered that in similar cases in the era of AD, he would have been locked up awaiting investigation results. However, The criminal law of Lone Kingdom did not clearly stipulate whether persons involved in legitimate self-defense should be temporarily detained. Dominic intervened to smooth things over and revealed Hobert's background as Ulysses' friend. Jared could only take Hobert's statement here. After recording the statement, Jared wanted an address where he could find Hobert at any time, and the atmosphere gradually became more cordial. When Jared left, he bid farewell to Hobert and Dominic like old friends. This reminded Hobert of a chameleon. After seeing off Jared, Dominic sneered. "When my daughter was kidnapped, you didn't take it seriously, but now you're coming to question us for a few dead kidnappers." Meanwhile, Hobert lamented that in this kingdom of unequal personalities, such dramas might unfold every day. If he were an ordinary person without legal knowledge, he would have been taken away by Jared. Who knew what would happen during the interrogation? Perhaps he would be heavily extorted for bail money if he said the wrong thing. Dominic invited Hobert to dinner at his home to express their family's gratitude, but Hobert had plans both tonight and tomorrow night, so he postponed the invitation. Around 5:30 in the evening, Hobert arrived at the dining room for the gathering. In addition to those who participated in today's operation, 3 other team members also attended, but none of the administrative staff were present. Leonard smiled. Old Neil probably didn't expect his leave today would make him miss such a feast. Leave? Hobert instinctively felt something was wrong. He didn't know if Klein had reminded Dunn that Neil was conducting a ritual involving an evil god. If they didn't completely disrupt Neil's ritual, he could still potentially lose control. Klein seemed to want to remind the captain of something crucial, but couldn't remember exactly what it was. Just as he was about to use the spiritual insights of a seer to help him remember, Captain Dunn suddenly brought up the topic of the mental hospital. Because this action was scheduled for tonight, he listened particularly carefully, setting aside his previous thoughts. Meanwhile, Leonard explained to Hobert, "Old Neil is also a member of our small team, but he's been feeling a bit unwell these days." Hobert nodded and began to discuss other topics. When everyone learned that Daly, who had once been a Nighthawk team member in Tenjin City, was Hobert's superior, they became closer to Hobert again. Halfway through dinner, Hobert noticed that Klein first froze, then went to the restroom. He couldn't help but chuckle. Lord of the bathrooms, that's how it goes. As Hobert chatted with the more opportunistic Leonard, his mind wandered as he pondered who might be looking for Klein. After some recollection, he remembered that tonight seemed to be the death anniversary of the great pirate Kalangos. I met someone who appeared to be Kalangos at Duke Negan's ball. He disguised himself as Baron Grammer, his intentions unclear. Miss Justice's prayer, Klein sat on the ancient high-back chair, speculating about Kalangos' intentions based on the information Miss Justice provided. He responded to Miss Justice first, understood. Then, he materialized the images and voices Miss Justice had just prayed for, projecting them onto the deep red star, symbolizing the hanged man. Tonight will surely be an extraordinary night for Backlund. Klein sighed, pondering what changes his recent actions might bring. But soon, Klein stopped speculating. He returned to the washroom and wrote a letter to Mr. Azik with his portable pen, informing him of Kalangos' appearance at the ball and summoning a large bone messenger with a brass whistle to deliver the message. After completing all this, Klein suddenly remembered he had only eaten half of his steak and wondered if his visit to the washroom would affect his appetite. Backlund, Holy Wind Cathedral. Upon receiving Audrey's message, Alger was initially pleasantly surprised, unconsciously pressing his chest with his hand, praising Mr. Fool. Then Alger's pupils contracted slightly, as he once again felt the power of the Fool. This is the Holy Wind Cathedral, once the headquarters of the church, and still one of its sanctuaries today. Yet, Mr. Fool silently descended, responding nonetheless. Silent for more than 10 seconds, Alger finally regained control of his emotions. He turned and left to report this critical information upwards. Audrey, upon discovering traces that might be Kalangos and informing Mr. Fool through prayer, did not passively wait. Instead, she delicately informed her father, Viscount Hall, of this matter. Thus, Kalangos' assassination attempt predictably failed. Instead of entangling further, he chose to flee immediately, swiftly evading pursuit with the abilities of the wind-blessed. At this moment, Kalangos had time to speculate on where things went wrong and why Duke Negan had been on guard. Suddenly, he remembered the large tree he encountered a few days ago in East Backlund and the three people hiding behind it. It must be them. Kalangos realized that the man recognized him then, but intentionally pretended to mistake him, causing Kalangos to relax his vigilance. He refrained from risking killing witnesses. It was because of these three individuals that cautious Kalangos advanced his assassination plan. He decided to find these three. An evil smile crept onto Kalangos' lips. They could not always be protected by Duke Negan or official Beyonders. Once they lost protection, he would surely retaliate against their betrayal in the cruelest manner. Just then, Kalangos' vision suddenly blurred, and he saw various colors in the darkness intensify. In the high sky obscured by the crimson moon, countless indescribable forms appeared, radiating mysterious knowledge. Oh no! Kalangos realized he had fallen into another ambush, and the strength of these ambushers was undoubtedly high. Before he could react, he saw one after another giant skeleton with sockets burning with pitch-black flames appear before him. More than 100 in total. And below, the dark water surface rose higher and higher, pale and unreal hands emerging, constantly waving upwards, grasping at Kalangos' ankles. Kalangos hadn't found any escape route yet when he was caught in the dark water. He struggled desperately, but despaired as he saw those huge skeletons approaching him. In almost an instant, Kalangos realized his vitality was rapidly disappearing. The first batch of Alger, who arrived at the scene, was stunned by the sight before him. Kalangos had already lost all vitality by the time they got closer. When they approached, Kalangos' face rapidly decayed, oozing yellow-green pus, chunks of flesh falling off one after another. With a crackling sound, Kalangos completely fell apart, leaving only a pile of gleaming white bones. Kalangos, one of the 7 admirals, died mysteriously before Alger's eyes. At this moment, the Spellsinger of God, Ace Snake, asked with his magnetic voice, "Did you tell anyone else this information?" Alger regained his composure immediately. "I just received the intelligence and reported it to Your Excellency, the Archbishop." Ace turned away, continuing his search for clues. However, Alger suddenly shuddered, realizing a possibility. The assailant was likely a follower of Mr. Fool. Only members and affiliates of the Tarot Club could have known the intelligence so quickly, and Mr. Fool's followers happened to be in Backlund, so they coincidentally lent a helping hand. Inside Duke Negan's mansion, Audrey, upon learning that Kalangos had been killed by a clandestine organization, immediately guessed that Mr. Fool's followers had dealt with this vice admiral. Next, Audrey had another surprise awaiting her. She received Kalangos' bounty and a gift from Duke Negan as a token of gratitude, totaling about 40,000 pounds. Unfortunately, this money couldn't be used directly. Otherwise, Audrey would prepare to trade the 20,000 pounds worth of information with Emperor Mister at the next Tarot Club meeting. Around 9 in the evening, after finishing dinner, Hobert and others bid farewell to each other. At the banquet, Hobert and Leonard grew more intimate in conversation and exchanged contact addresses upon parting. By the time they returned to the villa, it was past 10 at night. Despite being mentally and physically tired from dinner, Hobert found himself somewhat sleepless. It was a strange phenomenon. Sometimes, the more tired he was, the harder it was to fall asleep. Since he couldn't sleep, Hobert began his usual introspection. Firstly, in today's battle, he felt the effectiveness of the hypnosis beyond durability, thanks to Dunn and Leonard. The fight at noon in the farm ended rather uneventfully because of them. Of course, Dunn and Leonard had a fierce struggle in their use of beyonder abilities against Archer, though much of it was invisible, making it appear less intense. Hobert's psychological spoon ability, which he possessed, had a form of hypnosis, but it was a mystical item, not a sealed artifact. Although mystical items and sealed artifacts were similar, their methods of use differed. The negative effects of mystical items were minimal, generally not very active, requiring spiritual infusion to unleash their abilities. Sealed artifacts, on the other hand, were more active. Even without spirituality, they exerted influence on any creature near them at any time. Through the use of the spirit necklace and psychological spoon, Hobert had summarized some experience in using mystical items. The power of mystical items was closely related to the holder's sequence and the level of the mystical item itself. For example, Hobert, a sequence 8, could unleash almost all the power of the spirit necklace. When he was sequence 9 before, he struggled with the use of the spirit necklace for spiritual communication. Certainly, the higher the sequence, the more powerful the mystical item's ability. The upper limit of mystical items was determined by their own level. For example, the spirit necklace could only reach sequence 7 at most, and the psychological spoon could only reach sequence 6 at most. However, Hobert currently could not fully unleash the power of the psychological spoon. He believed that after becoming sequence 7, he could fully control enemies to a certain extent with the hypnosis of this psychological spoon, rather than the current situation where he could not fully unleash the true power of frenzy and hypnosis. This increased Hobert's enthusiasm for advancing to sequence 7. Hobert allowed his thoughts to wander as he began to reflect on his earlier battle with Kalangos. He suddenly realized that, despite possessing sealed artifacts and 3 mystical items, he lacked one crucial thing: a mystical item that could help him escape. Hobert mused that if he had a sealed artifact or mystical item with the ability to travel, he could have happily grabbed Zio and Furs, and they would have traveled away together. Who would stay and fight Kalangos in a life-or-death struggle? However, possessing a mystical item with traveling capabilities was equivalent to Sequence 5. The key issue was that Sequence 5 of the Apprentice pathway was notoriously hard to kill, and acquiring such an item would likely cost more than 10,000 pounds, far beyond his reach. Hobert sighed. Just recently, he thought he was no longer short of money, but now he realized that the 900 pounds he had, which might be considered wealthy for an ordinary person, was far from enough for a Beyonder. As a result, Hobert felt a renewed drive to earn money. He planned to frequently check the bulletin board of the Mercenary Club for suitable commissions once he returned to Backlund. As these thoughts swirled, sleepiness gradually overtook him, and Hobert finally fell asleep, although his battle with Archer had left his mind strained, causing him to dream all night. In the southern continent, in the non-existent town, the morning sunlight pierced through the mist, casting a warm glow in the council chamber halfway up the mountain. The chieftain and several family elders sat as still as wooden statues in their seats. The demigod Elder Chester broke the silence. "So, you're saying that this mysterious being possesses at least the power of an angel?" Calvin responded, "It seems so." The mysterious being interrupted the descending power of the enemy's angel. Elder Bowen speculated, could it be that Elliot found some kind of loophole? As he spoke, he realized it was unlikely. Even if a loophole were found during the enemy's descent, without a sufficiently high level of existence, it would still be impossible to force back the angelic power. "No," Calvin corrected. "The mysterious being appeared before me and punished me." Elliot said, "Do not test God." The council chamber fell into silence once again. If they had an angel or even a god-level figure backing them, they wouldn't need to keep hiding in the non-existent town. Years ago, due to insufficient intelligence, the family had provoked the Rose School of Thought, only to later learn that the organization was backed by an angel-level figure. But at the same time, such power could also represent an existential disaster. Even if they combined all the family's strength, they might not be able to stand against this mysterious being. Several seconds later, Calvin spoke again. "The mysterious being didn't allow me to completely lose control, and he enabled Elliot to complete the spirit channeling process. This clearly shows a response to our probing, and the gesture was filled with goodwill. Regardless of our choice, the mysterious being has already taken notice of us," the chieftain croaked. "In that case, Why not attempt to contact this mysterious being? There was another silence, but this one was different from the earlier tension, as everyone tacitly agreed with the chieftain's suggestion. How should we contact the mysterious being? Bowen asked. Calvin, having prepared for this, replied, for example, we could offer Eliot a seat among the elders. Hobert yawned and got up to wash. Despite dreaming all night, his spirituality and energy had been well restored. While enjoying breakfast, he glanced at the morning paper, where the front-page headline reported Kalangos' death. So, last night was indeed the day Kalangos met his end, and Audrey had quite a haul. Hobert skimmed the rest of the newspaper, but found nothing particularly noteworthy, so he focused on his meal. After breakfast, Hobert went once again to Dominic's company. Dominic greeted him with a broad smile. Lawyer Hobert, I was just about to send for you. It turned out that one of the kidnappers Hobert had injured yesterday had inadvertently let slip during interrogation that there was a mastermind behind the abduction. The police followed this lead and found out the mastermind was none other than Mr. Claude. This morning, Claude had already been arrested and jailed. Dominic had just received the news that Claude confessed to orchestrating the kidnapping. As a result, Dominic and Claude's lawsuit was no longer necessary, as the prosecution would take over the case against Claude. Naturally, Hobert's services were no longer needed. However, Dominic was generous, paying Hobert a legal fee of £150 and even adding a £30 tip to express his gratitude for saving Elizabeth. Hobert hadn't expected the case to resolve itself so neatly. Dominic smiled. I'll also be attending the welcome banquet Mr. Ulysses is hosting for you tonight. Elizabeth will be there too. She's been saying she wants to thank you in person. You're too kind. Hobert smiled back. It's my honor that you'll be attending the banquet tonight. That morning, the Blackthorn Security Company received a new commission to follow Lady Sharon and uncover evidence of her crimes. Captain Dunn handed the case over Klein. Under Leonard's guidance, Klein went to the Hound Bar and found a gang leader, paying £5 to have his men take turns tailing Lady Sharon and documenting her daily activities. Fortunately, this expense could be reimbursed. As Klein left the Hound Bar, reflecting on the situation, he suddenly remembered that old Neil's house wasn't far from there, and old Neil had been off sick for 2 days. Today, he was supposed to visit the doctor. Klein checked his pocket watch. It was nearly 11. He wondered if old Neil had returned from the hospital. Since he was already nearby, Klein decided to visit old Neil. After a 20-minute walk, he arrived outside old Neil's house. Klein's spirituality immediately sensed something was off. The sun was high in the sky, yet old Neil's curtains and door drapes were still drawn. Could old Neil's condition have worsened? Klein hurried to the door and knocked. There was no response, but inside, it sounded like someone was whispering. Old Neil! Klein called out, but still received no answer, though the whispering continued. Could old Neil's condition have deteriorated so badly that he couldn't even get up to answer the door? Klein took out a piece of paper he carried, flicked his wrist, and the paper instantly became as hard as steel. Using this steel paper, he slid it through the door to unlatch the lock. As he pushed the door open, he immediately saw old Neil pacing in the dark. Klein didn't approach right away because he noticed that old Neil seemed to be circling around a small altar. Thud! The door suddenly shut on its own, and the candles on the altar next to old Neil flared up like torches. In the bright flames, Klein saw old Neil clearly. 2 eyes devoid of any emotion had appeared on his cheeks. Klein instantly realized that old Neil was once again on the verge of losing control, and this time, it was far more severe than before. Apart from those 2 emotionless eyes, Neil's face was lined with wrinkles, his hair sparse, as if he had aged 10 years in an instant. His nails were long, seemingly untrimmed for years, making him look like a zombie clawing out of a grave. Neil didn't even notice Klein entering. He continued to pace around the altar, muttering words that sounded like some obscure and incomprehensible incantation. On the altar sat a large basin of blood. In the center was a symbol Klein had never seen before, an eye surrounded by various intricate symbols and polygonal shapes. Under Neil's chanting, the eye in the center of the altar seemed to come alive, coldly staring at Klein, the intruder. Klein, no stranger to beyonder events, forced himself to remain calm. Neil seemed on the verge of complete loss of control. It was crucial not to provoke him further. Calling for the captain's help now would be too late. The ritual to invoke the power of the Evernight goddess must commence immediately. This was Neil's last chance. So Klein approached Neil cautiously, trying not to draw attention. Seeing Neil still absorbed in his chanting, Klein began to arrange the altar. Everything went smoothly until the altar was prepared. As Klein was about to invoke the goddess's power, the eyes on Neil's cheeks suddenly moved, seemingly noticing the newly completed altar. "Little Klein, please don't disturb me." Neil suddenly looked at Klein with a hoarse voice. "I'm about to succeed. I'm going to succeed very soon." Klein took a deep breath. "Neil, don't be afraid. It won't hurt. It'll be over soon." "No." Neil's emotions rose. "My research has never harmed anyone else. You haven't lost a loved one. You don't know the pain." His tone softened again. "Please, I'm about to succeed. Don't stop me." Klein hesitated, but forced himself to remain resolute. "Neil, don't you know what you're doing? You're hurting yourself, and you'll hurt others. Please, Neil, don't resist. This is your last chance." Neil became agitated again. "You don't understand. You don't know how profound this knowledge is. I stumbled upon it unintentionally from the hidden sage." Neil's expression turned surprised. "No, that's not it." Another eye slowly opened on his forehead. Klein knew it was now or never. "I pray for the power of the Evernight. I pray." Neil lunged forward, intent on destroying Klein's prepared altar. Klein raised his wand defensively. "I pray for the power of Crimson." Neil's strength was overwhelming. He swept his hand, breaking Klein's cane. If Klein hadn't agilely dodged, Neil's nails would have scratched him. Neil kicked and destroyed Klein's altar, his last trace of sanity halting his attack. "Leave me alone. Go quickly." He now realized he had prayed to an evil god, and something was terribly wrong. But after saying this, Neil lost his final shred of reason. His skin turned as red as blood, and he roared at Klein like a wild beast. Klein hurried to the door, but found it wouldn't open. Neil, now resembling a bloodied figure, charged at him. Klein, using the abilities of the clown, deftly avoided Neil's attacks. What to do? Should he really shoot at Neil? Klein felt his hand go weak at the thought of reaching for the gun. "No, there's another way, but it's risky." Glancing at Neil, his tutor in mysticism, Klein knew he had to take this risk now or regret it forever. After a brief hesitation, Klein recited, "Creator in the shadows of order, you are the beginning and end of all order. You are the Lord who governs the clock of order. I pray for your gaze and favor." After praying 3 times and seeing no response, Klein muttered, "Roselle, you great deceiver." No, he had to make a final decision. If he continued like this, he would die here. Just as Klein forced himself to make up his mind, a throne made of swords appeared in midair, with a towering and mysterious figure seated on it. Then, a surge of power descended. Neil was enveloped by this force, standing still. The abnormalities on his body quickly disappeared. The extra eyes on his face almost simultaneously closed and immediately disappeared. This power seemed to represent supreme order. Klein realized something, but restoring Neil's physical order was not enough. His mind was also disturbed. Just as he thought this, Klein felt another surge of power. This power made his mind tremble involuntarily, as if a colossal creature stood before him. It was a beyonder power of the mind. Klein breathed a sigh of relief. This creator seemed to offer full service, even helping to resolve the mental issues of the uncontrollable. Neil returned to his original state, but he looked much older than a few days ago. After all this turmoil, he couldn't hold on and collapsed to the ground. Thunk! Klein was about to step forward to help when he heard a sound from the altar. Turning his head, he saw that a black eye had appeared in the center of Neil's altar. It was alive, jumping into the basin of blood, though its first attempt failed. In Nation of Disorder, Hobert first used the power of order to restore the order of old Neil's body. Then, Using the power of the psychological spoon, he concealed a portion of the infected spirit body and used hypnosis to make old Neil forget his ritual and the determination to revive his lover. As Hobert sighed with relief in Nation of Disorder, marveling at the success of this treatment, he suddenly shuddered, as if suddenly being stared at by eyes from an unknown source. Hobert felt that the gaze could penetrate the true sight and see himself on the Iron Throne in Nation of Disorder. Shifting the perspective of the true sight, he saw that the symbol representing an eye in the center of the altar suddenly came to life, turning into a real eye. It was entirely black, with a deep black pupil, making it look like a moving dark paper cutout. It bounced around, trying to leap into the vat of blood on the altar. Hobert probably understood what was happening. Old Neil's ritual had indeed attracted some advanced scrutiny, but the entities observing here couldn't project too much power here before Old Neil's ritual was complete. So the eye hoped to leap into the blood-filled vat to strengthen itself. Realizing he couldn't let this happen, Hobert realized that if the eye's power grew any stronger, its presence behind it might really see the situation in Nation of Disorder through the true sight. So Hobert said to Klein with supreme authority, "Sacrifice it to me." At the same time, he threw the symbol representing the Creator into Klein's stars. Meanwhile, in Klein's room in the suburbs of Tingen City, he felt deeply what it meant to invite a god easily and send a god difficult. The Creator, indeed, as Roselle said, cured Neil's loss of control, but it seemed unwilling to leave. What to do? Finally, the other party said that the eye that was bouncing around was best, which gave the Creator a sacrifice and solved the strange eye. Klein quickly drew the symbol of the Creator near the strange eye, arranged the altar, and then used the knowledge about sacrifice just obtained from Little Sun to make the sacrifice. He saw two huge bronze gates open a crack, and a surging force emerged, followed by a huge suction force that seemed to suck everything in the room into the bronze gates. When the huge suction force disappeared, the bronze gate disappeared, and the eye bouncing around on the altar disappeared without a trace, and the Creator in the air also disappeared. Klein sighed with relief. Thankfully, this mysterious existence really had no malice and did not demand unaffordable sacrifices. As he thought, he tidied up the altar, then went to pull open the curtains, and the dazzling sunlight shone into the room, leaving nothing dark to hide. In a rented house in the suburbs of Tingen City, Zangwill crossed out a passage in his notebook and then wrote quickly. Klein Moretti was almost killed by the uncontrollable Old Neil. Why didn't he pull out his gun and shoot after the psychological struggle? If he shot, Old Neil would become a sacrifice for this ritual. Klein Moretti would immediately lose control due to the hidden gaze of secret existence and become a pile of flesh and bones. But he didn't do that. Not only that, he let Old Neil, who was on the verge of losing control, return to normal. It's incredible, once again making Zangwill feel surprised. Even the quill in his hand didn't understand what happened. Anyway, Zangwill's plan to kill Klein Moretti failed again, and he was fooled by a sequence 8 once again, which made him very annoyed. Zangwill picked up the pen, a hint of anger flashing in his eyes, not because of Klein, but because he was just mocked by a pen, and that pen was still in his hand. In Nation of Disorder, Hobert examined the eye in his hand. It still had the characteristics of being alive, but it looked around as if it had lost its target and didn't know what to do next. This indicates that Nation of Disorder has severed its connection with its original body. Hobert tried to grasp the eye, and his gaze suddenly extended to an unknown land. That land seemed to be an endless wilderness, with a tall tower in the calamity, and a fiery eyeball on the top of the tower was staring at this land. Suddenly, the eyeball seemed to sense Hobert's gaze, and it looked back at Hobert. Hobert's perspective immediately returned to Nation of Disorder, and at that moment, he felt that his brain had gained a lot of knowledge. Snap! His head seemed to explode like a smashed tomato, and the half-built hull trembled. The pool in front of the Iron Throne bubbled like it was boiling. After about 4 or 5 seconds, Hobert's head grew back, and the hall and pool returned to normal. Hobert smiled bitterly, realizing he had almost died unexpectedly. Immediately after that, he found a large amount of chaotic knowledge in his mind, and he didn't even understand the meaning of most of it. But it seems that these things are knowledge itself, which seems to understand the mysterious world and must be seen to understand. For example, when he saw the spirit world, the knowledge itself about the spirit world would emerge, and Hobert would immediately understand the composition of the spirit world and the principles behind the rules of walking in the spirit world, and so on. No wonder the extraordinary people who approach the mystery prior are so afraid of being chased into their minds by the hidden sage to inject knowledge. Is this knowledge useful? Very useful, but generally unnecessary and difficult to understand, and it takes up too much memory. If he had grabbed this eye in the real world, Hobert would have already lost control and become a monster. Hobert manifested a stone box and put the eye that looked around into the box, covering it with the power of order. Then Hobert began to sort out understandable knowledge. Sequence 9 Mystery Prior Potion Formula. Main ingredients: a pair of eyeballs from the Nasla ancient mountain giant ape, 70 grams of star crystal. Auxiliary ingredients: 80 milliliters of pure water, 8 drops of octagonal gold tray flower juice, 7 grams of white orchid powder, 9 grams of dragon's blood herb. Sequence 9 Savant Potion Formula. Main ingredients: head of the brown-backed firefly, a complete 5-colored leaf grass. Auxiliary ingredients: Sequence 8 Melee Scholar Potion Formula. Main ingredients: a complete combat beetle, a dried hanging orchid flower. Auxiliary ingredients: Sequence 7 Warlock Potion Formula. Main ingredients: complete brain of pale giraffe, 2 fruits of flying puff tree. The last piece of mysterious knowledge Hobert acquired was Sequence 5 Advancement Ritual of the Astronomer. Riding on the back of the colorful star-eyed beast and drinking the potion under the midnight sky. He immediately felt that the explosion in his head just now was worthwhile, as it enabled him to grasp the potion formula for the mystery prior pathway in the continuous sequence, as well as the formula for the starting pathway of the savant. So far, Hobert had mastered 4 consecutive potion formulas, all ranging from Sequence 6 to Sequence 9. Although these accumulations were for relatively higher sequences, they would surely be of great use someday. Selling these potion formulas was their smallest value. Then, Hobert thought of the scene he saw with the black eyeball just now. The eyes in the wilderness didn't seem to be from the hidden sage. Could they be from the knowledge more? He remembered that the hidden sage seemed to be the unique activated form of the hermit pathway. Now, does the knowledge more also have its own consciousness? Moreover, one could already project their power through some rituals. The ceremony of Old Neil was told to him by the hidden sage. Could this be the effort made by the hidden sage in search of the knowledge more? It seems that the seal of the western continent has indeed loosened. Afterwards, Hobert thought again about the strange gains he had made coming to Tingen City. Apart from the eye he obtained today, there were also 2 golden deer antlers. They both looked quite exquisite, but he dared not use them in reality. Once used, it would either lead to death or madness. Moreover, they were difficult to liquidate. They could only be temporarily stored in the Nation of Disorder to see if they would be useful in the future. With signs of spiritual exhaustion already appearing, Hobert left the Nation of Disorder. The aftermath of his head bursting open just now brought into reality. He had a splitting headache for more than 10 minutes, and only then did his spirituality begin to recover, with the headache gradually disappearing. Today's near-death experience made him just want to lie in bed and not move at all. Suddenly, he saw the towering giant palace, and a mysterious and majestic figure sitting on a high-backed chair said, "Cancel the gathering next week." Hobert sat up abruptly, then slowly lay back down. It seemed that Mr. Fool had already sensed something. In the evening, the steward reminded Hobert that Mr. Ulysses's invited guests had arrived. Having lazily spent half a day, Hobert washed his face, adjusted his condition, and changed into the formal where he had brought before heading to the living room. The first to arrive was Mr. Dominic and his family. His wife, who was Mr. Ulysses' sister, a baroness, expressed gratitude to Hobert. Although Elizabeth had forgotten the details of Hobert's battle with Akil, when she saw Hobert, she immediately felt an unprecedented sense of security. She sat beside Hobert. "Mr. Hobert, I heard that you don't need to handle the lawsuit anymore." "Yes," Hobert said. "Mr. Claude has already sent himself to prison. He found that this cute girl seemed a bit too close, but it would be impolite to move aside, so he moved forward to ease the embarrassment." Elizabeth also followed suit. "Are you going back in a few days?" "In 2 more days," Hobert smiled. "I really can't bear to leave the fresh air of Tingeon City." Dominic and his wife exchanged glances, and of course, they noticed that their daughter was a bit unusual. But Elizabeth did not behave excessively. She seemed satisfied just sitting next to Hobert. "Then let's go shopping together this weekend," Elizabeth said. "I want to give you a gift to express my gratitude. No need to be so polite, and I may have something to do this weekend." "What's up?" "Participating in the operation to save Tingeon City." The family of 3 thought Hobert was joking and laughed along, flattering. At this point, the real owner of the villa, Ulysses, entered. "I heard that someone dared to kidnap our little princess." In front of Elizabeth, Ulysses finally showed a genuine smile, not so stiff, showing that he loved his nephew and niece. "Yes, uncle," Elizabeth greeted him. "But the ransom letter of the kidnappers wasn't even finished, and Mr. Hobert rescued me." Hobert smiled. "This shows that the kidnappers are really uncultured. They probably need a dictionary even to write a ransom letter, and they'd be frustrated by grammar issues." Everyone immediately had the image in their minds of the kidnappers looking up words in the dictionary while frowning as they wrote the ransom letter, which made everyone burst into laughter. Then the guests arrived one after another, all dressed in military uniforms, shouting as soon as they entered, "Where's Commander Christian's son?" "Huh, Commander Christian's son? Why does he look a bit like Commander X?" "Nonsense. How could Commander Christian's son?" "Wait, don't say it. He really does look like him." "Ha ha. Tomorrow I'll write a letter to Commander Christian, reporting your faces to him." Someone else asked, "Hobert, right? Do you have a girlfriend? Do you want Uncle to introduce you to one?" If Commander Christian gives instructions, I guess the kids will have them. They didn't care about Hobert's answer at all. Even if Hobert didn't say a word, they probably could keep chatting. Amidst laughter and joy, the banquet began. Hobert strongly suspected that they hadn't gathered for a long time, welcoming him to Tingeon City's banquet, just as the reason for their gathering. After all, Hobert had been here for several days and was almost ready to leave. At the dinner table, there were only Hobert and Elizabeth, the 2 juniors who had some common topics, occasionally chatting, which made Hobert the protagonist of the banquet, not too awkward. After 10 o'clock in the evening, the guests began to leave one after another. Having drunk a lot of wine, Ulysses patted Hobert on the shoulder. "If you have any plans, go ahead and do it. Don't let down the expectations of both commanders. As long as Commander Christian speaks, we can still accompany him into battle." Hobert smiled helplessly. "Okay, it's late now. You should go rest." Watching Ulysses leave, Hobert's smile gradually disappeared. He almost asked Ulysses for external support just now. Fortunately, he endured it because Ulysses was polite to him, out of respect for Commander Christian. His relationship with Ulysses had not yet reached that point. The final preparations began, and Hobert didn't go anywhere on Friday, staying in the villa to conserve his energy and adjust the negative effects of sealed artifacts and mystical items. On Saturday morning, Hobert took a carriage to the Blackthorn Security Company. He told the coachman, "You can go back first. Come pick me up around, for 5 in the afternoon." Seeing off the coachman, Hobert glanced at the somewhat cloudy sky, stepping into the lobby of the security company step by step. In the lobby, Leonard looked somewhat unnatural as he chatted with a woman wearing a broad-brimmed hat and loose skirt. "Hobert," Leonard exclaimed, You've come." He didn't know whether to say it was the right time for Hobert to arrive or if it wasn't the right time. Upon seeing Magos with the offspring of an evil god, Hobert's mind exploded with thoughts. He recalled everything about 0-08 and the overall outline of his plan. Firstly, his plan wasn't overly complicated because in the face of 0-08, the more complex the plan, the greater the chance of failure. Last week, Hobert intended to prepare early in Contention City, but after much consideration, he realized that no matter what preparations he made, 0-08 would sense something amiss beforehand. Therefore, Hobert's plan was to gain basic trust from Dunn and the others before Ntezangwil acted. Afterwards, things weren't so complicated. Megos coming to Blackthorn Security Company was inevitable, and only after this could they deal with Ince. Otherwise, Ince would continue to wait for the right moment, and the situation would completely spiral out of Hobert's control, losing his advantage of seeing things from a god's perspective. The proposition was already there: how to stall Megos without harm until reinforcements from headquarters arrived. Hobert's answer was to follow the original storyline's development. He must protect Leonard during Megos' initial onslaught. The old man within Leonard and the sealed artifact he held could effectively stall Megos. In the ensuing battle, they must prevent Dunn from going all out. If necessary, they could even throw St. Selena's ashes onto the streets outside for anyone who wanted them. As for Klein, they could completely ignore whether he lived or died. Another principle for those participating in this operation was to do their best without risking their lives. Hobert didn't have Klein's ability to resurrect. Standing at Blackthorn Security Company, Hobert's thoughts churned for a moment. He quickly put on a smile and said to Leonard, "I came today to bid farewell, but it seems I've come at the wrong time." Leonard sighed bitterly. "I still have guests here. Captain and Klein are in the back." Hobert nodded. "All right, you go ahead. My baby in my belly says he seems to have seen this gentleman somewhere," Megos suddenly said. Hobert smiled. "Maybe we were good friends in our last life." "No, he said you spied on his order," Megos said, "but he didn't expect you to be so weak." Hobert recalled that a few days ago when he got hold of that black rib, he seemed to have seen another world, probably the realm of the true creator. Thinking about this, Hobert smiled. "Madam, rest assured, the child's words are often contradictory." Megos smiled gently. "No, my child is very smart. He says you're weak, so you really are weak." Hobert twitched his mouth. The true creator wouldn't change his pathway to become a hunter, would he? After nodding slightly to Megos, Hobert turned to the reception hall behind him. Dunn and Klein were already waiting here, one holding an ash box emitting a sense of tranquility, and the other holding a pale and thick blood vessel. Klein smiled bitterly. "Hobert, you've come at a really bad time." "No, I think it's just the right time," Hobert said seriously. "When I was in Backlund, I heard that Contention City seemed to be brewing a huge disaster. Now I know what that disaster is." He asked, "Have there been a lot of coincidences recently?" Dunn and Klein's expressions both froze. They had just discussed the coincidences that had been happening recently. Hobert said, "Please report to the headquarters that 0-08 is planning a ritual for the descent of an evil god and ask them to send saintly support." Mentioning 0-08, Dunn and Klein immediately thought of the defector in Ntezangwil. They each had their own suspicions and probably understood what was going on. Dunn held the ash box and said, "I'll report immediately. Don't act rashly until I come back." Hobert glanced outside. "Don't worry, there's still time." Klein said, "You seem very calm." Of course, Hobert smiled. "The more this time, the more you need to be calm." In a bar outside Blackthorn Security Company, one-eyed Ntezangwil ordered a beer and held a feather pen to write on its own. Hobert Jeffrey's arrival was not part of Ntezangwil's plan. Would he affect the entire plan? Ince took a sip of beer and gripped the feather pen tightly, writing on its own. No, after all, he's just a sequence 8. Then he let his wrist relax and let the feather pen write on its own again. Hobert Jeffrey has a lot of unexpected knowledge. He has already guessed that Megos' arrival is Ntezangwil's plan. Will he affect the entire plan? Ince's single-eyed pupil contracted. Klein was annoying enough. Why did Hobert come again? He wrote, "No, after all, he's just a sequence 8. Then he wrote again. The Nighthawk's plea for help telegram was too brief and did not attract enough attention from headquarters, so the minimum assistance from headquarters can only arrive half an hour later. The premise of this statement was that the plea for help telegram was too brief, so the consequence was not enough attention from headquarters. This was still within 0-08's ability. But when Ince let go of the pen, the feather pen wrote on its own again. The first plea for help telegram was indeed too brief, but the second plea for help telegram was very detailed. Ince's gaze contracted again. Another plea for help telegram? He looked towards Blackthorn Security Company. For today, he had been shut up in a rented house writing for a long time, and he didn't know when he would have the same opportunity again. Most importantly, if this failed, headquarters would definitely guess his purpose and might return St. Selena's ashes to headquarters, which would be a total loss of opportunity. Ince finally made up his mind. No matter what, today he had to take a gamble. After sending the telegram again, Dunn smiled. Let's reintroduce ourselves, Nighthawks Dunn Smith. Hello, Captain Dunn, Hobert smiled. Let me introduce this sealed artifact I have called the teleportation statue with the ability to... In my cane, a one-time mystical item, its ability is... Klein said, Hobert, with your help, we can hold off the other party for a longer time. Hobert smiled. I also suggest whether we can try to lure Megos underground, preferably into Cheney's Gate, before taking action. Daly had been on duty in the dispatch room for many days. Today, she finally couldn't hold on anymore. After receiving a telegram from Tinjin City, she collapsed into a chair for a rest. When the administrative staff received the first telegram, they felt the situation wasn't urgent enough and Daly was sound asleep. So, they first delivered the telegram to Captain Thomas and planned to inform Daly later. However, when the administrative staff received the second telegram with just the phrase, "The evil god descends," they felt the urgency of the situation. They quickly woke Daly up. After reading the message, Daly immediately went to Thomas's office. I need to see the Archbishop. Only the Archbishop had the means to support Tinjin City within minutes. Tinjin City, within the Blackthorn Security Company. Upon hearing Hobert's suggestion, Dunn shook his head. The influence of Megos' child is high. She wouldn't submit so easily. Hobert said, I can try. Even if it doesn't succeed, we won't lose much. Dunn considered for a moment and nodded. Hobert breathed a sigh of relief. Although Dunn wasn't in the right state today, he hadn't lost his sanity. He returned to the reception hall of the security company. Megos looked somewhat agitated by now, scratching her head and pulling out a handful of hair, naturally tossing it into the trash. Leonard's expression had stiffened. He silently swore to himself never to flirt with ladies randomly again. Hobert smiled. A few days ago, we got something good. It's 2 golden deer antlers that grew on the head of a bull. Megos first showed a twisted smile, and then said, My child says that the horns of the golden horn demon are very delicious. With Hobert's relay, Leonard relaxed, following Hobert's nod towards the back of the reception hall. We've placed the 2 golden deer antlers in the basement. Just standing opposite Megos, Hobert felt immense spiritual pressure. He resisted this pressure with all his might. If your child wants to eat them, please follow me to the basement, and I'll give them to him. Thank you, kind sir. Megos smiled gently. Today, my child seems to lack energy and needs some nutrition. Saying this, she got up and followed Hobert towards the underground entrance of the Blackthorn Security Company. Hobert casually asked as they walked, He's lacking energy today? Yes, usually he's quite active, Megos said. But this morning, he said today was a crucial day, and he only speaks to me occasionally. Hobert took a deep breath and wiped the sweat from his forehead. He's a good boy. Yes. Megos smiled warmly. For example, right now, my child tells me there's danger underground, and you're taking me down to harm us. Hobert froze in place, feeling as though he was being stared at by the Grim Reaper. Is that true, sir? Megos asked calmly, her tone unchanged. How could that be? Hobert laughed. Your child is as humorous as his father. Megos seemed like a melting wax figure. Some thick liquid began to flow down her head, her smile becoming unusually terrifying. Sorry, sir, I can't go down with you, so you'll have to die. Although Hobert was prepared early, he rolled forward immediately, but he couldn't dodge in time and was scratched deeply on his back by Magos' suddenly long nails. Relying on the sturdy physique of a barbarian, he rolled down from the stairs. When he looked back, Magos had already left the intersection of the underground passage. Ignoring the wound on his back, Hobert picked up his cane and charged forward. Thump, thump. He took 3 or 4 steps in one go. Suddenly, he felt that his barbarian potion had digested quite a bit at this critical moment. He immediately understood. If Magos didn't enter the Chinese gate, the evil god would arrive early in the reception hall, a script written by 0-08. As long as he participated in this matter, he had to follow the script of 0-08. Hobert's recent actions were obviously disrupting this script and not following the rules of 0-08. So Hobert's barbarian potion was digested. But now wasn't the time to think about this. Just as he returned to the first floor, he heard Magos screaming and questioning, "I won't let you hurt my child." Dunn had already appeared in the reception hall holding an urn of ashes, blocking Magos' way out. Klein and Leonard were hiding in a nearby room, ready to strike at any moment. Despite Magos' shocking scream, Hobert rushed into the reception hall, planting his cane on the ground. "Order!" Looking at the tree of order rapidly growing, he laughed loudly. "You're weak. Your whole family is weak." The reception hall became unusually quiet. The order under the canopy became advantageous to dark forces, thieves' powers, and sunlight powers, suppressing the powers of filth and corruption. With a loud voice, Hobert focused Magos' attention on him. By now, her entire face had melted, revealing bones, looking hideous and terrifying. She raised her hand and reached for Hobert. But at this moment, Hobert had already picked up the teleportation statue. He wanted to move Magos away, but he immediately discovered that the ability of the teleportation statue couldn't move Magos, only slowing her down. No wonder the Nighthawks defined it as a Grade 2 sealed artifact. It turns out its effect was limited when facing high-level enemies. Since he couldn't move Magos, Hobert quickly retreated. His goal just now was to attract Magos' attention and create an opportunity for Dunn. Now that his goal was achieved, he acted like a barbarian and withdrew. After the battle began, with the teleportation statue in hand, he assisted Dunn and the others to blink. Seizing this opportunity, Dunn opened the Saint Selena's ashes. Inside the urn was an intense darkness, and within the darkness were bright strands. The reception hall suddenly darkened. Countless black, cold filaments surged towards Magos, instantly wrapping her up. Magos suddenly shouted in a hoarse voice, "You must die." In the instant she opened her mouth, as the holder of the Tree of Order, Hobert redirected her extraordinary attack onto a wall. However, the Tree of Order couldn't redirect all of Magos' attacks. Just as she finished speaking, Hobert felt a tremendous impact on both his physical and spirit bodies. Blood flowed from the corners of his eyes and mouth. This should be the highest level opponent he had encountered since crossing over. He wiped the blood from his eyes, but it was still much better than when it was just Dunn and the others. At least Dunn wasn't injured right away. Klein and Leonard took advantage of this opportunity to rush out. Leonard reached out and stole Magos' upcoming profanity, while Klein threw out one of the flaring sun charms. The High Tree of Order made way for the sunlight, opening a small gap, and a ball of light fell from the sky, slamming heavily on Magos. After the bright light flashed, Hobert knew Magos hadn't been dealt with yet. Give it another shot. Klein hadn't yet understood what Hobert meant, but the 4 of them saw a black baby hanging between Magos' legs. The baby was very small, looking like it weighed only 5 or 6 pounds. He was sucking on something with the umbilical cord in his mouth, making gurgling sounds. Upon seeing the baby, all 4 of them showed signs of losing control to varying degrees. Dunn, who wasn't in a good state, was the most affected. Hobert quickly adjusted the Tree of Order, making the order under the canopy more favorable for resisting madness and losing control. In the few seconds they fought against the loss of control, Magos, who had already been dried out by the light ball, stretched out her withered hand and touched the baby's head. "Child, my child." Then Magos collapsed to the ground, flesh and blood turning to dust, leaving only a pile of bones. Because the baby absorbed all of its mother's nutrients, it grew to the size of a 4 or 5-year-old. His skin was gray all over, as if there were no blood flowing. His appearance was ferocious, his eyes fierce, without a trace of the innocence and cuteness that a child should have. This was the birth of the evil god Spawn, not the descent of the evil god. If it were the descent of the evil god, Hobert and the others would already be dead. The evil god Spawn intended to kill everyone before him because it was these presumptuous people who forced him to descend early, so he had only a small fraction of the power of the true creator. He needed to hold the corresponding ceremony, sacrificing many living beings to help him establish a broader connection with the true creator so that the true creator could utilize him to descend upon the mortal world. The moment he descended, Tinjin City would no longer have any living beings. This city would become a part of his divine kingdom. Even with only a tiny fraction of the true creator's power, it gave the evil god Spawn an ability comparable to the pathway sequence 4 of the secret supplicant. His birth also filled the entire reception hall with the power of filth and corruption. Moreover, he was the evil god Spawn, a near-complete mythical creature with a status much higher than Sequence 4, causing signs of loss of control just from being seen by Hobert and the others. Hobert was the first to recover. He turned his head away, not needing to look to deeply feel the malice from the evil god Spawn. This doesn't quite match the original description. However, now wasn't the time to be bewildered. Run. With just Magos's words, they could delay her for a while, but facing a genuine evil god Spawn was a completely different level of opponent. As soon as this thought crossed his mind, he suddenly realized that his shadow had come alive, standing up and attempting to snatch the teleportation statue from his hand. The shadows of the other 3 people also came to life. Dun's shadow didn't try to grab the Saint Selena's ashes, but instead twisted its own head, aligning it parallel with its shoulders. Dun's neck also suffered a heavy blow, unable to support itself any longer, falling to the ground against the wall. Leonard struggled to free himself from his shadow's entanglement while raising the hand holding the blood vessel thief. Blaspheme curse. This was the ability he had just stolen. Ha! But just as Leonard opened his mouth, a sharp childlike laughter interrupted his curse, causing all 4 people to feel as if a sledgehammer had struck their chests simultaneously, each spitting out fresh blood. Dun used his strong willpower to continue using Saint Selena's ashes, but this time the tentacles seemed uncontrollable, not daring to approach the evil god Spawn. At the same time, Dun's shadow arm turned into spikes, piercing through his chest, blood immediately spreading across Dun's front. Then the evil god Spawn seemed to change targets. Die. Leonard seemed to have been struck by a tremendous force and was sent flying into the wall. However, in the nick of time, Hobert moved him next to himself, but Leonard was already pale and fainted. They were completely outmatched. This couldn't go on like this. Hobert retreated to the corner. By me a few seconds. Dun caught the blood flowing from his chest with the ash box. The tentacles boldly entangled the evil god Spawn. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Klein shouted, "Light!" He threw out the second flaring sun charm. The evil god Spawn suddenly said, "Light, shine upon the earth." Just as it seemed the fireballs in the sky were about to fall, the light ball flashed a few times and exploded in midair, truly shining upon the earth. The evil god Spawn easily broke free from the tentacles and attempted to counterattack, using his ability to blasphemy curse. But now it was completely ineffective against Hobert. The evil god Spawn was more agile than a monkey, which caused Hobert's 2 attacks to miss. It was quite embarrassing to think about it. He, the magnificent creator, currently only had these 2 types of presentable powers, and their attack range wasn't very large. Also, because Hobert had to spend 1 or 2 seconds gathering strength for each attack, his attack speed wasn't fast. After a moment's thought, Hobert had an idea. He reached out and summoned the black eye that had been trapped in the stone box. "Take a look at this good thing for you." Using his spiritual energy, he activated the power of the black eye in front of him and directed its power toward the evil god spawn. This was equivalent to creating a path to the knowledge more and placing it in front of the evil god spawn. This time, he couldn't dodge it, standing there immediately, deep black pupils reflecting a giant eye composed of flames. Hobert used the maximum extent of his power of disorder that he could mobilize to envelop the spawn of the evil god. Crack! The evil god spawn exploded like a shattered tomato. Hobert swept around with his true vision and found no lingering souls or anything like that. The evil god spawn was completely dead. This not only made him sigh, indeed, a status that overwhelmed everything else. Without the nation of disorder, he would have had no chance against the evil god spawn. The figure of the creator vanished, and Klein faintly heard Hobert say, "Praise be to the creator." Klein breathed a sigh of relief. Things were finally resolved. Turning to check on the other teammates, Hobert seemed to be in the best condition, having not suffered severe injuries. Leonard appeared to have merely fainted, but Captain Dunn's condition was dire. Blood continued to flow from his chest, pooling beneath him. Dunsmith turned his head towards Klein, a gentle and relaxed smile on his pale face. Tinjin City is saved. Klein was about to struggle to his feet to use his ceremonial magic to heal the captain when a pale hand pierced through his chest. Not even Hobert had noticed when the one-eyed Intzangwil appeared. As Klein stared at the pale hand, consciousness slipping away, he collapsed to the ground. From there, he saw Hobert holding a statue, moving Captain Dunn and St. Selena's ashes to his side. Intzangwil! As Klein's vision darkened, he lost all consciousness. Ince paused briefly, surprised that this Sequence 8 actually recognized him. One troublemaker down, one more to go. Though he had failed to advance, he could still use the abilities of Sequence 5, Gatekeeper. Hobert felt a chilling sensation creeping in. He immediately activated his spirit vision, and indeed saw a towering spirit next to Ince, with another hovering in midair. Hobert noticed Dunn's eyes losing their sparkle and swiftly made a decision. He tossed St. Selena's ashes to Ince. "Take it and go." Without hesitation, Ince picked up the ashes and left. It wasn't fear of Hobert that drove him, but the potential arrival of support from headquarters could happen at any moment. He didn't even have time now to settle his score with Hobert. Intzangwil! Upon hearing the voice, Ince shuddered all over, as if recalling his most terrifying memory. He had arrived too late. Following the voice, Hobert looked towards the door where a clean-cut, deep-eyed old man stood. He was the support rushing from Backlund's St. Samuel's Cathedral, Archbishop Anthony Stevenson. If Daly hadn't insisted on seeing the Archbishop, Anthony might have just received the plea for help from Tinjin City. Hobert, seeing this elderly figure who was likely a saint, finally relaxed a bit. He bowed slightly to the Archbishop and hurried to prepare the ritual to save Captain Dunn, and stood there with no intention to flee. He knew he couldn't escape from Anthony's grasp. At that moment, Ince's quill, tucked at his waist, suddenly leapt out and rapidly wrote on the floor. Just as Intzangwil was trembling in fear, a frenzied mage passing through the reception hall was drawn to the large tree. 0-08 was even less willing than Ince to be caught by the Church of Evernight. Its desire to escape surpassed Ince's, and crucially, it wasn't intimidated by the fear emanating from Anthony. So it wrote swiftly, completing the sentence before Anthony could react. A force of sleep and horror emanated from Anthony as he prepared to seal 0-08 with his own abilities. However, at that moment, an enormous pressure suddenly descended from outside, forcing him to temporarily halt. A section of the reception hall's wall had collapsed, and through the breach walked a gray-haired gentleman who appeared weather-beaten, as if he had been traveling. He knew of Anthony's presence, but stood at the breach, seemingly observing, yet also waiting for an opportunity. Hobert's hands trembled violently as he felt a deep-seated tremor from within. It was no ordinary shaking. The story written by 0-08 had been fulfilled once again. This gray-haired elder was a Sequence 3 frenzied mage of the pathway of the lawyer approach. The Black Emperor's suppression was not as potent as the death pathway, but saints could easily overwhelm low sequences, and angels could easily overwhelm mid-sequences. This lawyer pathway saint stood there, rendering Hobert powerless. Inside the reception hall, the intimidating aura of fear and the maddening aura clashed and tugged. The mental pressure on Hobert was immense. He glanced at the corner of the frenzied mage's eye, struggling against his body shivering. If you've come for this tree, then please take it away. The standoff continued, but Hobert Bishop Anthony stepped back, clearly indicating, take it if you want. For him, sealing 0-08 and capturing Nsangwa were now the top priorities. As for this tree, he could sense that while its approach wasn't low, its power was dissipating rapidly. It could likely only be used once or a few times as a mystical item. Hobert's words provided a way out for both Sequence 3 individuals, neither of whom wanted to engage in combat. The frenzied mage remained wary of Anthony while approaching the tree. His hand touched the tree, causing it to immediately shrink into an ordinary black sandalwood. He could feel the order power filled within the sandalwood and its high rank. The frenzied mage, now at the black sandalwood, bowed slightly to Anthony in thanks, then turned and left. In 1 step, he was on the street outside. In 2 steps, he was on the main road. In 3 steps, he had vanished. Anthony gave Hobert a deep look before chasing after Ince, who had taken advantage of the chaos to escape. Hobert's spirit and astral bodies had been repeatedly squeezed and pulled today, leaving him exhausted. His wounds continued to bleed, soaking his clothes with blood, leaving bloody footprints wherever he walked. But now was not the time to rest. He mustered his strength and continued preparing the ritual. Suddenly, he seemed to sense something and hurried to check on Dunn. Dunn's pupils were dilated. With a gentle smile on his face, Dunn faced outside the reception hall, as if he had just scrutinized Tinjin City under the sunlight. Hobert finally couldn't bear it any longer. Ince Quill, frenzied mage. Damn you all. He had just been about to slam the floor forcefully when he suddenly remembered the Black Emperor could find even the loopholes in death. Hobert's eyes widened suddenly. He still had a way. Continuing to set up the altar, he changed the central symbol to represent the Creator in the shadows of order. As he was about to sacrifice himself, he saw the umbilical cord of the evil god spawn, not far away, grabbed it, endured the whispers and corruption it brought, and placed it before the altar. Looking at Dunn with a gentle smile again, Hobert said, "O Creator in the shadow of order."
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.